Cultural, the cultural symposium for the House of Brazilian Culture in Canada. My name is Mitsue Siqueira. I'm the founder of the Casa da Cultura do Brasil no Canadá. It's a new nonprofit organization that aims to promote and foster Brazilian culture and Portuguese language here in Canada. And I have with me my colleague, a volunteer working with us, Marie-Ève Fortin. She is my co-host today, which means that if I ever had any technical issues, if something happens with my connection, my internet, or with myself, Marie-Ève will be here around to assist you as well. Let me just open my little file to make sure that I won't forget anything for this first opening session. So as I mentioned, it's in the website already and it's on Facebook already. This event will be presented in English. So most of the presentations that we have today will be delivered in English. The last one will be delivered in French. And it breaks my heart. It kind of breaks my heart that we won't be able to speak Portuguese today, but next year we will have, interpreters, so that we'll be able to offer the content in the 3 languages. So I hope that next year, for the next Jornada Cultural, you'll be able to listen to it in Portuguese, in English, and French. But it wasn't possible for this year, but it's something that it's on my plans. Again, this event is being recorded, broadcast live on Facebook, and it's going to be available on YouTube later. So probably you will have access to the video if you want to watch the recording. It will be there on our Facebook, and the information will be available in the website as well. For today, you can enter and leave the room whenever you want. It's the very same link for the whole event. So let's say you want to watch something like now, this morning, and something else in the afternoon, you can just leave the room and join the room again whenever you want. So to present the Casa da Cultura Brasileira, da Cultura do Brasil no Canadá, I'm going to share my screen so that we can navigate a little bit the website together. And let me share it, screen. And I think it will work. Can you please let me know if you can see the website? I mean, if it's not working, you can just open your mics or say something, because now I can't necessarily see you. So I'm assuming it's working. So welcome to our website. The House of Brazilian Culture in Canada, so Casa da Cultura do Brasil no Canadá. It's a non-profit organization. It was founded this year in May 16th. It's the day of the Portuguese language as a heritage language. So I thought it was an important moment to celebrate it. So I decided to launch the website this date. The website is available in English, French, and Portuguese, so you can navigate all the time in all languages. Like, the little bar is always here. So whenever you want, you can, choose the language and change the language on the website. And if you ever want to receive news, surveys, and, information from us by email, you can just sign up here, and there's a little form where you'll be able to add your email, your name, etc. So our mission, the mission of the House of Brazilian Culture in Canada, is to promote the Brazilian language and Brazilian culture across Canada. So to achieve this, we aim to bring together the many Brazilian communities that already exist in Canada, because I've noticed that when I migrated here to Canada, when I started living here, I noticed that there are already a lot of Brazilians doing amazing stuff in Canada in different areas, different initiatives. There are many really good Brazilians, like professionals, teachers teaching Portuguese already. There are Brazilian associations, many nonprofits organized with Brazilians only, or sometimes with Brazilians and Canadians in collaboration. But they kind of developed like in isolated areas. So they developed more like in the big cities, Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal. They're there, they exist in their ecosystem, but there's nothing yet that comes as a national-wide initiative in order to gather these communities and to spread information across Canada. So I know it's an ambitious mission, but this is something that I want to offer to the Brazilian communities here and to Canadians that want to learn more about Brazil as well. So this is the House of Brazilian Culture in Canada. It's aimed to be a space where you can find information about Brazil, Brazilian culture, and Brazilian language across Canada, regardless of where you are. So this is a mission. We are now a nonprofit organization incorporated in Canada by the federal government, and we're also incorporated in Quebec. So in the provincial level, we are incorporated as well. And we're really happy to exist. And so in terms of values, our work is based on 4 fundamental values. So belonging, union, trust, and excellence. So by belonging, we welcome all Brazilians and Canadians of all beliefs, genders, and age. We want these people to feel welcome in our house. So this is literally why we call this initiative the House of Brazilian Culture in Canada, because we want you to feel, to make yourself at home. Again, union. While the presence of Brazilian immigrants in Canada has grown exponentially over the years, these efforts have been largely like concentrated in major cities. So we want to help like sharing information so that we can build more stronger communities, Brazilian communities in other provinces as well, in smaller areas, maybe with lesser group of Brazilians, but we want to make sure that these people also have the information, the necessary information and knowledge to build strong communities, sometimes from scratch, across Canada. And trust, this is important to us as well, because, in times of fake news and AI and stuff that we can't necessarily trust, we hope to be a source of reliable, high quality information. So everything that we do is made by really dedicated humans who know what they're doing. They're specialized in different areas. So we want to offer you high quality content in which you can trust. And excellence as well. So we are the first trilingual website dedicated to Brazilian culture in Canada. Our content is written and reviewed by professional translators. So myself, I'm a translator. We're going to see the other volunteers who are translators as well. And as translators, this is really important for us. We want to offer you high quality content in 3 different languages so that you can navigate this website if you are Brazilian, if you're Anglophone, if you're Francophone. This house is for you, regardless of the language that you speak. So the other initiatives that we have going on right now, it's the research center. So this is a space where we try to understand each other. So I launched this survey, and it was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was launched like June 1st, something like that. And the survey will be available in the website until the end of this month, the end of September. So during this period, we hope to collect information about the Brazilian community that live here, the communities that live here, and how they interact with the Canadian communities that are here already. So what is the interaction? What is the experience? What are the struggles? What are the challenges of the Brazilian people who come live here? Who are these people? Where did they used to live in Brazil? Where were they born in Brazil? Why they decided to migrate to, immigrate from Brazil to Canada. So we want to understand what is the background and what are the decisions that brought Brazilians to live here and what are they doing here in Canada as well. So if they came to work, if they came to study, etc., we want to learn more about the Brazilian community that lives in Canada. And we also want to know about the experience of Canadians welcoming the Brazilian communities here. So we have two different research. We have different surveys. So one is if you're born in Canada, and the other one is for Brazilians if you're born in Brazil and if you currently live in Canada. So we hope to collect as many responses as possible. And this survey is kind of divided in different sections. So the first section is more like to gather geographic, demographic information about Brazilians and Canadians. So how old are you? What is your gender? Where do you live right now? Where do you used to live in Brazil? The second part is more like linguistic. So what are the languages you speak? What is your native language? And what is your relationship? What is your connection with the languages, the different languages that you speak? Where did you learn them? And the third part is more like an analysis of sentiments and feelings regarding certain aspects that might be challenging when we start living in a different country. So how do you feel about, have a good performance at work, have a good performance at studies, finding a place to live or having a regular source of income, etc. So basically the survey tends that our goal is to analyze this kind of information. And based on this kind of information, we will create like specific reports. And the results of this first round of surveys will be available in the website as well as of October. So by the end of October, we're going to publish all the results that we find. And based on that information, we will be able to, select certain aspects of the interactions between Brazilians and Canadians that we want to explore. And hopefully this information will be good as well to help companies and the government to make decisions that will affect the Brazilian and Canadian communities here. So this is the research center. The cultural symposium is this event that is happening today. I'm going to get back to it later. The services that we offer. So as our main goal is to foster language, the Portuguese language in Canada, we will be offering, as of next year, the services of Portuguese as heritage language and Portuguese as a foreigner language. So the courses, these are courses, the syllabus will be available in January next year, and you will be able to see what are we able to offer and what, which kind of courses you want for your profile, for yourself, for your family. You will be able to have this information in the website. And apart from the courses itself, we also have the workshops. So the workshops, they're gonna happen like once a month, and they're gonna have like different themes as well. The same way as for the cultural symposium today. The workshops, they will have different themes. And we hope to invite Brazilians who are specialized on those areas so that they can offer you content about music, about literature, about theater, about politics. And based on those contents, based on this content, we will be able to, of course, practice Portuguese and practice our learning in the language in a specific context. So the team, so none of this would have been possible without our volunteers. We are currently a group of 7 volunteers in total. So this is where you can meet the team. You can meet us. You can click here to connect with us on LinkedIn, Facebook, or email if you want. There's a little bio for everyone, but I mean, I want to summarize it because I think it's important to thank these people, because without them, none of this would would be possible. So this is me. I'm the founder of the Casa da Cultura do Brasil no Canadá. So I basically have the ideas. And there's people who are here in the website. I put them in the website because they are parts of the foundations of the Casa, in the sense of, when you have an idea and you tell about your idea to someone, and that person will tell you, this is a really good idea, you should invest on it, or this is not a good idea, forget about it, move on. So basically, these people who are in the websites, they are part of this process of like validating this idea and making shaping the project the way it is today. So you can see here we have Bianca Freitas. She has been working mostly to translate our content into English. You can connect with her here. She's a Brazilian. She was born in Rio de Janeiro, like me. And we are translators. So I met Bianca in a translation context. We worked together for a specific client, and we became friends ever since. And she's now working not only with translations into English, but she will also develop like business and partnerships and the marketing part of our project. We also have Alexandre Johnson Chalifour, who is the person who translates our content into French. So even though I speak French, I don't feel confident at all to publish something in French, and I know I can trust him. So whenever I have to write something in French or translate something into French, he'll be the one revising it, if not translating it from scratch. And, he's also a translator, really experienced in several fields. So I trust him like completely. And we have Danny Chalifot, who is like our voice of experience. He's like the trusted advisor behind everything that goes with administrative and financial decisions. So he has a lot of experience. He is retired now, but he has 40 years of experience in the Canadian finance market and environment. So he knows a lot about this stuff. And we have been working together to define the policies, like the financial policies, the codes of conduct, and all the policies that will govern the house. So I'm learning a lot with him. And it's interesting to see that even though he has a lot of experience, he is also having the chance to learn a lot as well, because it's the first time that he's working for a nonprofit in Canada. So I'm happy that he's learning with us as well. So this is really good. So apart from these people who work with us on a daily basis, we have our inspiration. So we have Anne Johnson, who is our inspiration in Canada, and Adriana Borgert, our inspiration in Brazil. So these are two like inspiring people that I had the chance to interact with in different levels and different moments of life and different areas of my life. So, and she is like the Canadian person that, she embraces the immigration, and she's always happy to learn more about not only Brazilian culture, but she's really open to learning about new cultures and speaking new languages. And she always shows this interest about knowing more about you as a person and your background, your country, where do you come from, what is your story, what do you guys eat, what is the parties that you celebrate, etc. So she's always super open to that, and I find it really, really inspiring in that sense. And our inspiration in Brazil is Adriana Borghetti. She is a professor. She was my professor when I studied at PUC in Brazil. I studied Portuguese as a foreigner language in Brazil, and she taught me like linguistics. And she's the person who is also like, who is always like, even though I completed my course like last year, she is constantly writing to me to make sure that I'm still studying Portuguese. And she's constantly saying, like, don't give up. You should dedicate more time to that because you're really good at it. So she is my inspiration for that reason. She's always around, and it's the same for Anne as well in different levels of my life in different areas, but I love them both really, really, and yes, they are really inspiring people. So apart from these people who are in the website, we also have the volunteers who are not in the website yet. So I wanted to highlight the work of Thais Rodrigues. She's Brazilian, she's living in Brazil, and she's working with us with our design strategies. So everything that you go on Facebook in terms of design and arts that we published, it's probably made by Thais, or she's probably assisting us with something. She's a designer. She has the good eye for everything, you know, for the detail. I'm not the best person to it, so it's good to have her around. We also have Josiane Ribeiro, who joined the team recently to be our bookkeeper. So she has a background in accounting. And she's a Brazilian living in Montreal right now. And even though we didn't work much yet because she was like onboarded like last week, I am really excited to have her in the team. And I know that we're going to be, you know, learning a lot together because I don't know much about accounting. And she's excited to be working for a nonprofit as well for the first time. So there's a lot of learning coming for both of us. And finally, we have Marie-Ève, who is here, who is my co-host today. And Marie-Ève is a Quebecoise, and she studies international relations in Quebec. She lives in Quebec City. And she will be working more closely with me to develop like the surveys and the research. So we want to highlight the important aspects of our surveys and see interesting data that we can develop to create more specific surveys and research in certain areas that involve, you know, Brazilian and Canadian society. So Marie-Ève will be around to help with that. So I would like to, you know, thank you very much for being part of the team, for having trusted in this idea, because again, none of this would be possible without you. And finally, I would like to show you more or less how it's going to work, like the cultural symposium today. So whenever you need to access the program, you just have to go to the website and you can click Cultural Symposium. You're going to fall in this page here. So as you can see, we're going to divide the topics and the presentations in different axes, thematic axes. So the first one is Tarsila do Amaral. Then we have Juscelino Kubitschek in the morning here for those who are in Montreal. Then we have a little lunch break, and we're going to be back in the afternoon for those in Montreal with Carolina Maria de Jesus about literature, Paulo Freire about teaching, and Luis Gonzaga for music. And finally, the closing keynote session is going to be presented in French. Here you can see the axis, the times, start time and end time. So if you ever get lost for some reason, you lost the information somewhere, you can just go to the website. You're going to have the agenda here. The program is here. The link to access this room will be the same link throughout the event, throughout the day. So you don't have to, we won't have like different rooms or different links for the different sessions. Everything is going to be presented in the same link. If you accidentally close the window, you can simply click here. Here's the meeting ID, the code. So you can leave the meeting and join us again whenever you feel like. It's fine. The information is here in the website. So the opening session is what is going on right now. I'm giving you more like information on how this event is going to work. And then you have Tarsila do Amaral. Natalie Mello will be presenting her research as well. She has a published research. She's going to be showing more to us about it. And in each of the definitions and in the program, you will always see a summary of the presentation of the topic that the presenter will be discussing with us, their biography with a little picture and the links. If you want to connect with them specifically, you can click the links, see their work. This is something that I strongly recommend you to do it, because these are people like Brazilians that come to Canada who are doing an excellent job in different areas. And I really recommend, if you want to learn more about Brazilian productions here in Canada, Brazilian culture, you should definitely follow these people and see what they're doing. So there's a little description of their biography here. There are links to the work, and there's this little form to share your feedback. So you can simply, it's the same form for all the event. So you can select which presentation you want to assess, and then you have options to, give your feedback about the presenter, the speaker itself, themselves. You will have an option to share your feedback with us, as well as organizers of the Jornada Cultural. So the information is all available here. I think that's pretty much in terms of organization. You have all the information here, just in case. Let me see if I have something else to highlight. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. And I'm gonna check my notes real quick just to see if I'm not forgetting something. Okay, so I have a few more notes about the program itself. So there is a 10-minute interval between each presentation. So let's say Natalie will stop, she will end her presentation, we'll take a 10-minute break, to drink some water, eat a little something, then we can come back. You don't necessarily have to leave the room and join again. You can simply close your camera if you want, close your mic if you want, take a little break, and then you can come back. The presenters will let you know before the presentation if you can ask questions during their presentation or at the end. They will let you know if there's a moment at the end for that, or if you can interrupt them. Feel free to open your mic if you want to ask a question, or you can also write your question. I'm going to be reading the comments. I can interrupt the speaker if you don't feel like comfortable doing it. If a presenter has if a speaker has connection issues, does not show up for some reason, technical issues, internet is failing, etc., no worries about it, because you won't lose the content. We will contact them after the event. We're going to record a session with them, and the content will be available anyway on YouTube and in the website, so you won't be losing anything. And finally, there's a Brazilian saying, there's a Brazilian phrase that goes, it's really common. When you visit someone for the first time, especially for the first time, when you go to their place, they will probably say something like, não repare a bagunça. So, não repare a bagunça. I'm going to write it in the chat. So this means don't mind the mess. Please excuse the mess. It's not perfect. My house is not perfect yet. I didn't clean everything necessarily, so don't mind it. Please, não repare a bagunça. And I'm saying that because, this is the very first time that I'm organizing this event. And we may have technical issues. There's a lot of lessons that we need to learn. So please excuse the mess. So if you have any feedback, anything, any concerns, any suggestions, we'll be happy to hear from you by email, on the feedback form or anything. But I'm taking this as a learning experience. We will learn. And yes, exactly. Like Natalie said in the comment, as a good Brazilian, I'm sure your house is sparkling, and you say that anyway. So even though your house is perfect and everything is absolutely amazing, you will always say that, because it's não repare a bagunça. So that's pretty much the feeling. That's pretty much how I feel right now. We're trying to offer you the best content, but at the same time, we're learning, and there's a lot to learn. So yes, that was it. I hope you enjoy the event. And Natalie, you can let me know if you're ready. And are you
Yes, I am
around?
ready, but I can wait. Sorry, it's up to
Okay,
you.
perfect. So before you start, I forgot a really important detail. I'm going to share my screen again to introduce Tarsila do Amaral, which is the personality that represents the axis of visual arts. So I'm going to share my screen again. And then, Natalie, I'm going to give you the control so that you can share your screen and then you can start presenting as well. So just a second. I'm going to share it again so that you can see my screen. So yes, I'm assuming you can see it. So this lady is Tarsila do Amaral. Can you still see her picture? Because I'm changing windows here. I'm assuming you can still see her picture. So perfect. So Tarsila do Amaral, she was born in São Paulo. She was an artist. She was a pioneering Brazilian modernist artist. And she was best known for the vibrant, bold paintings that blended like European modernist styles with Brazilian cultures and Brazilian landscapes. She played an important role in the Semana de Arte Moderna in Brazil, the Week of Modern Art in 1922. And Tarsila do Amaral kind of helped to define the modernist movement in Brazil. So her most famous work is called Abapuru. It was created in 1928 as a birthday gift for her husband. Her husband who happened to be like the writer Oswald de Andrade. He was an important writer for Brazilian literature as well. So they happen to be, a power couple in terms of culture and art in Brazil. And this name, the title Abapuru, it comes from the Tupi-Guarani language. It means man who eats people. So this is a reference to the idea of cultural cannibalism in Brazil. It's called Brazilian anthropophagia. And this movement, the Brazilian anthropophagia, it's a metaphor for Brazil having to devour, to eat European influences in order to create its own unique cultural style and cultural identity. So Tarsila do Amaral was a really important, she played an important role in that movement in Brazil. And my suggestion is that I'm going to put the word Abapuru in the chat so that you can Google it when you have a moment, because it's an interesting image and you probably have seen it before somewhere. And I'm hoping that the reactions will be like, if you go there and if you Google it, it's going to say, oh, yes, I remember I saw it before. I didn't know it was from Tarsila do Amaral from Brazil. So now you know. So that's why we chose Tarsila do Amaral. I think she's one of the best like Brazilian personalities to represent illustration, visual arts in Brazil. And I decided to invite Nathalie de Mello because I know she does an amazing job. She's going to show a little bit of that amazing job that she does here today. And I also want to thank you, Natalie, because she's the one creating our logo. And I sent to her a really horrendous draft of my idea that I have in my head, and she managed to transform that in something beautiful. And she helped to shape our brand, to create the brand of the Casa do Brasil, da Cultura do Brasil no Canadá. So I'm happy to have her here. Natalie, I'm gonna give you the tool so that you can share your screen. I'm gonna make you a host now, and then you let me know if it's working for you. Just a second.
Okay, let me try. I'm just checking everything.
So perfect. So you're the host now. So you probably have more options when you click share. You're gonna have more options like to show your screen only or your screen and yourself. You can define the best way to do it if you want.
I have to come back in 2 seconds. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Okay,
it's asking
perfect.
for some permission. I tried to set it before. Just
Perfect. No problem.
okay. Now I think you need to allow me again, Mitsui.
And there you go.
Okay.
Just a second. Make host. Perfect.
Okay. I think it is working.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. 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 I think you can, I believe you can see my screen, right?
Perfect.
Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. Bonjour, tout le monde. Bom dia. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Mitsui, for inviting me. Thank you, everyone, for being here and the ones who are going to watch the recording later. It is a pleasure to be here. Thank you for sharing your time on this Sunday. You could be outside enjoying the sun, but you're here, so thank you so much. And it is such an honor to be here to represent Tarsila do Amaral. I wish we had time to show her work and talk about her. She was an amazing artist from Brazil. We have like so many talented people in Brazil, but today we're gonna talk about something else. So I'm gonna talk about a little bit about my work and make you reflect a little bit about some things. So I'm gonna start with something and then I'll talk about myself later. So my presentation is called You Belong Here, Connecting People Through Nature and Illustration. I still remember the time when I couldn't find a mere bread yeast at the supermarket. The French labels looked like hieroglyphics. People passing by, life moving forward, and my feeling of loneliness only increased in these icy lands that had just welcomed me. In a constant state of solitude and frustration, I decided to run away from this overwhelming atmosphere and explore the Canadian woods. Well, hello. Now I'm going to talk about myself. My name is Natalie D'Amello. I am an illustrator, also author and graphic designer. I've been here in Canada for more than 9 years. I lived in Sherbrooke, Quebec for almost 8 years. And right now I live in Ottawa, but I'm constantly going back to Quebec. I live with my family here, my husband and my kids. And I studied architecture in Brazil. I worked in the field for 10 years. And when I came to Canada, I decided to make illustration and arts my profession. It's something I did before, and right now I do as my work, as Mitsui mentioned a little bit before I started talking. So let's do this. Like, this is a practical workshop. I'm going to ask you to do something. So if you have a pencil and a paper, I'm gonna ask you to draw something. It is okay if you do not have anything right in front of you. You can just think about it, and it's okay. The idea is just like make you think about something. So if you have time, if you feel comfortable, grab a paper. You could even use your phone and draw something. Well, I'm an illustrator, so I always try to make people draw. The idea is not like make a pretty drawing, it's just the exercise. So I'm gonna ask you to think about a moment from your childhood, like a good moment. Yeah. I hope you have like a good memory in your mind and make a quick drawing about it. Like starting now, I'm gonna give you like less than 1 minute. You can use like stick a little men and women, like it doesn't matter. So think about a good memory from your childhood and try to think like who you were with, where were you? There's no like right or wrong answer. Just think about it. And if you don't have a paper, while I'm talking, you can draw or think about it. Yeah. Think like it doesn't matter if it was here in Canada or back in Brazil. It doesn't matter where. Like I believe we all have good memories from our childhood. I have many, and like by myself, with my sisters, my parents, my cousins.
I was going to say that actually I have so many good memories. I'm trying to select the best one.
It doesn't have to be the best one. It can be like just like a random memory. It doesn't have to be the best of the best. It can be like any memory. So 30 more seconds before we move on. Yeah, I don't know when we move to another place. I think everyone gets nostalgic after a while, especially if you have kids. You start like seeing your kids and you get nostalgic and you start thinking about your past. And when you immigrate, you also start thinking about your 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 childhood. But I think anyone, yeah, it can be nostalgic. So I hope you're done. If you're not done, it's okay. It's just like an exercise. It's not like there's no grade. So now, if you feel comfortable, I would like you to share your drawing. You could open your camera and you can show it, or you can just talk. Anyone who feels brave enough to show a drawing or talk or open the microphone?
Well, I
I
did mine.
okay.
It's really small. I hope you'll be able to see it. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see it, but let me just. Oh,
Ah, I see the sun, the
yeah, it's the
sea.
sun and two little mountains and a little boat. And
Yeah. Can you talk a little bit? What was this memory? And you don't have to if you don't want.
yeah, this memory actually it's from a place called Itacoatiara in my hometown. It's a place where you can go to the mountains and there's the ocean and you have like the coconut trees. And actually there's a rock. It's a shore and there's a rock that divides the shore. And one of the divisions, it makes some sort of a little pool. The rock kind of divides the shore in this big part that goes to the ocean and this little part that it's more like a pool. So it's known like the place where families go with their kids when they want to go swim in the ocean, because at the same time it's the ocean, but since there's this rock, the rocks kind of protects the kids from going to the ocean, etc. So it kind of makes a little pool. And I
Oh,
used to
very
go
nice.
there a lot when I was a kid with my cousins, with my aunts, my uncles, my parents. And when Brazilians go to the beach and they take sandwiches and they take food and we spend the whole day there. And the afternoon we can take a nap in the sand. And it's funny that I remember this feeling of the hot sand and me there sleeping. It's so comforting. So that was my
Oh,
memory.
that sounds like a very nice memory. Thank you for sharing. Sylvie, did you want to share yours?
Oh, you're on mute.
Yes,
Oh,
sorry. I put it in the chat. It's a drawing I made. I think it's interesting. I made it yesterday, and it's kind of a memory, not a childhood memory, but a memory of my two journeys I made in Brazil. All the tropical colors, because I went during summer and I was flabbergasted by the colors of the trees. That's what I put in the chat.
Oh, thank you so much. Sounds very nice.
and you did it? Yes, it looks really good.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else would like to share? Yeah, Maria?
Yeah, I don't know if you will be able to see mine. It's absolutely terrible. Ooh la la. No, the
Oh, a
background
little
is
bit further,
on.
yes. Oh,
Oh, okay. So, sorry. That's a path. It was actually my first hike when I was very young. I felt like it was maybe 3 hours, but I was tiny, so maybe that was like 20 minutes. But that was the first time experiencing nature and wildflowers and like seeing a pond that's not an organized like little lake trip or something. So yeah, that meant a lot to me with a friend and her mother.
no, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Sounds, yeah, so many amazing memories. I feel like writing about them. They're all so nice. Anyone else would like to share? Oh, yes, maybe. It's okay. So thank you for sharing your memories. Like they're very inspiring. So as you know, I don't know if you've noticed, but all of you shared memories related to nature. And during my, let me see here. Yeah, so during, this is the foundation of my project. I did a master course in illustration like 2 years ago. And I ran workshops like similar to what we did today. It's just like it was a little bit longer. Like we had like different groups of people. They weren't like illustration students or anything. I ran some workshops in Sherbrooke and some workshops were online with immigrants around the world. Like in Sherbrooke, it was at this the community center where I did my francisation, my French course. So I ran this workshop and people would draw, but they like literally had no idea what the workshop was for. So it was like they didn't have the contact, like the context. So and most of them like drew everything like related to nature. Even the other, like other immigrants, like people who migrated to other countries, not just Canada, they also drew things like all the memories were related to nature. And in these workshops, after we shared the drawings, we started talking about the memories and why were they important? Why were they so nice? Why did you enjoy the moments? And so through the drawings, we were able to talk. So the drawings allowed people to talk. And yes, more than 80% of people, there were, I think, almost 40 people, and more than 80% drew a memory related to nature. I did like a whole document about all the workshops, all the data. And so, despite, aside from the data, we also had discussions. And what I noticed in these workshops, in this illustration, like very simple sketching workshops, is that people, when they were young, they were very, very close to nature. And it's part of our nature to develop ourselves in contact with nature. Even if you live downtown, I'm sure like everyone as a kid will play with a rock or with something from nature. And when we grow up, it's very common that we lose a little bit contact with nature. But when we relocate ourselves, could be immigrants here in Canada or even a Canadian moving to another country, it is very normal, like very regular, very common, that people are not gonna go directly to nature. They have other priorities. But from the workshops I ran with all these immigrants, it I heard a lot that people missed contact with nature. So they change, they replace themselves, but they still like missed a lot nature. They had these memories from childhood, and this is what made them connect to themselves. Like nature helped them connect to themselves.
Okay, it's something interesting to think like before you move on, especially for us being Brazilians and moving to Canada, where you have not only the nature is different, the trees are different, but you have the winter. And especially for me, I remember I left Brazil in December. December is like Brazilian summer, and I came here in Canadian winter. So it was a huge shock, even though I enjoy the winter experience and I'm more like I thrive in cold environments. I do better in cold than in hot environments. But even though it's a huge shock, and the feeling that you have not only to learn how to explore nature in general, but also to learn how to do small things like daily tasks, like taking the trash out
Yes.
in Canada in the winter. I mean, in Brazil, you just wear flip-flops and you take your trash out. But in
Yes.
Canada, you have to wear the boots and the manteau
It's a whole
and put
expedition.
so it's no, so it's a lot of process to adjustment, and it takes a lot of adjustment for us and vice versa too, because I imagine that a Canadian living and going to Brazil. I remember that Sylvie had the chance to go to Brazil. It was in the summer, so it must be a shock as well.
Yes, it is like it is. Yes, it is challenging, not to say other things. It is very challenging, like to move to another place and not having your references, like despite language and other things like nature, like it's not what you know, what you're, yeah, what you're used to. So this like in this chart here, and this is like based on research. I did my academic research, and most governments around the world, like everywhere, usually when a person well moves to this new place, I say immigrate. Some people use other words, so I'm gonna say immigrate, but some people say expats or something. But I just I mean a person moving to a new place, a different country, especially. So this integration process is very demanding. So you government usually helps you, like they have resources to help you find work and education and social inclusion and language. These are the aspects that are expected the person to accomplish after or doing integration. So it is a lot when you see like it is a lot because you have to learn language, and sometimes you have to complete your studies because they're not recognized by this different country. And it is important to be part of the community, to talk to people and to work. Of course, you need to work, you need to pay your bills. So it is a lot. So you're there in the middle of all that. And where's nature? Like nature is not part of this all these steps, these integration steps. Like you don't see anywhere like, oh, you have to to be nature. No, it's something like it's additional. It's not part of the process. And after my research, and I always believed, but after my research, I see and other researchers, they also agree that nature should be part of this process. Nature, it doesn't matter like the meaning of nature, because nature can mean different things for each person. It could be just a little park in the middle of the town, or it could be the mountains, it could be a national park. But nature can be different things. So it doesn't matter what is your meaning of nature. Nature can bring like can improve life quality, can help with the stress relief, and it is also like culture discovery. Through nature, you can discover about the country. I discovered a lot about Canada, Quebec, through nature. Yeah, you go, you see the maple leaves and how people cultivate, for example. Just giving examples, you can discover like so many different things. And a feeling of freedom. I have to say, when I am in nature, I feel like I feel free, free of all from all the stress and those demanding, like all what I have to do. So nature can bring all these benefits, and it's like many academics, many researchers, they agree with this. They've been discussing.
And
But
again, as a Brazilian living in Canada, I remember that one of my shocks, let's put it that way, is to see how the country changes through seasons.
yes,
Because you have in December, January, February, you have the scenario that is completely white and the sun is not there every day. The sky is sometimes white, the sky is sometimes gray. And then all of a sudden, March, April, May, you have poof, flowers coming out of nowhere. And they come out so colorful and it's so vibrant. And then you have the summer where everything's so green. And now you have the fall where you have different colors and the trees are green and yellow. And so this for me, I remember as a Brazilian, we don't see that transformation in Brazil. Even though Brazil is really vibrant, Rio de Janeiro, where I lived, is like you see the ocean is so blue and the sky so blue and the trees are so green, but that's pretty much how it looks all year long.
it
It
is the
doesn't
same
change much.
Brazil.
It's amazing, but it's amazing all year long. Whereas in Canada, you have like completely different scenarios and it changes really fast. So it's interesting to see, you know, how nature behaves in different parts of the planet.
Yes, yes, it is. It is indeed. You feel, I felt like I was in different countries like throughout the year. So it is very demanding to adapt to these different scenarios. And so nowadays, until nowadays, there's still a gap between immigrants, newcomers, and nature. Yeah, it maybe it's just like it's not in their priorities, like to during the integration process, or maybe it can be expensive. During my research, I contacted also the National Parks of Quebec, CEPAC. They made an amazing research about they interviewed many immigrants. It was some years ago, so they shared their research with me. It was very nice of them. And yeah, many immigrants, they say sometimes they don't have time or they don't have a car to go to nature. So it can be because of different reasons, but there's still a gap between nature and immigrants. And like, what has like illustration to do with all this? You might like think like, well, I find illustration as a tool to communicate. So I use illustration to talk about this subject. It is very important to me. Being in contact with nature helped me a lot during my integration process. And I use illustration and art to talk about it. So recently, my research from a master course was published by an academic journal. So in this journal, you will find all about my research, and it's out there. It's like worldwide. So I'm doing my part as an illustrator talking about this. So this is how I try to help in this matter, to connect people and to raise awareness, like to talk to people like, hey, this is important, like nature should be part of the integration process, and to show people like how nature is important. And so I illustrate about nature. I always put illustrations like a nature in on my illustrations. I like to to show this strong connection I have with nature and try to transmit to other people. So now I'm gonna talk a little bit about my work. As I already started talking, nature is my biggest inspiration for my work. as I said, I'm an illustrator. I mostly illustrate for kids' books, but I also work with different institutions in Canada and out of Canada, in the UK, in Brazil, and nowadays in the US. So here is a little bit of my illustrations. So as you can see, they are very colorful. So Brazilian like colors, they inspire me a lot. Even if the like what I'm illustrating is not happening in Brazil, I like to bring my background to my illustrations. So yeah,
I have a question because every time I see an illustration from you, I think like, how long does it take for you to create something like this from scratch,
mhm.
more or less?
It is a good question. It really depends. It really depends on on the type of illustration. Like, I don't know, can you see my mouse when I do this? Can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So like this one, I made with watercolor and gouache and collage. So depending on how I do my illustrations, it takes longer or it is quicker. So this one took me, it was for a picture book published in Quebec. It's part of a book. It took me maybe more than 3 hours. Sometimes it takes me like 6 hours, 8 hours, depending on the illustrations. Because after, like, I like to mix mediums. So sometimes I start, like this one, I started with watercolor and gouache, and then I put in my computer, and the little birds you see, and these clouds, not this one, but I know because it took me many hours. The little birds and these clouds I made digitally. I made over the illustration I made. And I don't know if you can see my screen, and maybe I should get rid of my blur. Yeah, I have the book here, and it is on the book. So it takes a long time. Some illustrations are quicker. I think none of these illustrations took me less than 4 hours. Like they take a lot. These illustrations with photos I did for material, like the educational material in Brazil. It's a Canadian school in Brazil. It's called Maple Bear. So I worked with them to do some academic educational materials, and we mixed photos and illustration. And it's not because it's photo that is quicker. No, it took me also like 3 to 4 hours or more to make each illustration. I do some testing, and I try different. If the color is not so good, sometimes I change using my computer.
This is
So
something that it probably, if I lived not far from you, if I were your neighbor, I would just go to your place and see you doing from scratch because I find it really so magical that this can be created out of nothing. So in my mind, I always had this curiosity to see like, how do you come from a blank page to this in 3 hours? In 4 hours, I find it absolutely amazing. I'm
oh.
obsessed with your work.
Thank you. And that's a good question. I also have another workshop I run sometimes. Maybe in the future I can run with you. It's like how to get out of the blank page because sometimes it is hard. And for me, like I've been illustrating for many years, and it is hard to just start from a blank page. So I have a workshop that helps like how to like not start from a blank page and start with something else. So that's another thing we can talk in another day. But yes, it is. Yeah, it's not easy. And recently, we're talking about illustrations. Recently, some people ask me, what's the difference between art and illustration? Like, what makes something illustration and what makes something art. It wasn't part of my like what I was going to say, but I just thought about it, and many people ask me that. So maybe some people think differently, but from what I've learned and from what I know, like art, like fine art, beaux-arts, when you make like a painting like Sylvie has on the back, like when you have like a painting, you make your painting and you sell it, you just sell it like that. It is like the client is going to buy to purchase your like your piece, your art piece. this is what you delivered. It is there, is to be appreciated. Normally, an illustration is it accompanied like it's with something else. It's with a text, it's with a I don't know, a title, it's part of a graphic design. Normally, an illustration is not like just to be appreciated, it communicates, it's helping the text, it's helping a material to talk about something. So, usually, illustration, like you have to kind of negotiate with the client, not negotiate in a good sense, like you have to find like is it working, is it communicating. That's why I like illustration. I like art. I also do my paintings. I have some on the back. I also do this like just it's very relaxing, but I like illustration because it communicates. You need to find a way to communicate, and you have to use different approach if you're talking to an adult public or if you're talking to kids. So you need to use different approach. So that's the difference, like the main difference between illustration and art. And usually illustration, you don't find illustration in a museum because it is part of a book or a communication package or something. Yeah, but nowadays like illustrations being more and more like famous. So sometimes we have even exhibition like illustration exhibition because it is important. It's like I like that people are recognizing how important illustration is because it communicates, it helps so much, and sometimes it complements. I'm also an author. I know that we're gonna have another literature a conference later. But I'm also an author, and I like to mix both. Like I like my illustrations to complement my text, and sometimes to do the opposite. Sometimes and say something, and the illustration is showing something different. So it makes it like funny sometimes. And yeah, I'm like when like I say something and but oh, but you see something else. So you can play with illustration in this way. That's why I think illustration is such a powerful tool to talk about all my research and help like in different things and just not what I believe, like everything else.
And
So
I'm also assuming that maybe the internet helps in a way of making illustration more accessible to people, more popular. So, but of course, you have a better visibility on all of that. So, how do you see that? Is it a positive influence or?
wow. Some people might disagree with me, but because some people feel threatened by internet, AI, this all like this new technology. I think we just have to adapt. So I think it's beneficial, even though sometimes it's tough. Like some people, like it takes you like 3 to 4 hours to make something, and someone comes and, oh, but I can do it with AI. Yes, yes, it's not going to be the same thing. And I don't feel threatened by it. On the opposite, I try to use in my benefit. Sometimes I'm like, oh, what can I learn from AI? I don't use AI in my illustrations, but maybe on my research, I try like, oh, let's see how it looks like. And no, it's not the same thing. So I don't feel threatened. I just think it's another resource. It's like in the past when they invented the photography. I think artists must have been like freaking out about photography. Oh, yeah, what are we gonna do? And I think it's the same thing now. Like we have to adapt and evolve. I'm pretty sure there's always going to be a place for artists if we are good artists. So we just have to find like a different way of doing things or a different market. But I strongly believe there's always to be like a good market for artists. And a proof of that is like I've published several books, so I keep having working. I can pay my bills from my art and graphic design. These are some of the books I published. I have two of them here in Brazil and Suivi la Capitaine Fourmi. They were published in Quebec in French. There are these two on top. They can be found anywhere like in Canada. And yeah, these are the two in Brazil and these two in Canada too. They were self-published. And I illustrated other books, like cover for other books. And there are more to come. So this is a picture book that's gonna come next year. It's gonna be published by Kids Can Press, a publisher in Canada. It's a story written by Heather Beaumont. I'm not gonna say like a lot because it's gonna be a surprise for next year. I'm just sharing some illustrations, just like a hint. It's gonna be a very nice book, and it is related to immigration and nature. So it was such a pleasure to illustrate. And I like, even if the story it doesn't happen in Brazil, but it was my big inspiration because it's like a tropical country. So I used what I know from Brazil, people and the meetings and memories like at the beach. Many of my memories I used to make like the illustrations. So next year this is going to be published in Canada, and it's going to be out there to be bought by anyone. Right now, I'm writing an illustration, my first fiction picture book about capybaras. And so this, like the scenario is Brazilian. I'm very proud, and it's going to be published by Roaring Brook Press from the big group Macmillan. So it's going to be worldwide. It's going to be a big publishing. It's still undergoing, so I cannot share more than this, but it's going to be very nice. It talks about ecological issues. So I'm using an animal character to talk about environmental issues and the importance of riparian zones. I don't know if you're familiar with, but riparian zones are the areas around lakes or rivers that should be protected. And I'm from São Paulo in Brazil. I think I never said anything during the presentation, but I'm from São Paulo. I lived like almost 30 years in São Paulo. It's such a big city. And we have huge rivers crossing the city. And well, this book is about the riparian zones inspired by these big rivers in São Paulo. Like, how would it be if the riparian zones were more protected, and what would happen to the capybaras that live there? I used to see many capybaras in São Paulo. Yeah, I know the capybaras are trending right now, but I don't know if you know, but yes, they're trending. But I did this the story started during my master course before the trend. So it's like it started many years ago, and I'm very happy that it's gonna be out to the world very soon, next year,
And
hopefully.
it's so interesting to see like that you're able to write the story and you're able to illustrate the story. So you tell the story in different ways. And I really admire that, because like you said, sometimes, an illustration, it's part of something that is bigger. So sometimes we feel like we can't express things with words. Oh, it would be nice to be able to, express it in a different way. So an illustration comes in handy when you have this.
Yes, like words are very important, but most people are visual. I'm a visual
Mhm.
person. So it is, yeah, it is important to see an image accompany a text, like it gives life. And I really like to illustrating for kids. I think as a kid, like you learn a lot. I like to read a lot with my kids, and with my kids, they read a lot. And we love exploring the illustrations. We see the details, and I think several kids do the same. So I really like working with kids. They have such an imagination, like they have like a brain like open to everything. So I think it is nice to teach kids like to bring a lot of things, and of course they're gonna decide what they do with this knowledge later, but it is so important to fill them with information and in a fun way. I mean, it is boring, like just learn from boring things. So it's very nice to illustrate and make like a serious theme fun. So yeah, why not have fun while you're learning and learning about important things? Yeah. And well, I don't have an image for this one, but because it's just like I'm just starting. It's remember the first part of my presentation when I was kind of poetic and saying about when I just immigrated. Well, it's part of my research, also my research. It's my final work for my master course, and it's going to become a picture book. I'm still starting, so that's why I don't have any image. It's gonna be called You Belong Here. It's going to be published by Heritage, a small publisher in Vancouver in West Canada. So it's going to be my first time working with West Canada, which I'm very excited about it. And this is like just the beginning of, I'm writing the story and illustrating. So, and the story is going to show a human character, a child. I'm not sure if it's going to be a girl or a boy or just a kid. I still haven't decided. And this kid is going to be with a bird. And the bird's gonna be the common starling. I'm a bird lover, so this common starling is the kind of the bird where you see when you see the agricultural fields and like those clouds of birds flying all together. They're the common they're this type of birds, and they are originally from Europe, but many years ago someone brought them here and they adapted super well to Canada. So some people say they're from here, they're Canada. Some people consider them as local species, but they're not. They're immigrants too, and they adapted to Canada. So I'm gonna play with this relationship. Like, in this kid, the main character is a recently arrived, like a kid from another place. So the kid's gonna have this relationship with the birds and the bird with the bird, and they're gonna talk. And sometimes you don't know who's talking, like if it is the bird or the kid. And this is just the first two sentences of the picture book. I'm going to, maybe they're gonna change after, well, once the book is ready, but I'm gonna read it for you. You don't know me yet. Maybe you've seen me around here, but we never had the chance to meet. I came from overseas, from a far away land, where the sun warms up our hearts and the spring breeze smells like summer. So it's gonna be like a little bit poetic, and I think it's gonna be very nice. So I'm very excited about it. And to finish my presentation, I think we have time, and then we can talk about it. I didn't have this slide before. I thought, because I did this animation, I also do a little bit of 2D animation. And let's see if it works here. I did during I worked a lot during my master course. I did many projects, and this picture book's gonna be inspired by this animation, because this is how I started like feeling more connected to Canada. It was my way. Like, everyone, like, you will find your way, but this was my way. I had to, like, my masterclass, they asked us to make observational drawings, which means you see something and you draw. And it was during winter. And my master course was with a university in the UK. It was an online course. And well, it wasn't like, it is not hot in UK, but it's not so cold as Canada. So they could go, like, most students were in Europe. So they were outside and at a bar or walking in the park and drawing. And I was like, it was January. It was super cold here. And I was like, 3 months we had to draw during 3 months. I was like, what am I going to do? Like, I and the teachers were like, it's okay, you can draw something at home. I was like, this is going to be super boring. I'm not gonna draw like my water bottle, or I don't know, my plants inside my house. They're like so sad. So I decided, like, no, let's embrace it and let's go outside. So I love going outside. I love winter, and I know it's long and cold, but I do like winter. But I decided to draw outside, and I'm going to play this little animation. It shows a little bit what happened to me and how I started connecting to nature. Let's see if it works. If you can't hear anything, it's okay. It's just like to show you. Yeah, so that's for the animation. Yeah, this is exactly like almost exactly what happened to me when I was exploring nature. This is how I found out about this common starling when I went to the museum, and then I discovered about the bird, and I started discovering more about nature, and it became a whole project, which I enjoyed a lot. And I hope we're gonna see in the next years the new picture book and more about my work. And I hope you enjoyed my presentation and you're going to be a little bit inspired and maybe go out and enjoy a little nature if you can. If you cannot, just watch some videos and enjoy life. And this is my work. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having presented it. And I have a question, and it's the same question again. So how long did it take for you to create this little animation? Because it's really complex. You have so many illustrations and the sounds and
Oh, yeah, many days. Many days. Maybe I think more than a month, especially because it's not my expertise. Animation, I do a little bit, but it's not my like what I'm very good at. So yeah, it took me and the black, like the black part of the animation, I made with textures I had made on paper, and I made the textures with blueberry. So it was some experiments. Yeah, they're black because I changed the color once I scanned the textures, but I used blueberry. I wanted to use something local. So I put in a microwave some blueberries, and they have like they become like very, it's like an ink. And then I made some textures and I scanned them, and then I started working. So yes, it was a lot of work. And the sounds, some sounds I made myself. I recorded myself. Yes, kind. I'm not an actor. I'm just like making voices. I didn't have no one like anybody to do the voice, so I made myself. And some of the sounds I found like copyright free websites, and it's a lot of trials like to make it work, and then to the like the base. It's not perfect. I know the animation is not perfect.
it's really, really good. And then we get back to the concept of não repara a bagunça. It's really, really good.
Yeah, again, yeah. My mess, não repara a bagunça. Yes. Because I see like how it could have been improved, because I made it took me so many days, like more than a month to do the animation. And yeah, so
I think it comes to a point where you just have to deliver it, and you just have to say, you know what, it's ready.
you have
Let's
to
show it to the
you have to
world.
learn when to stop. Yes. Yeah, it happens all the time with illustrations. Like at some point, like I have to stop. So yeah, but I've been learning like to know how to stop, because I use it to pay my bills. So yeah, I need to. If it's something I'm doing for pleasure, yes, I'm going to take my time. And sometimes like some projects is like the capybara one, it started like as something very personal, but now it's going to become a book. So it's become
So now you have deadlines. Now
yes, but I learned to deal with deadlines. I can say I'm very organized and punctual person, so it's okay. Yeah, yeah,
that's great. Let me ask you something else. We still have 10 minutes, more or less. Do you want to show the videos the animation that you created about the Brazilian biomas? Because
yes.
it's so beautiful.
Let me.
It's really beautiful. The first time I saw it, I was like, oh my God, this is lovely. And then I watched it again with sound, and I was like, yes, this is perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna improvise a little bit. I'm gonna share my screen. Like I don't have anything to hide here. So yeah, this one I made for pleasure. It was just like Instagram challenge, and then it became something very personal, and yeah, it became a thing, but I didn't do it to make money or anything. And we have different biomes in Brazil. This is Pantanal, is a very unique forest. I've never been at Cerrado. This is how we know it. This is our kind of wolf that we have in Brazil. I know it looks like a fox, but it's like a kind of wolf. Yeah, our deer's lost. This is the biome where I come from, and also the tree is included in the color. This rose color. And as you can see, all the textures are handmade. Yeah.
And it's impressive to think that you made it for fun. It's like, oh, I'm gonna do it for fun, and then you create something
My
like
last
this.
semester in university, which means I'll be using
Oh,
Grammarly a lot. It's an AI writing partner that
It's my computer, sorry.
Your YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube started something else.
But and it's so beautiful to see because in like what 30 seconds or maybe less than a minute, I don't know, you're able to show so much about Brazil. Because like I was saying, in Canada, whereas the country changes from season to season, Brazil doesn't change from season to season, but it changes a lot depending on the region that you are.
Yeah.
So I was born and raised, and probably you too, we were
Mhm.
born and raised in Mata Atlântica, but I've never been to I've been recently to Amazonia for the first time. It was like 2 years ago, and I was like flabbergasted. It's a completely different country. It's a completely different routine. The nature is totally different, and I feel like we as Brazilians, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't feel like we explore much our country because we travel abroad, we want to see Europe, we want to see other countries, but I don't know many Brazilians who have been to Amazonia and who have,
I've never been to Amazonia. It is
yeah,
like my dream to go there in Pantanal. I've never been. And sometimes I think it's also expensive for us Brazilians when we are there with our Brazilian money. It is expensive. Like at some point, I wanted to go visit Pantanal, and then it was the same price to go to Argentina or something. And sadly, maybe I decided to go to Argentina to something like another country. But yeah, it is expensive to travel when you're but right now I have my goal that when I go back to Brazil, I want to go to Pantanal and take my kids. Of course, my husband's afraid of the piranhas, but but yeah, I still have a lot to learn from my own country. Yeah.
so whenever you want to go to Amazonia, let me know. I have
Yeah.
tips. I know the places, I know the people.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, and it wasn't, at the end of the day, it wasn't that expensive because, I mean, you have to do some research, of course, so it takes time. But now it's another good thing about internet is that you have influencers, and influencers, they share those discounts. So, oh, if you give this discount to this company, they're gonna give. So it ended up being cheaper than I thought. But it's on my list, my to-do list. The biomas that I don't know yet are Pantanal and Caatinga. I've never been. So I'm like, no, I have to do this before I die, for sure. To make sure that I know my country and I've been there and I saw it, because
Yeah.
it's really a life-changing experience.
Yeah.
It's magical.
And I do hope to know more about my own country next time I go. So who knows, it's going to become another picture book and I'm going to illustrate about it. I hope so.
I'm sure it will, because it's really inspiring. And let me know once your book is available, because I'm gonna buy it. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, thank you.
And
It's gonna be
based
the
on what
first
I
book.
know from Sylvie, I think Sylvie will probably follow you everywhere because she does art and illustration, and you know, you saw her illustration here. It's like, wow. So yeah, we'll probably become like friends.
Yeah, it's gonna be my pleasure. If anyone has any question or comment, I'm open to answer, or
And if you guys don't have any questions now and you think about it later, Natalie's information is available in the website. So you can find her on Instagram, Facebook, and you can add her there and you can, you know, exchange information later if you want.
Yes.
So thank you very much,
Thank you again.
Natalie. It was really nice to have you here. And I wish you all the very best for your new projects. I'm sure that next year will come with a lot of new illustrations, new books, new stories. And you can count on us, you know, whatever you need, a space to express your art or anything, will be around. You know where to find us.
Thank you. Likewise. So good luck and congratulations on the initiative of creating Casa Cultural do Brasil and Canada. It's I'm very happy that you did it. So thank you again.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So we can take a little break now. The next session is starting at 11 a.m. So we will have like 20 minutes to take a little break. Unless Marie-Ève and Marcelo, if you want to start a little before, or we can keep the time, the schedule. I mean, it's up to you guys. So let me know what you need to, if we want to start a little bit earlier or if we stick to the 11 time. What do you think?
I think we need a bit of a consultation. What do you think, Marcelo? I think we're gonna wait for 11.
Yes, perfect. So
Okay.
I'm gonna close my camera. I'm gonna pause the recording now, and we're gonna start it again at 11. Okay? See you soon. Bye-bye. So here.
I think that the camera was, the host has to habilitate it.
Ah, okay, that's it. I'm gonna do it right now. Share. Start video. I'm gonna make you co-host. I think it's gonna be easier. Marcelo. Oh,
Yeah.
now I see you. Perfect. Amazing. So we are recording again. We're live on Facebook. I fixed the little IT issue that we have. And I'm going to share my screen real quick so that we get to see who Juscelino Kubitschek was. I'm going to read a little summary about who was our 21st president, the 21st Brazilian president. Juscelino Kubitschek, he has this last name that is a foreign last name, but he was born in Minas Gerais, so he's Brazilian. And he I think he's known mostly for his really ambitious plan to modernize the country. So famous, I remember I remember I wasn't alive, but I know that his slogan was 50 years of progress in 5. So 50 anos em 5. And his most known iconic achievement was the construction of Brasilia, the new capital city built from scratch with Oscar Niemeyer, the unknown Brazilian architect as well, in the middle of the country. So he wanted to have this idea of building up a city in the center of Brazil to make this new place to be the capital of Brazil, which is Brasilia, which it actually happened. And I think that his presidency, the time that he spent there, it symbolized Brazilians' push toward development and integration. So it was a moment where we had a lot of progress. It was really fast. Everything happened really fast. It's a period marked by rapid economic growth, industrial expansion, major infrastructure projects as well. So there was a lot of transformation during his time in presidency. And I think that overall he is remembered as a visionary and a charismatic leader who brought modernization and optimism to Brazil. But at the same time, on the controversial side a little bit, it came with a lot of debt as well, increased national debt at the end of this of his term. But despite the situation, I think he's still reminded as a very charismatic, modern president. And I don't know if many Brazilians know that, but he was also a doctor. I didn't know that. I learned that really recently. So he was a doctor as well. So that's why we chose to have this personality, Juscelino Kubitschek, to represent the axis of social, social knowledge and science, politics, politics, science, and everything. And we're gonna have here, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen so that we can see our presenters, who are Marcelo Capucci, Maria Ferlin. I'm gonna let you introduce yourselves. Your bio is in the website already, but it would be nice to hear from you. And thank you very much for being here.
Okay, so hi everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us today on this first conference of Juscelino Kubitschek. So I'm going to start with a quick introduction to our team, and then I will be joined by Professor Marcelo Capucci, like Mitsu said, and there will be a question period at the end. I think Mitsu will also monitor the question on the Facebook Live. Awesome. Okay, so my name is Maria Ferlin. I'm a last year student in International Studies and Modern Languages at Laval University in Quebec City. Last spring, I had the opportunity to spend a semester at POCI in Rio, and it has been really enriching. And that's where I started collaborating with Mitsu on the House of Brazilian Culture in Canada's project. When she offered this opportunity to present during the Cultural Symposium, she suggested drawing inspiration from the following quote by Georges Clemenceau: "Brazil is a country of the future, and it will remain so." A quote with a great start, but not the most optimistic ending. It prompted me to reflect on where Brazil stands right now. And when speaking of Brazil with fellow Canadians, the same question was raised quite often. Is Brazil an emerging country, a third world country, or like a second world country? Because third world is too lowly or too much. Or is it a semi-developed country? But what do those terms actually mean, and how do they reflect on Brazil? The concept of development as a way to classify a nation was born just after the Second World War. US President Harry Truman described much of the world as underdeveloped areas in need of modernization and economic assistance, reasserting the idea of linear progress with the not so implicit subtext that the more like the US a country is, the better, more advanced it is. Western industrialized countries were considered the developed model, while most of Asia, Africa, and Latin America was portrayed as being behind. Later on, the term evolved to developing countries in hope of ridding the negative connotation as it implies potential and movement. In the early 50s, there's another classification that emerged. The French anthropologist Alfred Sauvy theorized the term third world for the first time. In this theory, the Cold War is the differentiating element. First world referred to the capitalist bloc led by the US, second world to the communist bloc that was led by the Soviet Union, and finally, third world referred to anyone not clearly aligning with either side in the Cold War. It represented most of the world being independent from the ideological superpowers of the time. And finally, the last classification of country that we saw is purely economic. In the late 20th century, the rapid growth and development of some country brought economists to create a new term, emerging. The idea was to encourage investment by portraying them as opportunities rather than risks. The term emerging country would emphasize the potential instead of risk. And it is used today to talk about economy, but also to talk about politics. It can be used as well to talk about any social aspect of a country. It became kind of a pocket term to maybe refer to any country that we see below the global north. So, of course, those labels are highly criticized for their colonialism, oversimplification, and Western-centric perspective. Nonetheless, they have shaped how we think about nations. We have to keep in mind that they are not neutral. They carry historical baggage that we may have forgotten about, ideological assumptions, and most of all, political implications. Understanding their origin and meaning is crucial for grasping how countries are perceived, but more importantly, how they perceive themselves. In economic terms, Brazil is the 10th largest economy by GDP in the world. According to the International Monetary Fund statistic, it is right behind Canada, well in front of countries of which we would never question the developmental stage, such as the Netherlands in 18th position, Switzerland in 21st position, or Denmark in 35th position. Many other tools allow us to compare countries to one another. The Human Development Index, as measured by the UN, for instance, where Brazil scores comfortably above the world average. Similarly, the nation performs quite well in Sustainable Development Goal Index. So what I really want to highlight with this premise is that Brazil has been central to those terminological debates. It borrows elements of many titles, but more than anything, it suffers from the image projected by the different labels and what they have grown to represent in our collective imagination. It seems that no matter how well Brazil is doing, it never makes it into the select club of emerged first world of the present countries. But it also hasn't fitted in any other category in a very long time. This is something we can feel even from afar, otherwise we wouldn't have this sense of confusion when speaking about Brazil. Since Clemenceau's famous quote, Brazil has been described in many ways, even as a potential global leader. The question we ask today is, why is Brazil this eternal country of the future? To dive deeper into this subject, we have the honor of receiving Marcelo Capucci, professor at the Pontificia Universidade Católica in Rio de Janeiro. He has 20 years of experience teaching international relations to university students, specializing in economy, foreign policy, and the intersection of culture and power. Professor Capucci, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I think that it's very good to be with you again, even if it's online.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much. So if I may jump right in, my first question, I guess, would be in a way to set a bit of an historical context. Could you tell us a bit more about what factor in the early 1900s led Clemenceau to this famous quote, "Brazil is a country of the future and it will remain so"?
Yes, I think that's a very interesting topic. First, this is the beginning of the Brazilian foreign policy structure, or structuralization by a very important Brazilian diplomat called the Baron of Rio Branco. And this is the moment that the second government of the early Brazilian Republic was trying to find a way into the international system, into the international order. So this is the moment in the temps. I mean, 1910, when Clemenceau left government, he came to Brazil, he came to South America. So this code, it's not 100% sure that he affirmed that, but it surely can sum his ideas about Brazil after the visit. And we have to understand a little bit who was Clemenceau. Clemenceau was a strong Republican. He believed in the ideals of the French Revolution. He was anti-cleric. So when when he came to Brazil and he found this oligarchical driven political system with a very, very conservative and strong Catholic Church, in a very hierarchical society. He compared that with the greatness of this huge country with a huge territory of a large population and innumerable resources. So when he pictured this and this whole contradiction, I think that he thought about saying, not saying that Brazil was hopeless. I think he was saying that it was perpetually almost great. I mean, what he was feeling was it refers to undeniable advantages that Brazil had, but at the same time, deeply inequality in the society, a political system controlled by this oligarchy, this powerful church driving the citizens. So I think it's more than, it's not thinking about only economically, but also about political and moral judgment of Clemenceau of Brazil. So in essence, I think Clemenceau's famous line captures this profound frustration of a country that has this potential, this whole potential, but at the same time is held back by its elite, I think.
Absolutely. I think it is a bit ironic because this hierarchical structure that we inherited from the European society transposed to Brazil, and then it's the critique that we're making about it as well, by a French guy nonetheless. And because this is a transposition, how would you say that Portuguese heritage and Western gates played into the way Brazil perceived itself?
You know that but Brazil was the main colony of Portugal, and we have a very unique history. In the end, I mean, in the beginning of the 19th century, the royal family of Portugal came to Brazil. They had to leave Lisbon because of the invasion, the French invasion during Napoleon's. So that has a very strong impact in the Brazilian society. I mean, Brazil was not only a colony of exploitation, but it became a united kingdom to Portugal. So that created in Brazil a different perception of itself in the world. So we were not longer only a colony. Now we became the capital of the Portuguese Empire. So because of that, there is this idea of emergency may be situated back there. We were emerging as the capital of an empire. So it makes the Brazilian elite at the time think about themselves as center, not periphery. Although economically we were still a one piece of this whole machinery, colonial machinery. It hasn't changed structurally, but the perception of this elite now is that they were in the center. So in a way, I think that this concept of emergency, it's completely colonial because it defines, well, it is defined by a Eurocentric view, checklist of development. So emerge in in the case of Brazil, is now related to a fundamental question. Do we accomplish all the checklist that was established for a developed country or an emerging country? So is the struggle here even is decolonial, because in one sense it's an option. I mean, we have to think about, are we pursuing this definition of development, or should we establish what is development for us, or should we think about what we have to do despite of what is expected of us? You know, it's a choice as well, is to decolonize the idea of development, and in a way, it's in right now it's quite difficult because, as you said, we are the 10th economy in the world. So in terms of economic development, or at least economical growth, we are still growing, but the inequality, the contradictions in our society are even getting deeper. So what should we be focusing right now? Like Mitsui was saying about Juscelino. Juscelino Kubitschek was a very important president in Brazil. He kind of projected this image of Brazilian of the future. So Brasilia is this capital that symbolizes that, the modernity of Brazil. However, Juscelino didn't address the contradictions of the Brazilian society. That's why he is considered to be one of the populist presidents of Brazil. He has this commitment with development, but development was concentrated in a image of modernity and in the economical growth of the country. However, labor, the education, health in the country, these were not really implemented. So in a way, we had probably done 50 years of industrialization in 5 years of his mandate, but the problems of the society were still there.
You said in class that Brazil has always governed with a sense of greatness, with the sense that something great was gonna happen. And as we talked about Juscelino Kubitschek, this means also investing in economic growth, industrialization. Did this also come with some kind of prudence that you need to be careful a bit about how you're aligning yourself?
It's really difficult. Brazilian self-perception of itself, it's kind of complicated, because we do have this idea of a mud complex, what we say in Portuguese, the vira-lata complex, that we somehow we are not entitled to development because, or to reach the upper level of development because we were a colony, or we are second best, or we are not good enough, etc. So there is this idea, but at the same, but this idea is it's psychological, because we think about that when we compare ourselves to the other metropolis, the European metropolis, to the United States. At the same time, and this is very contradictory, Brazil is very proud of itself. When we think about the greatness of the country, about soccer, about resources, about what we achieved. So internally, there is this pride. But at the same time, when we look and we compare to others, we have this complex of inferiority. So it's kind of interesting that right now, the idea of alignment, it has to be, or it is being reconsidered and reinvented, because for a long time during our foreign policy, we were aligned to the US. And sometimes ideologically, sometimes pragmatically. And right now, I think one of the ways of Brazil to think about breaking with this cycle of almost getting there is to align itself to other revisionist countries, to align itself with countries that are trying to change the international order. So probably this will also have to be accompanied with a change of our national self-perception, moving from this narrative of a deferred potential to one of actionable, inclusive, sustainable progress. That is what I think we are looking for.
And you answered a bit this question, but what does it mean for Brazil to be emerging today? So it would mean a change into the alignment style. It would mean a change into the global order inside the country. What could it mean to be emerging today?
It's funny because emerging country, I mean, this classification is very related to financial markets. So if you think about the 90s, the beginning of the 90s, and the financial globalization, Brazil was typically a emerging country, like the Asian tigers, like Mexico. We were opening our financial market to the international financial system. So in that sense, we were definitely an emerging country. But when we think about what emerging country became as a concept, a country that would also entangle a high industrialization and sophisticated industry, also developing a stable institutions, etc. When we look at Brazil, we see that we are an emerging country in terms of this economical aspect, but the other aspects of this, we still have to work them. I mean, this is a structural problem of Brazil. When you look at the infrastructure of Brazil, there is something that we usually call the Brazilian cost. The Brazilian cost is the problem of this lack of infrastructure in Brazil, from decent highways or a very good infrastructure in harbors or in electricity or whatever. So when we get there, there is a cost that is related with infrastructure that holds us back. So this is basic. We can have amazing multinationals in Brazil. We do have development of technology in Brazil, but at the same time, when we get to the basic to infrastructure, we will have this limitation to our growth. So it's essential for us to also have a public policy towards developing the infrastructure of the country, and at the same time to have a stable industrialization policy. Because what we see is that sometimes Brazil bounces between what the market wants and what we would have to do to become a developed country.
to answer this infrastructure problem, do you think that the size of Brazil is a contributing factor? Because when I think of Canada, we're very developed up to a certain parallel, and after that, it's it's a bit of the far west as well, for sure.
Yeah, it's a continental country. It's a country of huge proportions. And we know that the colonization also didn't contribute to that, because most of our development, it's concentrated in the southeast of Brazil, around São Paulo, Rio, Minas Gerais, and the south. And we don't see that development being expanded to other regions. I mean, it's more concentrated here. And in the last decades, we can see that the South has also achieved a lot of development, but it's very concentrated in the agribusiness area. So one of the reasons I think that this internal structural problem of Brazil happens is that because our economy is also very concentrated. So one of the ways we have to maybe create the forms to develop the country is also to spread that development. When Juscelino Kubitschek changed the capital to Brasilia, one of the main reasons to do that was to bring development to the interior of the country. Brasilia is in the very geographical center of Brazil. So in the beginning, back in the 60s, there was nothing there. So today we see that we managed to bring the population towards the interior of the country. But that doesn't mean that around Brasilia we have industries. You see, the effect was in terms of occupying that region, but it doesn't really mean that we were successful in bringing the economical infrastructure of from the southeast to other regions. So I think this is one of the goals that we have to pursue, is to spread our economical infrastructure to other regions as well.
And if I can make a parenthesis about this thing of the distribution and the geography of Brazil, one of the questions in this survey that we are doing, we've been collecting a lot of data. We collected around 200 responses from Brazilians so far. One of the questions is, where were you born in Brazil and where you used to live? So most of them, around 60% of the Brazilians who come to Canada to live in Canada, they come from the Southeast and the Northeast. So combined, these two regions, they're really like Atlantic, but combined, they represent around 70% of the immigrants that come from Brazil to Canada. Of course, this is still a small sample. We're talking about only 200 Brazilians, but still, it shows that for some reason, these people, they have more conditions or they have more means to immigrate, to start a new life in a different country, in Canada in this case. But it's interesting to see how this development and how these regions were developed like differently across the Brazilian geography. But it's something for us to develop together, Marie-Ève, for the coming studies. It's something that I would like to observe more closely.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mitsu. Yes. So thank you so much for this answer. I might be bouncing you back and forth a bit here, but you also mentioned the place of the agribusiness. With the industrialized revolution of Brazil, what would you say now is the importance of agribusiness in the current Brazilian economy?
Unfortunately or fortunately, the agribusiness it's crucial to Brazil.
Mhm.
I mean, in terms of what it represents in our trade balance, it is a very significant part of the trade balance of Brazil, the exports of Brazil. But at the same time, also it represents our greater vulnerability
Mhm.
because we are completely dependent on the prices of commodities in the international market. So that's our vulnerability. If we had, I mean, before this, before the emergence of China as this our major market,
Mhm.
we had a industrialization policy that was changing the structure of our exports. So we were transiting from this country of commodities to also a country with industrialized products. What happened was that the prices of commodities were so inviting, seducing, that the agribusiness, I mean, the investments in the country were transferred to the agribusiness instead of the industrialization. So what we watched was a deindustrialization of the country. And because of that, we became more vulnerable to the prices of commodities in the external market. So if we forget the Lula era, when Lula was first elected, and his second mandate, and then Dilma's mandates, we see that Brazil was in the rise. The Brazilian economy was in the rise. We were perceived as this country of the future, and finally we were getting there. And it was real. It was real, but it was driven by external conditions. And then when those external conditions changed, when the prices of commodities, they were getting lower. I mean, they were decreasing. We felt that in the Brazilian economy. So that rise all of a sudden disappeared. And we were facing a lot of problems internally, because the real problem is that if we don't have a foundation, economical foundation that can survive external crises or external oscillations, we will be facing this constant forthcoming in the Brazilian economy. So the agribusiness is fundamental. I mean, we need that, and we are the larger producer of many commodities: coffee, sugar, how to say that, soya beans, etc. But at the same time, we have achieved developments in the airplane industry. For instance, Embraer is an amazing company. So why don't we develop those, that area? Embraer is a product of a public policy, a governmental. It starts as a state company. So this is about industrialization of Brazil in a stable way, and not just being running after what's happening in the international market. So I think that's the problem. Agribusiness is crucial, but we do have to have a investment in the industry.
Yes, during my time in Brazil, there was a bad cocoa harvest, And it was all over the news, really highlighting the impact of, because it's the price of commodity on the global market, but it's also the ability to produce, and you never know what can happen with this for sure. Is there any avenue that you think, any market specific that could be developed more in Brazil? Like you spoke about aviation. Is there any other ones that you can see quickly?
The aviation is one that is being addressed, but the naval industry should also be incentivized in Brazil. We have the potential for that. We have the resources. We have personnel. And unfortunately, is not really stimulated. You know, we have high-tech companies here that could be also incentivized. There are so many areas. For instance, you know that Brazil is one of the countries that produces have the designers of gamers that are now in the main companies abroad. I mean, we have the brains for it, but we don't have the stimulus here to build it. So I guess Brazil has a very strong feature that is creativity. The Brazilian designers are amazing. So why not explore this? You know, this is areas that should be incentivized in Brazil.
I love that answer. That creativity is the key. I see time flying, so I'm sorry I'm gonna drag you on another subject again. Brazil has been very important for ecological transition in the early 90s. It conceptualized sustainable development for the first time. How big of a challenge is it right now for the country to both balance being a green leader and growing economically?
The history of Brazil in environment, it dates back even to the 70s when we first participate in the first international environmental conference in Stockholm. The problem there was that we were under dictatorship, and our vision of environment was very selective and driven by the idea of sovereignty. So when they spoke about Amazonia, the military were completely in panic, and they said, "Oh no, this is not for you to talk about. This is a national sovereign problem." So Brazilian came out of the conference as a environmental villain. It was really bad for our reputation abroad. So in the 90s, when we offered to host the Rio 92 conference, we were trying to change that perception of Brazil as a country, as a villain of the environment. And we not only sponsored and we hosted the conference, but we came up with this concept of sustainability. And the idea of sustainability was to oppose what the developed countries were proposing as preservation. So sustainability is a way of allowing developing countries to use their resources as long as they don't compromise the use of them for next generations. So it's the smart, wise use of resources. And that concept was key to address or to convince other developing countries to join the effort of environment. So Brazil comes out of this conference as a very important leadership in environment. However, we have to understand that this is very rhetoric. This, in some way, was on the speech, but not necessarily was converted in actions towards decreasing the deforestation of the country, decreasing the enlargement of the agribusiness in the country, etc. And recently, in the last government, we went through 4 years of completely demolishment of what we have done in environment, not only towards the compromising the rights of the natives, of their areas. The problem with the deforestation increased. Even the infrastructure that was built in terms of the institutions that were built to defend environment, they were completely demolished, demobilized. So in 4 years, that government had such a bad impact in our reputation that right now, I think that the effort of Brazil, diplomatically speaking, is to bring back that confidence that we are compromised with environment, that we are compromised with all the agreements in the world that are about the sustainability of the country, of the environment. And this is quite difficult because, again, as we were saying, we have the agribusiness as a crucial part of our economy. So, and Brazilian political system now has a very strong group of politicians that are compromised with the agribusiness. So when we think about what we have to do in terms of changing our technology for green and sustainable technology, clean technology, when to invest in the maintenance of the forests and etc. We in the Congress we have to fight that group, and it's a very strong group. So it's kind of difficult. It's a very complicated issue in Brazil, defending environment, and at the same time not contain. I'm not saying to contain the agribusiness, but at least to avoid them to destroy the environment. That I think that's the challenge.
And you mentioned that sorry. So you oh my God, I'm completely blanking on my question. I'm so sorry. I'm nervous.
Don't be.
It's fine. You're doing great.
Thank you so much. So my question was that with this green leadership and the diplomatical effort that is being put out right now, is it salvageable, this reputation of Brazil? Because I think it was very crucial to giving a voice on the global scene, at the UN, in committees. Can Brazil take this back now?
I think it has already started. The election of Lula, it's part of this process. I mean, Lula has a reputation. He's very charismatic. He's compromised with environment. So when and something else, Lula does something that is called presidential diplomacy. So he is a figure that but just by being there and speaking and doing a speech, he managed to give this this impression that Brazil is back again and Brazil is committed to the environment, etc. So I think that this process of recuperating our good image in terms of environment is already on the run, and it's working. It's working because if you think of what happened in the last government, we lost investments, donations from European countries to Amazon. The European Union was thinking about sanctions to Brazil because of what was happening here. So the situation was quite complicated because we could see that Brazil had lost the credibility abroad. And I think now this, at least, they know that there is a sincere commitment of the government with all the policies that are the good policies for environment. So I think that is well driven now. I think it's working, you know.
And what is Brazil's ambition today? Would you say that it's a regional power or more of a global actor?
It's not one or the other. They are connected. It's both.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we cannot be a global power if we don't become a regional leadership.
Mm-hmm.
So this is connected. And being a regional leadership only makes sense if we want to become a global power. And in one way, the problem here is that Brazil has always, since back there in the beginning of the Brazilian First Republic, has always dreamed, desired to be a rule maker, not a rule taker.
Mm-hmm.
What Brazil, I think the great aspiration of Brazil is to be there, joining the group that are taking the decisions. That is what we want to do. And that's why when we think about the BRICS, this is a moment where Brazil is joining other countries that also want to make part of this leading group that takes decisions, that organizes the international order. It's interesting that some people say, oh, Brazil wants to oppose the Western countries. No, we don't want to oppose the Western countries. What we want to do is to make the world less Westernized. So by joining China, India, Russia, South Africa, and all the other countries that now join the BRICS, the idea is to create an order that is more democratic, that is inclusive, that give the opportunities of other countries to express themselves. So and I think we are being perceived as this revisionist country. If you look at how the United States now confronts Brazil, this is a sign that we are doing some noise. You know, this is definitely, I think, a proof that something is working.
Yes, well, for the current situation, you are creating a precedent that can surely be scary in the US right now. Yeah. And do you think Brazil has the institution to accomplish, to reach an not higher position, but like a more prominent position on the global scene?
Yeah, I think that is the challenge now. That has always been the challenge. The Brazilian political system allows for this oscillation in the government, as it happened in the last government. So if we don't have very strong and stable institutions that can last through a government, institutions that are compromised with the state and not with a government, that I think that's the key to stabilize the country. And this is very important. Stability is what makes investment comes to a country. If you have a country that is unpredictable, you probably you won't invest in that country. So for Brazil, it's fundamental to develop or at least to make sure to the world that our institutions, they are stable, and they will not be compromised by a specific government. This is key. So, but at the same time, it's very difficult, and it's part of democracy, unfortunately, that we get to a Congress where you have a group of congressmen that are very religious, another group that is completely sponsored by the agribusiness, another group that is sponsored by the weapon industry. And then all of a sudden you see that you are hostage of a group of politicians that were elected with contributions from those groups, and they have their own agenda.
Yes.
So, and the irony is that this is democracy, unfortunately.
I don't remember who said it, but democracy is the only system that comes with the tool to destroy it. Yes. And this is like, this is a very hard question. How do you create those institutions? Because even when we think they're stable, as we're saying in the US, they're never that strong. There's always a vulnerability to it. I guess my last question for you, as the time is flying, would be, what do you see in Brazil's future? I'm going to let you interpret that, long-term, short-term, some final words.
What really surprises me is that things are changing very fast. So I just give you an example. 10 years ago, I would never imagine that we were doing right now transactions in Pix. It's so easy. It's so, and everybody's doing that. I mean, even the beggars on the street now, they realize that we don't have cash anymore. So can you make me a Pix? And I was like,
yeah, for our Canadian listenership, Pix is like Interact Transfer.
Yeah. And so this is it's changing very fast. And I'm mentioning this because right now Brazilian companies are avoiding dollar for their foreign transactions. This is a major change in the Brazilian economy. And it's not something that Brazil is doing. It's a project of the BRICS to avoid the hegemony of dollar. So as you can see, this change is in course. It is happening as we speak. And I think it probably will happen faster than we expected. So I think that the challenge now for Brazil is that if we are definitely changing our access from the US to China, we have to make that transition in terms of not becoming a satellite of China, but becoming a real partner. So I think that is the challenge, is how we negotiate that change. We cannot be just subservient to China. We have to be a partner. So, and I think we're kind of establishing that relationship in good terms. So I guess I'm very optimistic of Brazil, as long as we still have a government that is not tied to the Middle Age. So as long as we don't have that, I think we have a future.
I love that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the invitation. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
I have so many questions. I won't ask them. It's just like, it's just that this conversation has been so like, I'm learning a lot because I don't come from this international relationships. I don't have this background. So this is, I mean, I'm a Brazilian. I read the news. I know what's going on, but it's nice to hear it from a perspective from someone who's studying it. So it was really nice. I learned a lot. So my first, it's not a question actually, it's a comment. It's a very personal experience with our complex of inferiority, the complexo de vira-lata that we have, and then you mentioned it before. So I remember when I came here to Canada, especially in Sherbrooke, I saw many Brazilians in positions of power, and like many Brazilians making decisions, like big decisions collectively. Like an example is Fernanda Luz. We're going to be meeting them, her at the end. She's going to be delivering the ending keynote session. And Fernanda Luz is the deputy mayor from Sherbrooke, from the city here. She was elected as a city councilor a couple of years ago. And it's funny to see that she happens to be from Niterói, from my hometown. And I was like, you are too, Marcelo, really? So yeah.
I'm here in Niterói.
So you see, Niterói is everywhere. And I was like, I cannot believe that there's a city councilor, there's a deputy mayor in Sherbrooke. She's from Niterói, she's Brazilian, she's a woman, and she is here, and she's doing an excellent job. So at first I was shocked to see it, because I was like, there is a pride sense of it, like I'm happy to know that a Brazilian is here. But at the same time, I was surprised because I had this image of, Brazilians, when they go abroad, they become like cleaning ladies. They can't, they're not good enough to reach those positions of power or those places. And I have many other examples of Brazilians here. They come to study, they come to do their masters, they are researchers, they are professors at universities. Here in Sherbrooke, we have 2 Brazilians who are professors in the University of Sherbrooke. So I remember this feeling of, I'm really proud, but at the same time, I was surprised, because I was like, oh, can we do it? Are we good enough? So this is my comment. And my question, which doesn't necessarily have an answer, but it's something I was wondering, like, what would like George Clemenceau think if he came to Brazil today? Like, would he say the same thing that he said when he was here in 1911? Or maybe he would have a different perception and he would say something else. So it's a question to be like in the air, because I know there's no right answer and it's really hypothetical. But I would like to, invite you to have this reflection with me. Marie-Ève, you did a really good job, by the way. It's your first time doing
Thank
something.
you.
Yes. But yeah, that was it.
Appreciate
These
it.
were my comments and questions.
Oh, I think that there is a optimistic answer to that and a pessimistic one. Some would say realistic. I think that Clemenceau could be well impressed with the diversity of Brazil right now. So he would find a completely different country, a country where the hierarchy, it's not so harsh, so well defined as in the past. So that could impress him, and also I think that the development of the country would also impress him. So he probably would have a good impression in that sense. At the same time, I think he would reaffirm some of his ideas or impressions, because today, although the Catholic Church doesn't have the same impact in society as it has in the past, the evangelical churches in Brazil are now a very, very strong group. So maybe he would confirm that idea, being unclerical as he was. And at the same time, although we are not anymore a oligarchy commanded by the barons of coffee, the agribusiness is still there, and it's very strong. So in a way, some things have changed, some are still the same.
That's a really good answer. It makes sense. I'm gonna think about it like a lot. It's like food for thought. You gave me so much food for thought, and I think that I should start studying public relations at PUC with Marcelo, who's in Niterói. And it's like, where are you in
Come over
Niterói?
here. I live in Santa Rosa.
Ah, okay. I used to live in Fonseca. All
Oh,
my family is from there. And Fernanda Luz, she used to live in Icaraí, I think.
yeah.
I'm not sure, but yeah, it wasn't far from. But yeah, I really miss my hometown.
Niterói is becoming a very, very nice city right now.
Yes, I see like videos on YouTube, and my dad, he's really proud
Yeah,
Niteroiense, so
I think we are getting there.
yeah.
Definitely. I mean, the future is coming for us at least.
Yes. So I can't wait to go to Niterói again. It's been a while now. It's been almost 2 years since I don't go. I don't see my family, and yes.
So next time you let me know. We have
Sure.
we're invited to a lunch here.
Yeah, perfect. And I'll have to meet my professors at PUC too, because I studied that. I took Portuguese as a foreign language classes. So every time I go to Brazil, I go to PUC. I have a coffee with them, and yeah, we'll keep in touch.
Go.
So that was it. I don't think we have any questions from the audience. We just have one comment from Olivia. She says, "I love Farm at Rio." Because I remember she mentioned that when we were talking about the Brazilian creativity and the industry. So thanks for your comment, Olivia. And of course, if you have any questions, if you think about anything later, you can always go to the website, and the contact information from Marie-Ève and Marcelo, it will be there. And that's it. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you very much, Marcelo, for your time, Marie-Ève, for your organization. You
Thank you
did
so
an
much.
amazing job. It's your first time presenting. I know you were anxious, but like you rock. So
Thank
okay.
you so much.
was
Thank you,
great.
Marcelo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And the next presentation will start at 1 hour and 40 minutes. I mean 1 p.m. Here in Canada. But that's it. We're gonna have a little break to have some lunch, and see you later.
See
Bye-bye.
you soon. Bye-bye.
Recording. Perfect. So again, welcome back for those who were here earlier today. And welcome for those who are just joining from the West Coast in a different time zone, because I know it's the morning there. It's the afternoon here in the East Coast already. Since, we might be people joining from different areas and different time zones, I think it's a good idea just for me to do a recap of the basic information that I gave this morning about how the Jornada will work. And so I'm going to take a little moment to do that. After that, I'm going to do a quick introduction about Carolina Maria de Jesus, who is the personality that represents the axis of literature here in our Jornada. And then I'm going to leave the floor to Luciana, who is already here. And let's do it. I'm going to share my screen. Just first to revise some stuff. So I think it's probably working now. but it's accordingly. So this is just to let you know that, oops. Okay, are we still on? Oh, it's weird because I got a weird note, but apparently everything is okay. Good. I'm gonna share my screen again. And there we are. So this is just to let you know that all the information about the Jornada, the Cultural Symposium, is available online. You can just access the website casadaculturadobrasil.com. And you can choose the language here. Since we'll be presenting in English for this part of the presentation, I'm going to switch the language to English. And here in the website, you can find a lot of information about the House of Brazilian Culture in Canada. You have, the mission, you have access to our values, the teams, the volunteers, the amazing volunteers who have been working with us, people who inspired us in our journey. And we also have information about the services that we'll be offering as of next year. So the courses, all the workshops, and everything that's about to come. You can also read more about the research that is currently going to, our aim is to collect data about the relationship and the interactions between the Brazilian communities in Canada and the Canadians here in Canada as well. So we have two options. If you were born in Brazil and currently live in Canada, you have a form. And if you were born in Canada, or if you're not born in Canada, but you're a Canadian citizen, not Brazilian, you can also use this form and let us know a little bit more about you and about your interaction with the Brazilian community here. And if you want to know more about the Cultural Symposium, we also had this little button here. If you want to receive news, surveys, and information from us, there's a little form you can fill out. And just to let you know that in the Cultural Symposium here, you have access to the program. So the program is where you can find the link to join this room, and you can simply click here. If Zoom requests you a meeting ID or a code, the information is here. So we're going to use the same link for all presentations. So let's say if you want to participate on this one, but then the next one you're busy and you want to come back later, it's fine. You can simply leave the room and get back when you're available again. There's no problem. This meeting is being recorded. This whole day actually is being recorded. We will make all the presentations available at a later stage on YouTube and in the website as well. And here you have the schedules. So this is like Montreal time. Make sure to, here's the information. So make sure to follow it so that you don't get confused with the time zones. And so here you have, the axis, the thematic axis, and the times in Montreal time, Eastern time. And now we're ready to start the axis Carolina Maria de Jesus that will be presented by Luciana Gomide. So in each of the axes, as you can see, there is a little summary of what is the presentation about, the language in which the presentation will be delivered, and you also have the contact information for each presenter. So if you want to, keep in touch with them, follow them on social media, check their websites, buy their products, you can just access their information here. And you can also share your feedback. So each person will have access to a form, and you can share feedback, constructive feedback, suggestions, ideas, not only with the presenter themselves, but also with the organization of the Jornada. So this is pretty much how we're gonna work in terms of program and links and access and everything. There will be an interval, a 10-minute interval between each session. So at the end of this session, we're gonna close the room again for, take a little bio break, drink some water. Let me see what else I have to show. The presenters, of course, each presenter will let you know if they prefer if you ask questions at the end of their presentation or if you can interrupt them. You can ask questions in the chat all the times if you want, but the presenters will let you know if you can open your mic and intervene and have a question or say something. And if a presenter has a connection issue, problems to log in, or if the presentation can't be delivered today for any reason, don't worry about it, because again, we're going to schedule a training, a session with them at a later stage, at another day. We're going to schedule it and you'll have the content available on YouTube anyway. So this is pretty much how the event works. And now I would like to do a short presentation about Carolina Maria de Jesus. She is the she's representing the axis of literature, and here in our event. I'm just gonna close my camera real quick, stop sharing real quick so I can close it and share it again. Okay. So Carolina Maria de Jesus is like, I'm a huge fan of her work, and she was born in Minas Gerais. She's a Brazilian born in Minas Gerais, and she was one of the first Black woman in Brazil to gain like national recognition for her work, for her literary work. Carolina Maria de Jesus, she had a deep and practical connection with paper, both as a means of survival and as a means of self-expression. So for those of you who don't know her, she used to live in extreme poverty in Canadá. It's a favela in São Paulo. And she used to collect paper, scrap paper and cardboard and other recyclable materials as a way of living, as a way of making a living. So this was her main source of income. And this work basically sustained her and her 3 kids, and also gave her a lot of access to like discarded notebooks, newspapers, books. So this is how she started like having this contact to literature, literally through garbage and trash. So she used all the paper that she found to write diaries, to document her daily activities, her daily life in a favela, with a really like honest and literally a very literary insight. So she will give details about how hard it is to be a Black woman in Brazil, a Black woman in a big city like São Paulo, a Black mother, and having to feed like 3 kids. And she gives a lot of detailed descriptions about how is it to feel hunger and the frustration of not being able to give food to your kids. So it's like a really deep connection to these people, to this marginalized people that live in Brazil. And she managed to represent their voices in a very human and honest way. So all these writings eventually formed the basis of her main groundbreaking book. In Portuguese, it's called Quarto de Despejo, and it's been translated into English for Child of the Dark and into French as Le Dépotoir. And this is the main like great book that she wrote, but she wrote many others. But this one, Quarto de Despejo, it remains being the one that is mostly translated abroad. And it became actually an international bestseller. It was translated into more than a dozen of languages and remains her most widely translated and studied work. And on a personal level, I had the chance to meet one of her kids. She's called Eunice, and Eunice is still doing a lot of work to advocate for her mother's rights and to show her mother's literature in Brazil and abroad. And I feel lucky that I had the chance to talk to her and exchange about, information about what is it to be living in those conditions and what is life now. After that, her mother she became like a famous writer in Brazil and abroad. And for those of you who don't know, Carolina Maria de Jesus will be enredo from a samba school next year in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro. So the samba school Unidos da Tijuca will tell her story in the carnival. So I can't wait to see that. So yeah, as you can see, I'm a big fan. And I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to stop talking, and I'm going to give Luciana the chance to introduce herself, to show us her work in the literature field in Canada. So thank you very much for having joined us. Luciana, go ahead.
Hi. First of all, I was just thinking here how precious and special it must have been for you to have met her daughter. That must
It
have.
was like, it was a big thing.
I bet. That was definitely very special, and I feel honored to be invited and talk about literature and how it carries her name. So thank you so much. Let me share my screen. Just hold on, because it should be able. Oh, now you see everyone. There you go.
Perfect. It's
Do you
working.
see my presentation? Is that working well? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So first, feel free to interrupt me at any time if you have questions, and you can send them using the chat tool. And Mitsui, if you will kindly read them to me, that would be great.
Sure.
And I would also like to thank you and thank Casa da Cultura do Brasil no Canadá for having me and inviting me to take part in such beautiful initiative. So I'm very happy to be here today. Hi, I'm Luciana. I'm originally from São Paulo in Brazil, where I graduated from letters and pedagogy. And over the years, I have been many things: a teacher, a wife, a mom, a cat mom. And the reason I'm here today is because I'm also a writer. And I have been writing professionally for more than 12 years. And thanks to my teaching background, I had the chance to work with publishers, creating classroom materials designed to help teachers engage their students and bring language to class. And in 2019, everything shifted in my life. My family and I moved to Canada. And that transition reshaped the way I looked at education, culture, and consequently at writing as well. So a few years later, my son, I was having a conversation with my husband. We were talking about a few things regarding Brazil, something we had just read or heard on the news. And my son, who was born in Brazil but moved to Canada when he was 2, he suddenly turned to me and asked, "Mom, what is the Amazon forest?" And that question stopped me. It made me realize my son was growing up far from the place I once called home, and that there were so many parts of Brazil he didn't yet know. So I began to wonder, what else didn't he know about Brazil? What could I share with him? What aspects of Brazil did I want him to know? And that reflection gave birth to my first children's book, Lá no Brasil, and in English it became In Brazil. So this book introduces young readers to Brazil's geography, animals, plants, and culture. But more than that, it carries affection and memory. I wanted my son and many children like him to have a way of connecting to Brazil, even if they would never live there. The Portuguese edition was published in 2022, and the English edition followed only 2 years later in 2024. And the gap happened because translation was not simply about turning words into English. This book is written in rhyme, and I had to adapt the text so it would still feel natural, playful, and musical in a different language. And what mattered most to me was that the unique Brazilian elements remained alive in English. It was a lot of work, but the effort was worth it. Lá no Brasil has already reached families in more than 40 countries, and parents have written to me describing how deeply they connected with the book, not only because of the stories, but because of the feelings of saudade, the longing for home, and the wish to present Brazil to their children. Many also told me they were using it to teach Portuguese as a heritage language to their kids. At this point, I would like to share a few pages from the book. Each page opens a door into Brazil, landscape, language, memories, inviting children and families to keep that connection alive. This is the page of the Amazon forest, and I think that was the page that started the whole idea of the book. So it made me wonder what else he didn't know. But when you raise a kid far from the country where you were born, it's a chance for you to show the country in a perspective that you want the kid to see it. And I wanted my son to see Brazil as this colorful, happy place. I love this page. I love the animals, and I love that many families tell me that sometimes it's just a game naming and finding the animals. And I love how Guaraná, they say it's like this little eyes, it's Guaraná, and then they get the chance to go to a market and find Guaraná and drink it and taste it, So it's a way of connecting beautiful parts of our culture that my kid does not have the chance of experiencing. This page, I chose it because I wanted the versions, Portuguese and English, to portray the same elements, keeping some aspects of the book that I like. So, for example, on the background, I kept the word in Portuguese, even in the English version. So you can see here at the bottom, saudade, it still remains, even though the text is in English. So for me, it was very important that the book had some sort of pedagogical aspect, probably because of my teaching background. So I did not want to find any sort of translation or equivalent here. I want the words to be kept in Portuguese and try and explain it using rhyme. So saudade is a feeling held close and tight. If you feel it too, you shine with Brazilian light. And of course, in Portuguese, we have saudade é coisa de quem o Brasil carrega no peito. Se você também sente, é porque de Brasil você também é feito. So it's not equivalent in terms of words, word per word, but the general meaning is the same. And that's why it took me so long to have an English version of the book.
And this is something interesting to notice that, because as a translator, sometimes I see my colleagues saying, oh, I would like to translate children's book because it's easier. It's just a few words here and there, and you can do it in one day. But I'm like, no, it's not. It's so complicated because, like you said, it's not like conveying the literal meaning, but you have to find a way of making it work in a different language. And it's not about the language only, it's about the context itself, because language, English in Canada is something, in United States is something, in Australia is something else. So it goes way beyond, it's a lot of layers of complexity.
Yes, exactly. It's not, I don't have the example here, but in one of the pages, of course, I mentioned brigadeiro, and there is no way I'm gonna put chocolate balls. Chocolate balls are not brigadeiro. Brigadeiro is something else, right? So I really kept some of the words in Portuguese because I wanted kids to also learn a little bit from the book. So even if they don't speak Portuguese, if they hear the word saudade, they will connect with the language. So, and also a few other expressions. So there are a few parts of the book where kids experiment with language, and I have one here. And the page is about yeah, so I don't think you can see it, but in the book it says, in Alagoas, we call a pregnant woman buchuda. And I really wanted to keep this buchuda. I wanted kids because it sounds funny. It's a great word for them to learn. So I kept few words in Portuguese for this teaching, for this learning perspective, but also for kids to have fun with it. So later I wrote another book, Meus Avós que Moram Longe, or My Faraway Grandparents. And the idea came from watching my son. Every time his grandparents had to leave after a visit, his heart would break, and I had to pick these little pieces. Those days together were so precious to him. So the book was born out of that experience. It celebrates the relationship between grandparents and grandchildren who live far apart. And this is a reality for so many immigrant families. And like lá no Brasil, this book quickly found its place in many homes and became a success. Family told me how deeply they connected to it because it reflects something so universal, which is the love between generations, even when distance makes daily life harder. The book also touches on something delicate, which is grandparents who have passed away, or like we say, who have become stars in the sky. So parents shared that it gave them a gentle way to talk about loss, to talk about memory and affection, and how those feelings did not disappear with absence. And one image families often mention is how grandparents sometimes only appear as a forehead or a pair of eyes on a video call. And this book shows that reality with tenderness, reminding children that even when technology limits us, love still finds its way through. And I personally love this illustration. I love it because this is so frequent to my conversation, our conversation here with grandparents. Is like, can you move our phone? I can only see your forehead.
This is a really like grandparents representative.
It is, it is. I remember when I was talking to Nina, the illustrator of this book, is like, when I talk to her, when I talk to illustrators, I don't have like all the images in my head. I do have a few here and there. And this one was clear to me. I was like, you know, when you're talking to someone, and Nina, at the time, Nina lived in Toronto. She was an immigrant herself. So she's like, I know exactly what you mean. Like, yes, just the foreheads and some walls. So I love this page so much. And I also really wanted for this book, because the book Lá no Brasil doesn't have a character. It's just like doors to Brazilian culture, language, geography, and things like that. And to my faraway grandparents, I asked Nina to have a child. I did not want a girl or a boy, but I wanted children to be able to identify themselves. So it was a little bit of work for her, but we just went to this more neutral childlike look without focusing on having a boy or a girl character. And that was very, very important to me. This is also, this is a page I chose to show you how not only the language changes, but also the references, the cultural references. So while in the Portuguese version, we have a water filter that is a classic, right? I remember growing up and going to my grandma's house and finding this one. Here we changed to a kettle. So this made it more North America in a way, more English based than, of course, having this and have the gas magnets on the freeze, you know, on the fridge. Another thing that I personally love about this page is when she was illustrating the book, I had this idea of saving, and I asked my son to write this, and she used his handwriting in the book. So this is what my son wrote in Portuguese, and that's his handwriting at the time. He was in grade 2, and this is his drawings. And this is also his handwriting in English. So I thought it was very, very special in a way to be able to keep this moment like and cherish forever. And through these stories, lá no Brasil, meus avós que moram longe, I discovered that children's literature is more than entertainment. It can preserve cultural roots and carry memories and give children a sense of belonging. I often say these books are not only for children, and they are for parents too. They carry affection, nostalgia, and the wish to pass something on. It could be our language, our culture, our memories to the next generation.
And there's something interesting to mention on that. And
Mm.
it's something that I'm going to explore a little bit more in my own presentation, is that the teaching a language as a heritage language is connected to pride. Like, I'm proud of my language, I'm proud of my culture. So me as a family member, I'm going to make an effort to expose my child to that culture by giving them books to read and illustrations with this kind of detail. What is this little filter? What, and if the kid has the possibility to compare the versions, it's something that they will notice, and they will, if they've been to Brazil before, they're going to remember it. Oh, I remember when I visited my grandmother, or when I visited I saw one of those. So there's many ways of showing them without necessarily going to the country, without necessarily speaking the language itself, but this is a very rich, valuable material to preserve language here.
It is. And this is also one of the reasons why I decided not to publish bilingual books. I have received so many messages about it. So why not put everything, both languages, in one book? And I think writing and publishing in 2 languages is not simple, because both Portuguese and English carry different rhythms and expectations. And there are words that cannot be translated and images that lose meaning when they cross borders, like this water filter. It loses its meaning. And because I believe that the language and illustrations, they are equally important, I did not want to sacrifice either. It just made to me so much more sense to create 2 separate versions so that each could live fully in its own rhythm and its own visual space. It made so much more sense. And I don't see it as a limitation. Actually, I see it as a way to make me reinvent each story and make my writing truly alive between cultures. So this is our reality, right? We have immigrant kids, and because they are growing up in a bilingual environment, it can certainly be challenging, but also can be very, very rewarding to have these 2 experiences with the experience with 2 different languages. And there is something truly beautiful in watching children discover how those 2 languages work and how they overlap, how they can move freely between them. And this process is not only educational, but it's also playful, creative, full of joy, and it reveals how children build bridges between cultures every single day. So now I would like to share something I collected through my Instagram account. I asked parents to send examples of how their children use Portuguese at home. And what I found is that children move fluidly between Portuguese as a first language and as a heritage language, depending on the situation. So many parents told me about the ways bilingualism shows up in their daily lives, and their examples illustrate just how alive and dynamic a heritage language can be. And sometimes children mix Portuguese and English, or whatever the language is, In the same sentence, sometimes parents insist on speaking Portuguese while the child answers in English or whatever the local language is. In other families, they have created their small rituals, like we only read bedtime stories are only in Portuguese. And these examples, they show something important because Portuguese in this context is a heritage language, not just a second language, because the second language is what we learn at school with grammar, with tests, with a structure. And the heritage language is by definition a language that is part of a child's cultural and family background, something that we pass down through parents, grandparents, or our community. And the heritage language lives inside the family. It carries memory, affection, identity. It's the language children use to say I love you to their grandparents or on a video call when they only see their foreheads. It's the language of family recipes, the language songs and childhood jokes. So that is why it is so important to me that my son speaks Portuguese. Of course, English is the language of his everyday life here in Canada, but Portuguese is what connects him to our roots, to his grandparents, to his cousins, and to the culture we come from. And he makes sense of the world in a way that he does know why he eats rice and beans for lunch every now and then. So for me, preserving the heritage language is not about resisting the new country. It's about keeping the ties alive. It's about having him understand that even when distance separates us, the words still build a bridge back home. So let's have a look at these examples. I love this one. It says, calça socks é meia calça para minha filha. E eu que não sou doida de corrigir. I just love calça socks so much. Pish means peixe. It's the connecting fish and peixe. Pish. Não sei se vale, mas o Liam chamou peacock de Brazilian chicken. E aí fiquei imaginando uma galinha com aquelas fantasias de carnaval, which is another way our brain connects our culture, the Brazilian chicken. The child wanted to say something was everywhere and said tudo where. Meu filho sempre fala que está doente de alguma coisa quando está cansado e não aguenta mais, porque ele traduz literalmente do inglês. Eu acho tão engraçado. Ele fala: Mamãe, pode me ajudar aqui porque eu já estou doente de fazer isso. Minha filha sempre coloca o diminutivo do português nas palavras em inglês, por exemplo, monkeyzinho. Meu filho de 3 anos usa os verbos em inglês, mas o conjuga em português. Mamãe, a porta me irritou. Hit. Resfriado em francês é rhume. Não quero mispronounce it. Minha pequena de 4 anos queria dizer que estava resfriada e disse: Mamãe, acho que estou com um rumo. Sabe como é? Português é cheio de vogais mesmo. Vai que cola só colocar um O no final. It's just so beautiful to see how they play with the language and how they adapt it. It's very special to me seeing these kids experimenting with both languages.
And just for you to know, Natalie just made a comment that her kids say let me see. My kids say para o meu self.
Para o meu self. I love it. My son just recently said he was talking about a book, Hitchhiker's Galaxy, Hitchhiker to the Galaxy, and he wanted to talk about the dolphins. So he said, Dolfinho, and I just love it. I did not have the heart to correct him, and now everyone here at home, we just refer to golfinhos as dolfinhos because it's it's very special. So until now, I have focused on children's book, but I also write essays, poems, and chronicles for adults, exploring identity, distance, nostalgia. And these texts, they often begin with very, very small human moments. I remember one of the texts that I wrote that got most commented on and reposted was when I failed my driving test here in Canada. Because, of course, I was not the only one and the first one to fail a driving test. And that feeling of frustration for failing something I had been doing for over 20 years in my home country. So failing a driving test, not finding the products I am used to in a supermarket, starting over in so many aspects of life, having to go for a job interview as if it was my first, but it actually was my first here in Canada. From the outside, these things, they may look small, but they carry so much weight of what it means to rebuild a life in a new country. So writing about them makes other immigrants feel less alone because they see their own stories reflected. So for me, writing for adults also means acknowledging something deeper, that starting over requires courage. It's very, very hard to start over, but it's also a privilege. So this is actually the central idea of my essay called Faça Suas Malas, which was published in this collection of essays in 2024. And it was organized by Andrea Vilela from Jornada Cultural. And this essay reflects on what it means to leave one place behind and to build another one far away. So I would like to close my talk with this text because I believe the stories, whether for children or for adults, they are bridges. They help us preserve memory and they help us connect across generations. And they give us a place to belong, even when we live between two worlds. So if you are okay, I'm gonna read my essay now in Portuguese. Faça suas malas. Faça suas malas, mas deixe um pouco de espaço. Um espaço para tudo aquilo que ainda vai acontecer na sua vida e está ali te esperando do outro lado daquele portão de embarque. Faça suas malas, mas não carregue tanto peso. Escolha recomeçar mais leve, até porque são nesses momentos que a gente descobre que precisa de menos do que se imagina para viver. Faça suas malas e respire fundo. Aprender um idioma leva tempo e coragem, e isso você tem de sobra. Então tenha paciência e seja gentil consigo mesma nesse processo, cuja trajetória te encherá de orgulho. Faça suas malas, mas não se esqueça. Somos feitas de matéria, experiências, cultura, origens e tradições. Mas somos feitas desse algo muito flexível, difícil de quebrar e que sabe se adaptar ao novo, ao diferente, ao que quer que seja que cruzará nosso caminho. Faça suas malas e experimente. Experimente uma nova carreira, um novo sabor, uma nova atividade, novas culturas. O mundo é muito grande para a gente achar que não tem mais nada de novo ou divertido esperando por nós. Faça suas malas, mantenha os olhos bem abertos e a mente também. Aprenda o nome das pessoas e dos lugares. Procure pelo novo, pelo mar menos navegado, pelo caminho inexplorado. Faça suas malas e lembre-se, recomeçar não é um fardo, mas sim um privilégio. Escolher o que se leva na mala é sorte de poucos, e o que se mantém na sua vida também. Faça suas malas, mas escolha roupas e sapatos confortáveis. O voo é longo e você passará muito tempo fora, enquanto vê as estações do ano mudando. Faça suas malas, mas deixe espaço para novas histórias e novas memórias, para cada pessoa que vai cruzar o seu caminho. Deixe o novo preencher os buracos da vida antiga. As coisas que você sentirá saudade não são coisas e não cabem em uma mala. Faça suas malas e se prepare para as despedidas. Elas não ficam mais fáceis com o passar do tempo. Faça suas malas e não se esqueça. Leve um casaco, lá vai fazer frio.
Indeed, it's cold.
To me, stories, they are bridges. They carry us across distance, across language, across time. And that's why I write. I write to make sense of where I belong while I live between two worlds. Thank you so much for having me today, and thank you for your time.
And thank you for having read that. It's really, I got emotional, I would say, because I can relate, and I can relate mostly to the part when you say be kind to yourself, be nice to yourself, because it's not easy. And I remember when I first came here, having this feeling of, I can't do anything. I can't speak the language. I can't go to the grocery store and find what I need. I can't walk in snow because, taking your trash out in Brazil, again, I always give this example. It's like you wear flip-flops, you go outside, you take the trash out. But here in Canada, it's like you have to be careful going down the stairs because there's ice and you can fall, and you have to wear boots, you have to wear coat and gloves. And so it's like, it's a lot to learn. It's a lot of process. We have this big picture of language and winter and everything, but it's always it's also in the small clothes, the small things, like the clothes you wear. And I remember there was a funny thing that happened to me when I came to Canada. I couldn't open the light in the bedroom because the light switch is different in Brazil, and here is like it's round, and I was like, what am I supposed to do with it? I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to open the light. And I felt so stupid. But then it's so natural because we have to relearn a lot of stuff. And it's not an easy task.
And we forget to be kind to ourselves, because this is something I always talk and mention to friends, is that if I came to you with these situations, would you be kind to me and say, hey, that's okay, you're learning, it's hard, it takes time? Or would you insult me? Because we are so much kinder to other people than we are to ourselves. We give other people permission to make mistakes. We give other people permission, time to learn. We don't allow ourselves the space or time to do any of those things. And I don't know why we do that. But it's definitely a reminder. I wrote this book. I wrote this essay based on all the conversations I had during those years with lots of women, immigrants, lots of women, especially because my perspective is our lives change the most when a family moves to Canada. This is a family immigrates, let's be very broad. This is my perception based on my experience. Of course, when I came to Canada, I was already married. I don't have a different experience, but from friends I've seen, most of their partners, the men, they continue to have the same structure in a career and work. And for us women, we get the biggest load, and we have to adapt, and we have to learn more things in a way because they're working and doing the work, and we do not allow ourselves any room for mistake and we are constantly reminding ourselves the struggles we have in terms of learning a language and passing a driving test. Oh, I cried so much on that day. And after writing and sharing about it, I learned that I was not alone. Feelings are universal. Fears are universal. What makes us happy is universal. So this is something we need to remember. We feel sometimes it's just happening to us and we are very alone, but we are not.
And I remember there was this day I cried so much because the lady she was a receptionist at some place, I don't remember exactly where. She asked me my name in French, and my brain melted. And she was like, quel est votre prénom? And I was like, Jesus Christ, what is my name? I couldn't. And I felt so incompetent. And my boyfriend was next to me and he was like, it says, say your name. And I said, oh, okay, that's my name. And the lady was looking at me, and the conversation didn't go well that day. So that, I was like, Jesus Christ, what is my name? And I came back home crying. Because it's a lot of information. It's like, wow.
I was watching an episode of Modern Family in which they have a Colombian woman living with this American family, and they were making fun of her accent or something, and she just turned to them and say, "Do you know how smart I am in my language?" I just love that so much.
Exactly. And it's funny to think how the language shapes our personality too, because it's another thing that I observed about myself is that I'm an introvert, period, but I became even more introvert because I'm a perfectionist. So if I have to speak and it's not perfect, so I won't speak at all. So what happens is I realized that for my first months that I spent here, I had people trying to interact with me, talk to me, and I would be like monosyllabical because, I don't know how to phrase the sentence. I don't know what is the best vocabulary to use. So I end up not participating in a conversation. So I saw myself in this place where you have people interacting among themselves, and I was like comfortably there listening to them. And once they look at me and they ask, what do you think about it, Mitsue? And I go like, yes, and I tried because I remember that I was trying so hard to phrase a sentence, a perfect sentence in my head. And when I was ready to say it, they changed the subject. And I was like, oh, damn, so it's not the same speed. It's not the same train of thought. But then I realized, like, dude, I have to say something, and it's not going to be good. It's not going to be perfect. But otherwise, I won't say anything and I won't make progress. And, and being a learner, it comes with a lot of vulnerability too. So it's part of the learning process. Making mistakes is part of it. So, yeah, it's a lot to learn.
It is.
Can I
And I also, oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
changing subject. I'm sorry. Is it open to ask questions?
Yeah.
Yes. Hi, Luciana.
Hi, Natalie.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Well, first of all, I'm a big fan of your work. I have 2 of your books. So,
Oh,
yeah.
thank you so much.
Yeah. I would like to ask a question like regarding inspiration and how like your work is evolving regarding like because my work is also like my immigration process inspires a lot my work, and I imagine you too. But after a while, like I don't know, I've been here in Canada for more than 9 years, and of course we adapt. It's never going to be the same thing, but like the hardest part is over, and maybe it is the same for you, maybe not. And my question is how, like, where do you get inspiration from, like during like this new step of immigration, and how is your works going to evolve? Like you made like 2 picture books, and I know our kids inspire us a lot. Like the way they see the world and the way they do things. So my kids inspire me a lot, and they're growing up. So do you plan to write like for older kids, for teenagers, graphic novels, adults? Like how, yeah, starting from the change of like immigration process and like the future of your work. Like,
First of all, thank you so much for your support. I love to knowing that you have my books and you have read them with your kids. And definitely what has made me write about those themes was my whole experience as an immigrant mother. And I think I have always been very aware of these small details in a way. I like to look over to what is happening around me. And I decided to write, for example, lá no Brazil, because my son asked me about the Amazon forest. I decided to write I decided to write my faraway grandparents because, like I said, my son cried so much, and I had to pick these little pieces of heart that were left when grandparents left. So I like to write what I know and what I live and what I experience. I feel like nowadays, I've been here for 6 years and a half, and even though sometimes I do have this feeling of I used to have this feeling of not belonging, and it's very good, and I can tell you that I don't have those feelings anymore. I feel at home. It took me a while. It took me a lot of writing and process, but I'm home. And so I don't see myself writing about immigration like I did in the past. This is something so resolved to me in a way that it's more of a life experience than something that inspires me nowadays. So even my writing has changed, even to adults. I have felt, for example, much more the need to write about growing old than to writing about immigration, because I'm experiencing changes in my body. I'm experiencing changes that I want to connect with other women in these themes. So as for my adult writing, I have been feeling this need to connect on those other subjects. In terms of children, I think the same happened. This year, I published a new book called Squarehead, because one of the struggles I have had with my son was these discussions around a healthy screen time limit. If it was up to him, he would play video games and watch TV all day. I am more of a strict mom. We do have lots of rules. And this book also came from this experience of me. Oh, you have it. Yes. There you go. This book came from this conversation. So how can I help him establish a healthy relationship with what is a video game today and is what is going to be a cell phone and social media in the future? The conversation starts today, not 6 years from today. So I feel like my desire to write is also evolving as he evolves. Our conversations are changing. Our conversations are getting more sophisticated in terms of brain development, in terms of what is important for him to be aware of while growing up.
How old is he today?
He's going to be 9 soon.
Okay.
And when we came, he was 2. So I feel like the book about Brazil came from this place where he was 4 and asking me questions, and then grandparents, and then now we're talking about video games.
And Natalie, how old are your kids? Because I know you have twins, is that right?
Yes, they're same age. They're 8, almost 9.
That's
Yeah, it's very similar. Conversations are more like interesting, I have to say. So,
yes,
yeah,
definitely.
I'm not ashamed to say that.
No?
So, yeah, well, like deep conversations, and I think my work is also evolving. Yeah, I plan to do a comic book, like, and the immigration part is just like the kids are kids, like they were born in Canada, but kids from like a person from another country. So it's just like a detail. Yeah. So it's interesting to know.
And I'm sure you also have your kids reading these books that brings you inspiration and like what they enjoy reading, right? So I love my books. I'm a big fan of books in general, but I think it's very sweet and you have the chance to discuss and it's colorful. But as a 9-year-old, they're not as interested anymore as they are when talking about, I don't know, Dogman, which is funny and has like lots of jokes. It's different. They're changing. They're getting older. And I feel like in a way, books will reflect, their preferences will reflect on the kind of books they read. I'm not sure I would be able to write something as sophisticated as this that they like. I really like writing for smaller kids and like this kind of more, even books with a more pedagogical aspect. I love that you have a space for discussion and exploring more deeply a topic. But yeah, thank you for your question.
And have your kids, but Natalie and Luciana, been to Brazil before or no?
Do you want to go, Natalie?
Yes, we've been 3 times to Brazil. Once they were very little, they were born here, so they've been when they were a year and a half, and then after that twice. So the other 2 times they remember. Yes, so 3 times. Yes, and they love it.
I haven't taken my son back to Brazil yet. So he was born and he lived until he was 2. He does not have memories. He sometimes says that I think I remember, but it might have been a picture. So he's just confused whether it's a memory or a picture that he saw. But he is very Brazilian. He loves his Brazilian culture and language and heritage. And sometimes even if I speak English to him because I want to make sure he understands, he's like, why are you speaking English to me? Speak Portuguese. So it's good. He keeps me on my toes as well.
And I just wanted to share something too. I don't have kids, but my boyfriend has a niece, and she was here like for summer, and she was drawing stuff, and she created the city of the fruits. So every time she comes here, she draws something and we put it in the fridge. And she created, I have this thing
Oh.
here. And so as you can see, it's really colorful and everything. And there's the Guaraná there.
Guaraná.
So she's Canadian,
No,
but
you can see.
yeah, she's Canadian, but she, I had bought Guaraná for the weekend. It was the first time that they tried, she and her brother. And I'll never forget that because she was drawing it at a table and there was a Guaraná can next to her. And she was like, you know what? I'm going to put a Guaraná in my picture because now I know it's a fruit. And then she put it and I find it so nice. So it's like...
It is interesting to see like the relationship that each child has with the heritage language. Like you were saying, Luciana, it was so interesting like to listen to you because I could relate. And my kids, like they were born here. They've been several times to Brazil, like 3 times. I think it's quite a lot for their age. And no, they don't like coxinha. They don't like tapioca. It's like inside of me, I'm frustrated with like we have to accept the way they are. But they love the folktale, folklore. Yeah, from Brazil. They like Saci. They know all the characters, and so like we have to embrace what they're interested into. And if it is stories, literature, that's like very good. And when you were saying like what language should we read to the kids at night? And it's a very good mix here. Sometimes it's English stories, and sometimes the book is in Portuguese, and they choose the books. So yeah, it is never easy to make a translation of a picture book. It was like such a nice conversation about it. And yes, it is like always an unknown world, like for kids in a context where they are exposed to different languages. It's very interesting.
And we have to learn and respect that they are these very unique individuals growing up in a bilingual environment and celebrating both cultures, right? So I remember once I purchased something very Brazilian to my son. He tried and he said, "Oh, that's too sweet." I'm like, how dare you? How dare you say something like that? Too sweet is great. But it is, they are not used to it, right? So it's different for them. And we should just celebrate and cherish how these personalities and traits are shaping to be. And of course, encouraging them to also celebrate their roots and traditions in connecting to us somehow.
Yeah,
It's a challenge.
It's a challenge. It is like, yeah, I tried like not to force them to speak Portuguese, so they feel comfortable like mixing languages at home. But they're very proud of Portuguese. They tell all their friends like, "Oh, my mom speaks Portuguese." Like, so it is nice to see like how language can be fun.
Absolutely.
And this is exactly what I'll be talking about in my presentation. So, I mean, if you guys want to stay, it's gonna be like just a continuity of this conversation anyway. But I wanted to thank you so much, Luciana, for being here. Thank you, Natalie, for your presentation this morning and for being here now as well. I don't know if you have the chance to work together, Natalie and Luciana, but you definitely should, because you two, you're excellent. And I would love to see a book of you two working together. So yeah.
We are already connected through Instagram.
Yeah, I hope so.
So yeah, let me know whenever you have a book to be issued or something. I'll be the first to buy it because I'm a huge fan of you two.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will have to me too. I'll have to leave soon, but I'm certainly going to watch the whole presentation later.
Perfect. No problem. So thank you again for your time. Thank you, Luciana. If you watching online, live on Facebook, if you have any questions that, come up after this presentation, you can always go to our website, write to Luciana on Instagram, on her social media. And thank you very much. I see you all in 7 minutes. I'll be back in 7 minutes. I'm going to open the camera again. So let's have a little bio break, drink some water, and thank you very much. Bye-bye. Resume. And I'm going to share my screen because we're ready to start the next presentation. That is about exactly how languages shape our personality here in Canada. And to illustrate this part of the presentation, I would like to introduce you to Paulo Freire, which is a very, very famous philosopher and educator in Brazil. He was best known for his influential work in critical pedagogy. His most significant achievement was the development of the pedagogy of the oppressed, a groundbreaking approach that emphasized dialogue, critical thinking, and the empowerment of marginalized communities through education. So Paulo Freire, he challenged the traditional teacher-student dynamics by always advocating for a more participatory, learner-centered module of education. And his literacy programs helped educate a lot of impoverished adults in Brazil and other developing countries. And he was known for linking always education with social justice, political awareness, and etc. So his ideas continue to shape the educational theory and practice worldwide. And he is probably one of the most famous, or if not the most famous, pedagogo that we have in Brazil. So I think it would be a good idea to use him to illustrate this part of this axis of our jornada. And now I'm going to open my camera because I realized I closed it, and share my screen again so that you can see my presentation. In 1 second. And here we go. You can see it. There's something weird or wrong, just let me know. So yes, we're going to be talking today about advocates for the Portuguese language in Canada and how languages shape our identity. So I'm going to try to do everything in 1 hour. I think it will be, we'll have enough time to discuss and to go into the details of my experience. And I would like to hear from those of you who are here watching live about your experiences as well. And if you're not watching live, you can just share comments with me later and share your feedback as well in the website or on Facebook. So this presentation will be done in different 2 parts. So part 1 is going to be, I'm going to talk a little bit about my connection to the languages I speak. And I hope that through this experience of, my context and knowing a little bit more about how I connected to my languages. I hope you can think about your personal experience as well, so that we can go to part 2 and you may have some answers to the questions that I intend to ask. So my connection to my native language, and just to give you all context, I'm born and raised in Niterói, Rio de Janeiro. I moved to Canada in 2021, December 2021. So I lived here in Canada for around 4 or 5 years. And I'm a working class kid, and I'm the first of my family to get a university degree. So I studied language and literature at Universidade Federal Fluminense in my hometown. I studied Portuguese and English, because you have the option to have a foreigner language in college as well. So I got English as my foreigner language. And since like an early age, at home with my family, I was highly exposed to like non-standard Portuguese. So by non-standard Portuguese, I mean the things that you will never find in a grammar book, in a dictionary. So it's basically Portuguese that the people, the non-educated people say and use in their daily lives. And by non-educated, I mean people who haven't attended university, who had never had formal education. So I was highly exposed to that. I come from a family, I don't have brothers or sisters, but I have cousins. And we used to live in the same area, in the same neighborhood. So basically my whole family lives in the same neighborhood. And I was always with my cousins. I had a really intimate contact with my family, not only my parents, but my uncles, my aunts, and my grandparents as well. So this is, just to explain you guys more a little bit about my context. So in that context, I realized since an early age that the grammar that my family used, and even the spelling, sometimes if we had to write something, we would not follow like the standard Portuguese that you see in the books. So one example that I find really interesting is that our use of plural has been changing over time. And I think it's not only with my family, I see other people as well using that. So one example is a menina vai para a escola de ônibus. So this is a sentence that means the girls go to school by bus. But I noticed that, people, uneducated people, they usually use the plural only, the plural mark is only in the first part of the sentence, where the other words, they remain in the singular. So this is a difference that I still preserve it in my language, and I still use this non-standard version, let's put it that way, when I talk to my family, to my friends, or to my personal connections. I feel like this is a way that, expressing the language that I spoke to my family, and the language that is closer to me, even though it's Portuguese anyway. And another example, now not talking about grammar, but talking about spelling, it's that every day I used to ask for a benção, a benção, vó e benção vó. So every day before leaving my house to go to school or whatever, and every time we got back from the school or anything, we would ask for the blessings of, my grandfather, my grandmother. So every single day in my life, when my grandparents were alive, I would leave the house and say benção vó, benção vó. And when I remember, that was this time that I had to write it, and I wrote it, but I didn't use the standard Portuguese to do it. I just wrote the same way that I pronounced it. So these are, the little differences that I started realizing when I got to school, to university as well, that it was the first moment when I realized that the language that my family speaks is not necessarily the one that we find in the books and grammars or in the dictionaries. And another important part of my connection to my native language is the African and indigenous influences. So again, my grandparents were Black and indigenous. I come from a religious family, and religion in Brazil is kind of a controversial, a topic, because Brazil has a lot of sincronia religiosa. So in the same family, you can have a Catholic person that goes to a different church or that follows an African religion. So I came from a religious setting, but not necessarily Catholic only or African only or indigenous only. What I saw in my family was a mixture of these influences. And of course, these influences, they also reflect in the vocabulary that we use. Apart from this element that goes with religion, something else that I noticed is actually, I realized that I didn't start recording. Let me just double check. Did I? Okay, it's recording. Perfect. I'm gonna share it again. And there we go. Oops, can you still hear me? Okay, perfect. Can you see my screen? Okay, I'm gonna share it again. Zoom decided to, okay, perfect. So, all right. So as I mentioned, like religion was an important part of my family's vocabulary. And so there is a lot of African vocabulary from our religious part. My hometown happens to be a traditional territory of the Brazilian First Nations, the nation Tupinambá. So literally everywhere I go in my hometown that is called Niterói, you can find an indigenous name. So the places are called Itacoatiara, Piratininga, Itaipuaçu. I put other places here from different parts of Brazil as well, but Niterói, many neighborhoods in Niterói are called, they have indigenous names. So I was really exposed to the indigenous vocabulary since an early age as well. And that kind of shaped the way that we use Portuguese. And, many words like from an African origin, you have Umbanda, Macumba, Cachimbo, Exu, Orixá, Caboclo, Iemanjá. And then you have other words as well. They're not necessarily related to religions, but to religion, but you have Cafuné, Dengo, Muvuca, Cuíca, Moleque, Fubai, Quitanda. These words and this vocabulary has a huge influence in the person I am today and in the Portuguese that I speak today as well. So my contact with a foreign language happened from a decision that my parents took when I was a teenager. I was about to become a teenager. I think I was 10 or 11 or something like that. And my parents decided, like, my kid needs to study English. And this is the first time, when I think about the situation now, I see that the main reason why they took that decision was she needs to study English because this means she will have more opportunities in the future. And by opportunities, they meant it will be easier for her to find a job. she will be more qualified if she speaks another language. She will have access to things that we don't. She will be able to travel. She will be able to function in a different country. And this will open more doors to her. So I studied, I started studying English as a teenager. I took classes at high school, and I also took classes in private language courses because I was a kid, a teenager in the 90s. And the 90s in Brazil, I mean, the schools, they didn't have really, I mean, at least the school I studied, it didn't have a super solid program for teaching foreigner languages. So studying English was basically one class per week. It was 40 minutes of English per week. So it's not necessarily something that prepares you to the future or to go abroad or to wherever. So I remember that my parents felt the need to pay for private language courses and take me to classes so that I could be exposed as much as possible to a foreigner language. So this is the context where I started studying it. So I was around 9, and I completed my course when I was maybe 12 or 13. But the problem for me when I studied English in Brazil was that I was like, okay, now I think I know how to speak the language, but what am I going to do with it? Especially because I come from Rio de Janeiro. If you see the Brazilian map, Rio is not necessarily close to any border. So we don't necessarily have this conscious of the utility, the functionality, or what are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with English in Rio de Janeiro? For me, for my context, for my family, it didn't make sense that I knew how to use it, but I didn't have a context to use that language. So that context, it came like years after, when I got my first job at a publishing house in my hometown as well, in Niterói. So, and I got this job, it was for a translator position. So I was 19, if I'm not mistaken. So I spent I had this gap in my learning because I studied English at 13, and then I finally find something to do with it when I was 19. So there was this gap, and I started using English on a daily basis, but not in an active way. So I will basically read books in English and translate them into Portuguese. So this made me realize that my parents, after all, they made a good investment, because after all, I was literally making money out of that knowledge that I had. And I started working as a translator, and I'm still working in the translation industry. It's been 15 years now, and it allowed me to know a very large, a broader context. I was exposed to a varied vocabulary, different contexts. I was able to translate about religious literature, IT, legal, software, and business and stuff like that. So I was literally using my English for something to make a living in Brazil. And I still work in the translation industry nowadays. So this is when I realized that decision that my parents took in the past, it was essentially attached to the concept of profit. So you can make profit with the language. So you can make more money. You can have maybe a better job. You can earn in different currencies, not necessarily in Brazilian reais, but you can make dollars, you can make euros. So this was my very first contact with the foreign language. And my contact with another foreign language, and it is also attached to the concept of profit. But this time it was my own decision. I got invited to work here in Canada for the company. I'm still working with them. So they sponsored my visa here. And they said, look, we can bring you to Quebec, but you have to work in French. And this is when I realized, like, okay, I need to be able to work in French. I was, this was like 5 years ago. So I was an adult already. I made this conscious decision of learning French. So I started reading about it, but I didn't, different from English that I learned in Brazil, and I'm practicing it here in Canada. With French, it was a bit different because I had to learn it here. I was exposed to French in a French course that I took in Brazil for 3 months or something like that. So it wasn't like a big exposition anyway. And so I really needed to, embrace the idea that I will learn the language when I get there, immersion. So it was a completely different context for me to be able to work in French. So that's when the idea of functionality came in. So I have to be able to function in society. I have to be able to do my stuff, to go to groceries and, pay my bills and make a living in French. And I also had the pressure of exceeding at work in a very linguistically and complex and demanding environment. So linguistically speaking, Quebec is really complex in terms of you have to speak French. This is the only Francophone province in Canada. So there are laws from the government. The government has a specific context where you cannot speak English only, you have to work in French. And not only that, I was working for a translation company with a lot of translators, linguists. They're highly capable of speaking an amazing French and writing really good French. So the bar was really high. And I was like, I was coming from Brazil. I didn't know how to use the language yet, but I had this thing of I have to exceed at work because I'm going to be working with really competent people and what they do. And apart from this, this contact with work, this reason and everything, there was also the feeling of belonging because I was coming here and I have a boyfriend. My boyfriend is Canadian. He's Quebecois. So I came here in the context of his life, his friends, his family. So I also wanted to, be able to use language to connect with people, to build personal, meaningful relationships within a new family setting. I came to Canada by myself, so I didn't have my parents. I didn't have a partner in Brazil that came with me. I basically started from scratch here in Canada. So I wanted to use language to establish that connection to people as well. And I think that was the first time that I saw Portuguese through new lenses. And that was the first time that I was in touch with the concept of pride, because I remember when my mother-in-law, we were having a conversation about something. I don't remember exactly the context, but I remember when she said, like, if you and my son ever have a child, I hope you would teach them to speak Portuguese. And then she said, because, this is your language. You live in Canada now. Canada is a bilingual country. We have English, we have French. You're going to see a lot of diversity of immigrants and everything, but Portuguese is your language. And you have to make sure that your kid is able to speak Portuguese. Your kid knows your culture. Your kids know your country. And your kid is able to, talk to your parents and your family. And you want your kid to have this connection to your heritage. And that was the very first time that I realized that I was the foreigner. Now, Portuguese in Canada is a foreign language. So for Canadians, this is a language that has no like direct personal or family connections to them. There's no necessarily like affection involved with Portuguese in their context, but it is for me. So this is the first time that I saw Portuguese as a heritage language and the heritage value of that. And it was interesting to see that this breakthrough moment and this realization came from a Canadian person. She was the one saying that to me. And, you know, she didn't have to because she's in her country. She speaks French. She speaks English. She didn't have to bother. But I thought it was a really personal and beautiful moment that I had with her because she was the one saying that you have to teach them to speak Portuguese. This is your language. This is your culture. This is your heritage. And that was the first time that I got in touch with the concept of pride. And I realized that to have this willingness to share your language with your kids, you have to be proud about it. You have to be proud of who you are, of your family, of your ancestors, of your country. Otherwise, if you don't have this affection, this connection to your country, it's going to be harder for you to share this with your family, with your kids, or, you know, with the people who are around you. And so this is like the moment where I got this distinction in my head that a foreign language is a language that has no direct personal or family connection to the learner, not necessarily, the affection is not necessarily there. And whereas the heritage language is a language that holds cultural, emotional, or identity value. It's a language that is attached to who you are and who your ancestors were. So this is the moment where I made this distinction in my head. So for the second part of this presentation, I wanted to invite you who are listening to me now to think about your connections to your languages. So what about you? How many languages have shaped your identity so far, and why are you learning them? Because you might not necessarily be a native speaker of a language, but you know, you decided to learn them at some point for some reason. And I think it is important for us to think about the languages that we speak. Why do we speak them, and in which contexts we speak them? Because this is going to determine our willingness to share this language with the next generations or not. So if there's anyone here who is live and wants to say something, you can open your mics and say anything. I'm going to stop talking for 5 seconds to give it this moment. Otherwise, I can move on.
I'm going to share that I learned English for the same reason you did, growing up, more of how is English going to help me in the future? And it starts earlier than we think, especially with vestibular and the way the Brazilian system works around getting into university. So learning English came to me from this place. And I loved learning English. I had so much fun with it. And then during the university, like yourself, my degree also had me study foreign languages, but I had both English and French. So this is a language that I learned during the university, but I don't feel like I can speak. And it's definitely a language I would love to learn, especially living in Canada. Even though nobody here on my coast speaks French, this is definitely a language I would love to learn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's funny that at some point when I was in school, I learned Spanish, but I realized that the more I learn French, the more I forget my Spanish. It's ridiculous. And I had an Argentinian friend coming over and she spent the weekend here. And she was speaking Spanish all the time. I could speak Portuguese because she understood, but every time I tried to speak Spanish to her, it wouldn't come out. It's French that comes out. So it's interesting as well to notice that some languages that we have learned in the past and we haven't been using, they might disappear because we don't have a reason to keep them alive. But I'm sure that if I go to Argentina, for instance, and I spend 3 weeks there, my Spanish will come back. But honestly, I don't know how it's gonna influence my French. I don't know how this works in the brain, but it's interesting to see how the languages shape our identities and the contexts where we use them as well. So another example is that I speak French. My boyfriend speaks French with me all the time, but I only speak to him in English. Even though I can speak French, for some reason, I feel like speaking in English with him would sound more authentic from me. And there's also the fact that sometimes English is the language that I speak when I'm tired. Because, speaking French, it requires more effort from me. So I use French in work, and then at the end of the day, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna take a rest. I'm gonna speak English, and oof, it comes as a relief.
And it might even give you the feeling of fairness because then you're both speaking your second languages, right?
Exactly. And I remember that speaking French for me made me really vulnerable in some moments of my life because I wanted to interact with people, and people, especially here in Quebec. I remember that I had this experience of trying to speak French in Paris, and you speak that broken French and they go like, oh my God, I'm going to switch to English because you're terrible. And when you speak broken French here, or at least this is what happened to me, people were so friendly and they were so happy to see that you're making an effort. Again, I'm not saying that this is the truth for Quebec or France, or I'm trying to avoid stereotypes here, but this is what happened to me. So people are really friendly. Even my French is far from being perfect, and I still make an effort to speak. I don't have a super vast vocabulary, but they're always friendly and they're happy to see that you're making an effort. So it's interesting for us to think like how languages and how many languages have shaped our identity and which of those languages we want to show to the future generations in our families. So this is where the concept of pride and profit comes in. And this quote, I took it from a book. The book is called Teaching and Learning Portuguese in Canada. I have the book here. Oh, I don't know if you can see them. I'm putting them in my face. So this is a really good book for people who want to teach Portuguese here in Canada. And it's a book, it's written by like several researchers in the language area. So I took this concept of pride and profit. It comes from an article called The Values Attached to Speaking Portuguese Among Brazilian Migrant Families in Toronto, Pride and Profit. So here are the authors. So you have Pedro Garcês, Cecília Dias, and Diana Bess. They are from Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Sul, and they took this study. They selected, if I'm not mistaken, was 6 or 8 Brazilian families, migrant families living in Toronto. And they had this conversation with the parents. Most of the families, they have, it's a father, a mother, and kids, one kid or more kids. And they had this conversation with the parents. So why do you want your kids to learn Portuguese? Why is it important for you, for your family? How do you use Portuguese on, your daily routines? So they, in this study, they realized that some parents, they have strategies to keep Portuguese alive. So for instance, every Monday we speak Portuguese. So Monday is the day where we speak Portuguese at our house. We don't speak English. We don't speak anything else. It's Portuguese only. Other parents, they notice that the parents have the intention, they would like their kids to learn Portuguese, but it doesn't come with an effort. So they would like the kids to learn, but they don't necessarily make an effort at home to preserve the Portuguese language. So they say that I speak Portuguese with my kids, but my kids reply to me in English. And then I end up replying in English as well. And when we see we're not speaking Portuguese anymore. But I would like them to speak Portuguese because, you know, speaking a language is good, blah, 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 blah. So they basically they interviewed these families and they came to the conclusion. I mean, it's a much more complex study. I'm just simplifying it here so that we can make it fit in the time of this presentation. So they noticed that while all the parents mentioned it is important to keep the language for communication with the kids' extended families, no one produced strong statements about a larger group identity to be kept through heritage language. So it's like they know it is important. They want their kids to be able to communicate with their families in Brazil. But the concept of pride, it doesn't come up as often as the concept of profit. So in contrast, all of the interviews signal attentiveness to positive attitudes toward multilingualism and of language skills as valuable assets now and in their children's future. So they think that it's important for their kids to speak different languages, not necessarily Portuguese, but speaking different languages is an asset for their kids to thrive in an international context. So in other words, while we found discourses of pride, we distinctively heard discourses of profit, though in different scopes and projecting different scales. As suggested by Garcés, class positions may play a role here. So this is a really interesting study that they made. If you had the chance to read it, I strongly suggest that you read, because it gives us a chance to see through different language perspectives and family configurations and family settings, how people interact with languages. And I had a personal experience here as well in Sherbrooke, because I remember when I was taking classes for my graduation course at PUC, my pós-graduação, as we say in Portuguese, I studied Portuguese as a foreigner language. And I was working with the Brazilian Association here in Sherbrooke to teach Portuguese to the kids here in Sherbrooke. So we had the chance I created a workshop. It took 3 months. And I interacted with more or less 10 to 12 kids. So half of the class, they didn't know how to speak Portuguese at all. And the other half of the class, they speak Portuguese super well. So the first time that I met them all together, and I realized this is not going to work, because, they are children from Brazilians. Some of them were born in Brazil and came to Canada at an early age when they were babies. Some of them were born here. They've been to Brazil before, and they came back. But I realized that their proficiency was completely different. So I was like, I can't use the same approach to this group, because they're not the same at all. And then when I had conversations with the parents, from the different groups, I noticed the same thing that, the Pedro and Cecilia and Diana are mentioning here. It's like, I would like my kids to speak Portuguese, but, we end up speaking French or we end up speaking English because it's important for them to speak English as well. Like, here in Quebec, the kids speak French, so speaking English is already an effort for them. So speaking a third language, Portuguese, it becomes like heavier for some parents in some contexts, while in other contexts, it's something that happens supernaturally. Like, I want my kids to be able to speak to my parents and to be able to meet their cousins when they go to Brazil, etc., etc. And this made me realize how important is the influence of the family and in the context where your language, your native language, is not the dominant language from a country. Because when you're in Canada, so the government will take measures to teach you French and English, but the Canadian government doesn't have to teach you how to speak Portuguese. So this is an effort that comes from us. And by us, I mean family. And by us, I mean these nonprofit organizations that are promoting Brazilian culture across Canada, by people like Luciana, by people like Natalie, by people like many other writers who are producing content, written content in Portuguese for kids, people who have, podcasts, radio and programs in radios and TV shows in Portuguese, organizing events. So this effort comes from the community. When it comes to a heritage language in a foreigner country, for us as Brazilians, this effort has to come from us. Otherwise, the language will be lost. And there's another study as well from the same book, the very same book. It's called A Reflection on the Challenges of Language Acquisition Outside the Portuguese Classroom. So this one was written by Evandro Rodrigues. He works at University of Toronto. And he says, like, since this effort has to come, learning Portuguese in Canada is not something necessarily easy to do, because it's not a program that you will find easily at the university or in a course or at school. So he wrote this article thinking about how can we foster language acquisition, Portuguese language acquisition outside the classroom, especially now with social media that we have online classes. And how can we use as a community these resources that are not necessarily attached to a classroom? How can we work with this to promote Portuguese language in Canada? So he has an extensive experience teaching Portuguese at University of Toronto, and throughout the years, he was exposed to a lot of course, students with different profiles. And he says that learning a new language is an opportunity to explore a distinct territory, which has its own culture and values. So learners of foreign languages face this process differently. And nowadays, out-of-classroom learning has become a more common practice, mainly due to the online resources available. So basically, teaching Portuguese, it's easier out of classroom because it's not all the time that we will have access to a university course or a course at school, or here in Quebec, a cégep. We have some cégeps that offer Portuguese as well, but it's not mainstream yet. So we have to be creative to teach Portuguese in Canada. And he also, based on these profiles of the students that he has, he developed like this list of types of learners, and he uses a really interesting terminology. He associates the learners to different birds. And in the article, he explains it a little bit. And I selected 4 types of learners here. And it's important for us to try to distinguish these types of learners, because it's easier for us to understand what do they want, what is their exposition to the language, to Portuguese. And based on those profiles, we can offer the tools that will make sense for them. So the first one is the Kingfolk Budgie. It's for him is in this category we have learners where their parents, grandparents, or relatives' native language is Portuguese. So their exposition to the language is passive, and their main interest is to perpetuate family values and traditions. So they are exposed to the language at a certain point or a certain level because their families, you know, the parents, grandparents, etc., they speak Portuguese. So this is the contact that they have, this group has with the Portuguese language. And the main interest is to preserve that, not only preserve, but perpetuate family values and traditions. He also talks about the culture vulture. This profile has like high appreciation for art and language, the art and language of a country or a community. So their exposition is active, and their main interest is to learn about a new culture or new people. So this profile here, as you can see, it's more like a little bit more open compared to the first one. So there's no like a family attachment, but there's this appreciation for art, language, and learning new things about new cultures, not necessarily Brazilian Portuguese, not necessarily Portugal Portuguese, or not necessarily Portuguese at all. And he also mentions the traveling goose wants to learn Portuguese for traveling purposes. So their exposition to the language is active. So they search for it. They usually pay for a course. They go after learning Portuguese, and they want to learn about the culture just enough to navigate the new society. So it's like, oh, I'm going to, I don't know, São Paulo. I'm gonna be spending 3 months there for vacation. So I want to learn everything I can so that I can function in society for that specific period of time. So that's basically a summary of that group. And finally, we have the busy hawk. So wants to learn Portuguese for professional purposes. So their exposition to the language is also active. So they're going to search for courses. They want to learn Portuguese, and they usually have a short-term goal for learning in a work environment. So it's a bit similar to the traveling goose in the sense of, I have a job in Brazil, I have a mission, I have to stay in Brazil for this specific period of time, so I'm going to learn how to work in Brazil. I want to learn how to function in a work environment. So this is a little bit how this profile works. I mean, the book itself, it brings more profiles, and he creates like categories and subcategories, etc. But I only selected 4 here because I think this 4, they're, you know, they work as an umbrella for the main needs that I saw it myself when I was teaching Portuguese to Canadians here in Canada. So I could fit all the people that I thought over the last few years. I could fit them in all of those categories. And by learning what these people want with Portuguese, it's easier to offer the right resources for them so that they can succeed in the different contexts that they want to explore. So again, my question for those who are hearing this presentation now, and if you're accessing the recording later, you can add comments if you want. So what about Brazilian Portuguese? Because the question I asked before was like, what are the languages that you speak and what context is? But in which context do you speak Brazilian Portuguese today? Is it something that you do often? Is it something that you do because you have family, you have kids here? Or is it something that you don't do at all because you came alone and your family is in Brazil, so there's no reason for you to speak Brazilian Portuguese here? And if I can answer that question myself, my context is like the second one that I described, the latter. Like, I came by myself. All my friends, they're pretty much Canadian. I have met some Brazilians here before, but I don't have an intimate friendship connection with them. So I don't speak Brazilian Portuguese very often here. But I remember that, and it's a constant feeling that I have every time I go to Montreal and I'm walking the street and I listen to someone speaking Brazilian Portuguese at the street. I feel the need to say, "Oi, bom dia," because it makes me feel good. You know, it makes me feel good to be able to speak Portuguese. Sometimes I miss speaking it. I write Portuguese a lot because I text my family on a daily basis, but speaking Portuguese for me and listening to it in a Canadian context is something that makes a difference for me as well. So again, I'm gonna give you some 5 seconds. If you want to interrupt me, feel free to do it.
So I'm going to actually say that my experience with Portuguese is the exact opposite of yours, because I speak Portuguese every day. My husband is Brazilian, my son speaks Portuguese, and because of my son, I made sure to be connected with the Brazilian community. So most of my friends are Brazilian, and I'm often socializing in Portuguese. Once or twice a week, I go out either with friends or couples, and we're always speaking Portuguese. So English is a small part of my everyday life here. It's basically reserved to interactions which have to do with my son's school or outside of school activities, but most of my time here, I'm speaking Portuguese.
And it's funny because I remember when I came here, I felt this urgent need of learning French because I had to, because I came with a work permit. So I had this pressure on me, like I have to perform at work, and to do so, I have to speak French. I saw immigrating to Canada as an opportunity to practice my English as well, because in Brazil, I wasn't super exposed to English on a daily basis. So coming to Canada for me was like, I have to learn how to speak French. I can practice my English finally, but I was scared to death to lose my Portuguese because I'm really attached to my language. And like I said, I'm really attached to this non-standard Portuguese that it makes me think about my family. It makes me think about my friends in Brazil. And I was like, I didn't want to be influenced. I didn't want the other languages to influence the way that I communicate with my family. So still nowadays, I'm really careful in the way that I phrase words in Portuguese because I don't want my family to perceive me as someone who changed just because, oh, she went live abroad and then when she came back differently. And I had I know someone, it's, a friend of a friend or something, that it was exactly like this to her. She used to live in Brazil. She's Brazilian and she went living in Europe. I don't know if it was England or something. She lived there for a couple of years. And when she came back like, oh, I can't date any Brazilians anymore. Or, oh, I hate how Brazilians do this. I hate how Brazilians do that. So I was like, I don't want to be that person, to lose the connection to my country, to my country and to my language to a point that I say, oh, I can't stand Brazilians doing this anymore, or this behavior is so Brazilian, or saying that is so Brazilian. So I was kind of terrified with the idea of becoming that person who loses connection to their language and their origins. And it was good for me to be immersed in this context with my boyfriend's family. And I had my mother-in-law saying that to me. So it was comforting for me to know that for them, it's important that I keep this connection to my country. So I was really happy to see them fostering this this movement and myself and this behavior of myself and saying, look, you come from a different country. We want to learn more about it. We want to be part of this. And we're together. We're with you. And we love when you speak Portuguese. We don't understand anything, but we find it really beautiful. So yeah, it was really important for me, but it's complicated. It's like mixed feelings and yeah. And for my next and last slide, I wanted to, reinforce again the importance of the advocates for Brazilian Portuguese in Canada. Like I said, we are the foreigners here, like in a sense of Canadians don't speak Portuguese. This is not the official language of the country. So Brazilian Portuguese is the foreign language here. Brazilian Portuguese can be the heritage language, but it depends on us. So if we don't act as advocates for our own languages, this is going to be lost for our kids and for the next generations. And I do understand that, some Brazilians, they might have their reasons not wanting to speak Portuguese here. They said, I don't know, it's simply something that they don't want. It's a knowledge that they don't want to pass to the other generations. It's a decision that it's valid. But on a personal level, I think it's something that I want to keep with myself. And if I ever have kids, I don't know, I will definitely pass this to them as well. So who are the advocates for Brazilian Portuguese in Canada now? I mean, I just put a few examples here, but this is just to name a few. So you have the government. So you have Brazilian Embassy in Ottawa. We have consulates in Halifax, Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver. We have associations, Brazilian associations in different parts of Canada, in the Anglophone Canada, Francophone Canada. We have non-profits, Jornal de Toronto, Jornal Brasil Vancouver, Oficina Curumim. We have some universities that offer Portuguese courses as well. And most of this, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if I may interrupt, I just added to the chat. There is a Brazilian here for us in Simon Fraser University here in Vancouver, and she's a part of the Leitorado Guimarães. So she's teaching Portuguese here. She has been for, I think, a year now, and it's a beautiful program that she is involved together with the Brazilian consulate here in Vancouver. So her information is in the chat, and she is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention, I should have put here in government, like the Instituto Guimarães Rosa. They do an amazing work in several countries. And they're starting to have some representations here in Canada as well, which is really, really good. And in most of the cases, these people are doing like voluntary work. So it's a lot of effort. They put a lot of effort in organizing events for your community. Oh, there's the Brazilian Carnival. There is the Brazilian Festa da Independência now in September 7th. We had the event Le Journée Brésilienne here in Montreal. We have, Carnival. We have Festa Junina. We have Christmas. We have people producing content, which is the case for Jornal de Toronto, Jornal Brasil Vancouver. We have professionals like you, Luciana, like myself, who studied Portuguese through a pedagogical perspective, teaching Portuguese. They're organizing to teach Portuguese. We have communities of parents with the same goal, like, look, my kids is here. I want to show Brazil to them. I don't have the resources. Let's try to do something together. So I want to take this moment to thank all of these people working really, really hard to do this kind of stuff. In most of the cases, there's no like financial gain. They use their weekends, they use their free time, they donate this free time to give us Brazilians an environment where we can practice our language and we can show not only the language, but the food, our traditions, and eat coxinha and eat brigadeiro and have guaraná here in Canada. So, and I hope that you guys will see Casa da Cultura do Brasil no Canadá as a space where you can celebrate Brazilian culture and Brazilian language as well. So this is our website, this is our email, you know where to find us. And it was really nice sharing this experience with you. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen so that I can see you again. And that was it. Let me read the chat. Yeah, the link. Oh, I'm gonna take a look at it for sure. So yes, that was it. I had a lot to say. So if you have any questions, any comments, anything, feel free to add.
Yeah, I guess my question for you would be, my way of speaking French is very much in opposition to any colonialism. So, of course, speaking French in North America is already a bit of a rebellion. And then we also rebel against France, and there's a lot of things that we're told we shouldn't say. But it's very important for me, just like it is for you and your family, to speak the way I speak, and I never want to compromise on this. What would you say is the impact of Portuguese from Portugal on the way you speak Portuguese?
That's a really good question. I think that I was exposed to Portuguese from Portugal since I was a kid as well, because the neighbor, right, she used to live like right in front of our house. She was a really Portuguese lady, and she's still living in Brazil. She lives there for years now, and she hasn't lost her accent. And she was really proud of her traditions as well. So this is the first contact that I had with Portugal. And she still is a really welcoming person. So I was lucky enough to have this contact with Portugal. And I remember as a kid looking at her like this, oh, wow, she spoke, because I could hear that she speaks differently, but I don't know how to explain it. So I always saw Portugal and their influence through the lenses of curiosity. But more recently, I see that it's a delicate, connection that we have, because we are the majority. Brazilians, it's a lot of speakers compared to Portugal. And I feel like the Portuguese people are feeling threatened by Brazilian Portuguese more than the other way around, especially now with social media. And the Portuguese kids, they are exposed to a lot of Brazilian influencers and stuff like that. So the Portuguese parents, they see like my kids speaking like a Brazilian, because they are exposed to that content online. So I think it's more like I see Portugal through this like friendship lenses, because of this contact that I had with this Portuguese immigrant in Canada, and with others as well. I'm mentioning her because she was part of my childhood. She was there every day, being friendly, being nice, and sharing food and speaking loudly and dancing. And she is a really colorful person. So to me, it's positive. But I think that right now, the Portuguese people feel more threatened by us and by our language. And it comes, the fact as well that a lot of Brazilians are going to Portugal to live there, are immigrating to Portugal. So the Portuguese people feel like, oh, there's a lot of Brazilian influence going on. And but that would be interesting. Yes.
I think, and then please correct me, we grew up in different states, and I'm also might be few over 10 years older than you, so there might be also this generation gap. But growing up, we consumed the American culture, and English was much more around me than any Portuguese culture. So what I consumed from what I had from Portugal was the language, and that was it. Maybe food, a little bit. And now the movement I see is that the Portuguese are consuming the Brazilian culture. So they are being much more affected by language and traditions and customs that were first brought by Portuguese but adapted to our culture than the other way around. We have the language, which was also, if you listen to 26 Brazilians from different states, you're going to listen to very different accents and pronunciation. We have the root, we have the Portuguese, but that's it. It's not that we celebrate the Portuguese culture the way the Portuguese are today celebrating the Brazilian music and TV and everything around it. So I understand when Mitsu say they're much more threatened by the Brazilian Portuguese now than we have ever been in a way. I don't know if you agree with that, but because we were only consuming North American culture.
Yeah. And I would say that in Rio de Janeiro, I was much more exposed to African Portuguese, if I can say. Because, you know, Brazil, we received a lot of Africans, slaves from Africa. So there is this massive trade of slaves that Brazil got. And those African people, they were colonized by Portugal as well at some point, or they came with their own languages. And so Brazilian Portuguese is highly influenced by African languages and African Portuguese, if I can call African Portuguese anyway. So I see that in the language itself, I see much more of African languages than Portuguese from Portugal. But it would be interesting to ask that to a Portuguese person. Like, how do you see the Brazilian influence today? It's a shame that we don't have anyone from Portugal here, but I will find a Portuguese person to ask that question. Okay, so that was it. We have 5 minutes to take a bio break before starting the next presentation. I see that Erivan is already here. So if you have any other questions, comments, or anything you want to share, you can write to me by email. You can find me on social media. I'm going to close my camera to do a little bio break, and then I'll be back to introduce Erivan's session. Okay. Thank you very much for attending. See you soon. And I'm back. Let me just check if I'm still recording. Okay, still recording. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. I am going to steal some minutes of your presentation so I can share my screen and show who Luis Gonzaga was.
Yes,
Because
great.
I'm assuming that we have Canadians watching this or they might watch it later. So it's important to take a moment to do this short introduction. I'm going to share my screen real quick. So yes, this is Luis Gonzaga, is the personality that we chose to represent the axis of music in the Jornada Cultural. And Luis Gonzaga is this guy. He was born in Pernambuco in the northeast area in Brazil. And he was known as the King of Baião. It's a pioneering, he was a pioneering Brazilian musician who popularized in the northeastern musical styles, such as baião, forró, shot, chachado throughout Brazil. One of his major achievements was bringing regional rhythms and the culture of sertão. So sertão is the arid region of Northeast to national attention, especially during the 1940s, 1950s. So with some of his iconic songs like Asa Branca, that tells the story of people who try to escape this arid regions in Northeast and search for better life in different regions. So Asa Branca is the story of this journey of these travelers in Brazil. And he gave voice to the struggles, the hopes, and the challenges of the Northeast people in Brazil. He also helped establish the accordion, the accordion as a central instrument in Brazilian music, and his legacy has a huge influence in Brazilian popular music still nowadays, and inspired several, generations of artists. So yes, he was a great personality and he had a huge contribution to Brazilian culture as a whole. So now I'm going to stop sharing my screen and the floor is yours, Erivan. You can share your screen if you want. And I'm going to be reading the comments for you. So in case anybody has any question, I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you very much. It's great to hear you introducing Luis Gonzaga. That's a big influence for me as well as a musician, as a Brazilian musician. And my presentation is about the inclusion in music. And I'm working in the context, I'm working with the deaf community and thinking about inclusive spaces for music making and also developing technology to make music accessible for those for this community. And I'm a PhD candidate at McGill University. My advisors are Isabelle Cosset and Marcelo Vanderlei. And I'm now writing my thesis and finishing my work. And it's my pleasure to share it with you. Yes. So I will start trying to show a bit my research context. And first thing is I think I was just thinking that this first sentence has a relationship with most of the Brazilian music and with Luis Gonzaga because he's talking about the exclusion. And we know that at that time, Luis Gonzaga, baião, forró, those music styles, they were not part of the Brazilian music, and there's a big effort to have that culture recognized across the country. And here, when we have like deaf people, we see also this exclusion. And the most obvious reason is like music is really basic on hearing centric assumptions. For you to make music, you have to have like good like hearing, good like normal hearing. We would say that if you have any disability or something, it seems like you would not be apt to make music or to listen to music. However, deaf artists, they have been creating like rich multisensorial musical practices that include visual, tactile, spatial, and embodied moods of accessing music. I will start here with two artists to show you about a bit of their work. The first one is Evelyn Lane. She's a deaf percussionist, and we will see a bit her performance, and she's talking about music, how she approached the music.
Wix, one platform, any website, unlimited creation.
Of course, my job is all about listening, and my aim really is to teach the world to listen. That's my only real aim in life. And it sounds quite simple, but actually it's quite a big job, because, you know, when you look at a piece of music, for example, if I just open my little motorbike bag, we have here, hopefully, a piece of music that is full of little black dots on the page. And, you know, we open it up and I read the music. So technically, I can actually read this. I will follow the instructions, the tempo markings, the dynamics. I will do exactly as I'm told. And so therefore, because time is short, if I just play you literally the first maybe 2 lines or so, it's very straightforward. There's nothing too difficult about the piece. But here I'm being told that the piece of music is very quick. I'm being told where to play on the drum. I'm being told which part of the stick to use. And I'm being told the dynamic. And I'm also being told that the drum is without snares. Snares on, snares off. So therefore, if I translate this piece of music, we have this idea. So on. My career would probably last about 5 years. However, what I have to do as a musician is do everything that is not on the music. Everything that isn't time to learn from a teacher or to talk about even from a teacher. But it's the things that you notice when you're not actually with your instrument that in fact becomes so interesting and that you want to explore through this tiny, tiny surface of a drum. So there we experience the translation. Now we'll experience the interpretation. my career may last a little longer. But in a way...
So it's interesting to see the way she approaches music. She's a classical musician, but everything she's talking about, there is music, like you can read it. There's the interpretation aspect, that you interpret the music. And yeah, she took a lot of time to talk about it, and after you had the sound. And the second video, we have another artist in a different context. He's called Sean Forbes. He's a hip-hop artist, and he's like I choose this video because then we will see the context more related to the deaf culture, that he's using like sign language, and it's really visual the way he interprets the music, the lyrics. You have like he's singing, but there's a lot of things happening like with his hands, because he's also using sign language to show it, to sign the lyrics. And the hip hop also helps, because it's really like the beat is really strong, and usually people use the beat to feel the music, like being close to the speaker, or even you can dance to it, and we will see his performance as well.
My name is Sean, but they call me Scene. Got a message here I'm delivering. Look, I understand that you might be leery, getting music beats from the heart of hearing. Something inside me is so intense, evidently it's bringing out my sixth sense. My hands talk beauty, mama washing with soap. I play the devil's advocate against my horoscope. And if I cut my ear off like Van Gogh, would it matter? Cause you might use your wind blows. Deaf in the deaf, Jim, I'm so deaf. Deaf in the deaf, but I'll make the word go deaf. I've got deaf tones, but I'm not tone deaf. I stopped seeing the obvious, but I ain't done yet.
And that's it. Here with the lyrics, that you have also like cultural affirmation, and a lot of you can understand a lot about the culture and the struggles of a deaf musician, like making music.
And I don't know if you have been following it on social media, but as a translator and an interpreter, I've been seeing a lot of those interpreters of language signs in Brazilian concerts. So it wasn't in a Brazil. I mean, I recently saw one interpreting for Chiclete com Banana, and a concert, you know, interpreting axé, etc. But there was also those like a band, I forgot, it was a heavy metal band, and the sign language interpreter was there translating the music to the deaf community. And it's something magical, because we are not used to that, and we're not exposed to that enough. So every time I go to a place and there is a language sign interpreter, I cannot look anywhere else. I feel like this is so cool, because you're seeing, you know, language and music and sounds being translated in something that you can see. And there's a lot of, you know, this is trending right now, and I find it magical to see it.
Yeah, I also found it. We will see other videos after, and I will make some comments about that. So just to give you the research context, we are interested, initially we're interested in developing like accessible digital music instruments. And those instruments, they offer really potential to include people, deaf people in music making, because you can have like you can create instruments that they are not limited to acoustical properties of materials like wood or metal, and you can create different interactions. I will just show you an example of an accessible digital music instrument. This one is not dedicated to deaf people, but you see that how it changed the way you can create music.
Sure, yeah, what am I doing? I'm playing the adaptive youth musical instrument. This instrument adapts. The reason it's called the adaptive youth musical instrument is it adapts to me. It's using the camera in the iPad to follow my body. And it's when I move, I think I'm going to have it follow my head, just follow my hand. It'll follow whatever you want. So when I move the cursor, which is this little ball here, when I move it into one of those squares, it'll play the instrument that we've put into that little box. So I have various kitchen implements in those boxes, and I'm going to play kitchen percussion. You ready? Following my shoulder right now. Let's say I want to play it with my face. I'll play it with my glasses here. It likes contrast, so you find something it likes to follow, and then you move around, you work with it. And you can change the look of it. You can like, say I want to make it lines instead of squares. Right now I'm playing percussion, but this will play all kinds of instruments. So let me go to, I'm going to play the kalimba here. And I can change the key. I can change the kind of scales. I can play chromatic kalimba. So let's go with that and see what it sounds like. I'm going to play that with my head.
Yeah, that's interesting. The instrument can adapt it to the musician, and yeah, can offer different sounds, different inputs, different outputs.
Sure. Yeah. What am
We also have some instruments directed to deaf users. I will show you here two of those instruments.
Hello, my name is Richard Byrne, and this short video explains the starting point for my current doctoral research project at Birmingham City University's Integra Lab. This display was designed for part of my MSc in audio technology. The idea was to create a sound installation using a MIDI keyboard and standard virtual instruments, but to enhance the experience by introducing lighting and computer displays that would represent the sounds being played. The installation was set up in a theatre space to create a fully immersive experience. The displays seen here were projected onto a large screen, and theatre lighting, also controlled by my software, was used to reinforce the visual effects. You can see how pitch and velocity of the notes are represented by the coloured bars in the top display, but the more useful data is displayed below and shows a real-time breakdown of the frequencies within the sound. Simple sounds, such as this electric piano, have very few overtones, but the more complex or rich the sound is, the more harmonic content can be seen. This synthesizer patch, for instance, is very rich in overtones. This display could be seen almost as a sonic fingerprint of the sound. The display to the left represents the sound's waveform or shape. Purer sounds tend to give pleasant rounded shapes, while more complex and noisy sounds give this more jagged display. Again, this gives clues to the type of sound being played. While I was developing this project, it occurred to me that these types of display could be useful for deaf musicians playing virtual instruments, which by their nature are lacking in visual and physical feedback. And it was with this in mind that I formulated my proposal for further research at Birmingham City University. Taking this as a starting point, I'll be looking at how multimodal feedback systems could be developed for players of virtual instruments to stimulate the senses of sight and touch to enhance the user experience and enjoyment.
And the next one is different way of interaction. It's a smartphone drum.
Smartphone drum. A smartphone application that presents a drum-like vibro-tactile sensation when a user makes a drumming motion in the air using their smartphone as a drumstick. We prepared 3 types of drums. When a drumming motion is detected, the attitude of the device at that time is obtained to determine which drum was hit. The characteristics of the vibration changes depending on the strength of beating motion.
So we have analyzed those instruments, and we identified that most of those instruments are based on medical assistive models. What does it mean? It means that they're trying to fix disability. They are trying to overcome disability and compensate for hearing loss. And usually they are not integrating deaf cultural practices like we saw before, considering sign language or considering the practices of deaf musicians or musical practices within the deaf community. The results, yes, they are technically innovative, but they are culturally misaligned instruments.
Smart.
So the theoretical lens we are using here is disability studies. So we are looking at the different models of disability. We have the medical model that sees disabilities through medical lens, something you can fix or something you can change. You can have intervention in the body of the disabled person. But you have other models of disability, for example, the social model that sees disabilities in a society. For example, someone in a wheelchair will be able to navigate the city if you have ramps, if you have accessible ways for that person to move with the wheelchair. And we also have the cultural model that sees disabilities through the cultural lens. For example, for the deaf community, you can think that yeah, they are marked, but they're hearing loss, but also they have their own language, they have their own visual ways to see the world, and from those modes of seeing the world, they are creating a new culture and new ways to be in the world. For me, it was really important to use this concept of deaf game, how those modes, those sensory and cognitive ways to be in the world can bring gain for everyone, not only deaf people. As a musician, for example, seeing the ways that deaf people are creating music in a multisensorial way can bring a lot of different approach to music, like visually or with vibrations. Even the tools you can use for music, you can have a more broad range of tools to make music. And also we're considering a participatory design, and in our research it's really important to include deaf people in the design process, in the music making process. So they're not just the passive subjects of the research, but they are participating. We're trying to include them. So the research aim of this research is to develop a sequential participatory framework for designing ADMIs with and for the deaf community. So the framework is divided in 4 interconnected studies. The first was a survey we did with deaf individuals It was an online survey, and we were able to reach out to more than 200 individuals to know how they engage in music, what are the barriers they have when trying to listening to music or making music, and the strategies they use to access music. So from that, we're trying to learn from them how they access music and what are the barriers. Second, we did a review about the ADMIs targeting deaf people, accessible digital music instruments targeting deaf people, to see what are the proposals, what researchers are proposing as instruments for deaf people. And I also run the workshop with deaf participants, where we're trying to see. It was like a 1 hour workshop where we were trying to see what was the music they would like to make and what would be the ideal instrument to make that music. It was really interesting workshop, and to hear from them like their multisensorial perspective in music and the ideas they had to make the music in their own way. And that's the final step now. We're like creating a prototype, and we're going to give back to the participants for them to evaluate it. So then the idea is to integrate those 4 studies. From the survey, we got the community context, and the ADMI's review gave us an idea of what's happening in the field, how people are thinking, researchers are thinking inclusion in the targeting deaf people. And from the workshop, we got in touch with deaf artists, deaf individuals who are interested in music, and we got an idea about what are their priorities in music. And the evaluation of the prototypes will give us a technical validation of those of our development, the ideas we developed together with them. And our intention is to have like a work that's based on deaf culture, and also like overcome this challenge of having like collaboration with those participants. That we have seen that in previous work, it was something that people are not addressing. So from these studies, the emerging insights we had is like deaf participants, they are using like multisensory strategies to access music. Those multisensory strategies, they are linked to deaf culture. They are using sign language. They are presenting to deaf audiences. And we see that previous research, they are not really targeting this deaf culture aspect. It's most like people are proposing technology, but not really proposing like participation of deaf people in this process of creating something for them. And also, we saw that cultural alignment, it's so important as technical functionality. And then we consider that deaf-led design will lead us to broader inclusivity. So the contributions from this study involves empirical evidence of systematic barriers in music making, because we have heard a lot about the exclusion of deaf people in music, but we had not much details about this exclusion. And from our research, we're able to hear from them what are the barriers, how they're trying to overcome those barriers. And we saw that, for example, people are accessing music, they're They have like tools to access music. They are using bone conduction headphones. They are touching the speaker. They are trying to have music that has like strong beats, like for example, hip hop or dance music. They are also sometimes making music by dancing, by moving, by using sign language, by watching like performance of sign language interpreters. And that's something that's really important to describe those practices from them. And also we had a critical review on participatory methods on how to include those people in the research. Because usually we have people who have like knowledgement in music, they are experts in music or technology, but they are not necessarily deaf. And you can have a project like about inclusion, but without deaf participants. But it's a challenge to include those participants in the research because sometimes they don't have access to those research space, or sometimes we have challenge, for example, communication, like the researchers don't speak sign language, or the space doesn't allow deaf people to enter to deal with music or music technology. And our proposal is like trying to overcome those barriers by proposing like a framework for a deaf-led ADMI design. So the impact of the research, we expect to have like instruments that are culturally resonant with deaf practices. We are also proposing methods that are sequential, and maybe people can reproduce those methods to develop instruments together with deaf or even people with different disabilities. And also the thing about using different disability models to think inclusion, like a social model, cultural model, also deaf game, that we're thinking that those instruments can impact not just deaf people, but people who are not deaf and they are looking for different instruments. And we think that this research can promote new ways to make music inclusive. So just to close, we think that instruments are not just tools, they embody cultural values. And by designing instruments with the deaf community, we build technology that resonate beyond disability. So during this research, it was a real challenge, like to establish contact with the deaf community, like because here in Quebec we have like American Sign Language, we have Quebec Sign Language, the same thing we have with the spoken language, we have with sign language as well. Then it was really a challenge to understand and to enter those communities. But hopefully I found a project by a dance company called Corpuscle Dance. They were working with deaf choreographers, deaf dancers, and they were creating a show. And I was part of this process, creating the show, and I was the musician, together with another musician who was who has parents who are deaf. He was really a part of the deaf community, and it was great for me to learn with him and with Kai, who was the deaf choreographer, Odan as well. She was doing the choreography, and we went through a process of a 1 year process, developing music, creating music, and We had two public presentations. It was great. And here I will show a bit our rehearsals, the process of the rehearsals. And for me, it was interesting as a musician because I'm a bassist, and the bass is like an instrument like where we have like low frequencies. And it was really interesting for them to touch the bass, the double bass. It was a good reference for them to feel the music by touching. And also we worked in a room that was a prepared room where the floor and all the floor was vibrating. Then when we were playing the instruments, the floor was vibrating, and all the dancers were deaf could feel the music by this vibration by touching the instrument. And there were a lot of there were a lot of communication using sign language about a lot of movements that were part of the dance, but they were like signs. They had like they were part of the poetry that was around this presentation. Now we see that there's not really sounds, but the visual is part of the sounds, the movement. It's a different idea. It's a different music idea, basically. So it's interesting to see that there's the video was produced by a deaf video maker as well. And it's interesting to see that you have a sound at the beginning, but after is that just silence. And to be in silence is something that maybe for people who are hearing, it's something that can be sometimes a new experience because we're so used to sounds. And for me as a musician, because music is all about sounds, for us, like in this hearing culture, it was a great experience to think about music without sounds, to think sometimes only about vibration or movements. It was really a great experience. And also from this experience and from research, I have been also composing music. It's part of my work as a musician and professional musician, composer as well. And since I started research, I have been thinking how these ideas I'm learning from the deaf community can impact my own music. First, I have been thinking about music visually, sometimes not using sounds, just see the movements or even dance. And since I started to develop like instruments to think about technology, I have been in contact with those technologies where you can feel the music, you can feel the vibrations. Particularly, I'm using a technology called Subpack. It's something that's like a vest that you put, and you can feel like the vibration, real vibrations on your back, on your chest. And it was really interesting experience for me because I could recognize the notes, but I didn't have the sound experience through my ears. And I started to experiment a bit with those visual, haptic experience, and create music. Also, the collective aspect as well of creating music, thinking about creating music like as community. We have it in Brazilian music as well. It's a really strong thing. And this album, I created an entire album experimenting with those ideas. And particularly this version, I would like to work with other disabilities as well. And the art of this album was produced by some blind artists from Brazil that we also work together, going a bit out of deafness, working with different disabilities as well. And it was an interesting process, like to develop it. I will put just for you to see how it sounds, and there's also the visual. And it's my inspiration. It's an example of deaf gang, my own example of deaf gang applied to my own artistic practice. Oops, sorry. Starting. So, yeah, that's it for my. Oops. That's it. That's my presentation. I hope it's a bit of mix of my academic experience and like touching my own artistic experience. And again, I'm a PhD candidate at McGill, the music school, and I'm working. I'm also working as part of EDMU. That it's a lab at McGill. That's we are doing research about the development of new digital music instruments, and this research was funded by Fonds de Recherche Société et Culture du Québec and by CERMIT. That's a Center for Interdisciplinary Research and Music Technology at McGill. Thank you very much. Have questions and
I
comments, I will
do.
be happy to hear.
I have questions, I have comments because I've learned so much. I was particularly curious about your presentation because I never had thought about music for deaf people. So I was like, how does that work? You know, I was really intrigued about your work. And I want to congratulate you because you know, you and I, we come from a hearing culture, and especially you as a musician. So it must be really hard for you to put yourself in the shoes of these people who can't hear so that you can try to think about how do they experience music, you know, because I have a really hard time thinking about how do they experience music. I mean, it's much better now because you showed the tools and the ways that this work. I mean, the idea of being in a room that where the floor vibrates and you can touch things and you can see colors and you can see shadows. So thank you very much for sharing that with me. It's a new thing for me. I've learned a lot. And my question to you is like, how do you think the Brazilian music industry, I mean, do you think the Brazilian music industry is ready to adopt this kind of technology? How open are we in Brazil for that? And the other question is, how do you think Brazilian universities are studying it, in case they are, or if there's room for improvement? What is your opinion on that?
Yeah. And the first question about this topic in Brazil, I think it's a growing topic in Brazil as well, and the interest of the Brazilian deaf community in music is growing as well. I think it's around the world, it's a trend, and in Brazil, it's interesting because in Brazil, things are adapted to the Brazilian context. Then we have like maracatu groups for deaf people, where they have like sometimes the alfaias with LEDs where you can see, and also, for example, the alfaias or the surdo, they are instruments that you can really feel the vibration. It helps a lot. And also there is the community aspect, that it's not just about the sound, but it's about getting together. And Brazilian music, I think, is really interesting in this point, because music is not something that you are going to contemplate in a passive way. Probably you will go there, you will dance, you will interact with people. It's a space for you to meet friends, to have interactions. And I see that the deaf community in Brazil, they are like, we see a lot of initiatives from deaf musicians, people who are not deaf, trying to propose projects. It's interesting scene in Brazil as well. And considering research, I started this research in Brazil. I did my master in Campinas. At that time, I was giving classes to deaf kids and teenagers in a center, in a deaf center at Unicamp. We worked for 6 months. It was really about music education, and we had an app that was like, with the cell phone, they could feel the vibration for them to identify different rhythms and melodies as well. We have like the seven notes, and they could feel the vibration of each notes, trying to differentiate. And it was a really interesting study. And I think now I see more people doing research in this field, and I think it's growing.
Also, yeah, thank you very much for sharing that experience with us. And again, if the people watching live on Facebook have any questions, any concerns that come after this conversation, you know where to find Ivan Duarte. His information is in our website. You have the links to contact him directly. And that was it. Thank you very much, Ivan, for
You're
your
welcome.
time. And that's it. We'll keep in touch for sure.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting me.
It's a pleasure.
It was a pleasure. Yeah.
And I see that Fernanda is already around, but we're going to take a 10-minute break. So, you know, just a bio break, drink some water, eat a little something. And I'm going to be back at 5 so that we can end our jornada on a high note. I have no idea what Fernanda is going to say, but I trust her completely. And yes, I can't wait to hear you, Fernanda. And je vais changer pour les français aussi, parce que ta présentation, ça va être livrée en français. Alors, on se voit tantôt, dans 10 minutes.
Tantôt.
Bye bye. So we are back with the last presentation of the day. As you guys saw in the website, this presentation will be delivered in French because we want to speak, you know, both languages, the official languages of Canada. So for this presentation, we have Fernanda. Fernanda is a city councilor from the city of Sherbrooke. She is the deputy mayor from Sherbrooke. She happens to be from Niterói, my hometown. So yes, I'm particularly happy about that. And it will be a pleasure to have you with us, Fernanda. If you want to share your screen, you can do it. If you don't need that, it's fine as well. Et maintenant, je vais parler tout ça en français pour dire qu'on est tellement content de t'avoir ici, Fernanda. Fernanda Luz, c'est la mairesse suppléante de Sherbrooke. Depuis quand déjà? Ça fait un an et demi?
Oui, depuis 2023, mais je suis conseillère municipale depuis 2021.
Oui, c'est ça. Puis sa ville natale, c'est Niterói en plus. Fait que je suis tellement fière de savoir que c'est une personne de Niterói qui est la mairesse suppléante de Sherbrooke. J'étais tellement impressionnée de voir ça quand je suis arrivée à Sherbrooke. J'étais comme impossible. Mais alors, je te laisse la parole. Merci beaucoup d'avoir pris le temps d'être avec nous aujourd'hui parce que je sais que tu travailles fort. Tu as beaucoup de travail à faire. Alors, merci beaucoup d'être là. Puis, c'est à toi.
Bon, ça me fait vraiment plaisir. Effectivement, on vient de la même ville, puis en plus, on a le même nom de... Moi, j'ai plusieurs noms de famille. Puis un de mes noms de famille, c'est Siqueira. Fait que nous, on a l'impression qu'à quelque part, on pourrait être des cousines à quelque part. On ne sait juste pas encore. Ça me fait vraiment un grand plaisir d'être ici. J'essaie de partager ma présentation. Je vais voir si ça va marcher. Essayons voir. Je ne sais pas comment.
Et voilà, ça marche.
Sauf qu'elle n'est pas plein écran, je crois. Ça se peut-tu?
Oui, mais ça marche déjà. Je vois ton écran.
Vous le voyez?
Mm-hmm.
Bon, c'est parfait. Moi, je ne vois pas, mais ce n'est pas grave, je vois ici à côté. Donc, je voulais d'abord remercier de cette invitation. Ça me fait vraiment un grand plaisir. Je voulais d'abord vous saluer pour l'initiative la Casa da Cultura do Brasil no Canada, c'est un organisme justement qui prétend divulguer la culture brésilienne et parler un peu justement de tous ces enjeux-là là, de vivre au Canada, puis de partager ça avec les gens qui s'intéressent soit de la communauté d'accueil ou soit de la communauté brésilienne qui habite au Canada ou bien qui habite au Brésil, qui s'intéresse un peu à la vie des gens, des Brésiliens qui habitent au Canada. Donc, c'est une belle initiative. Je pense qu'on est chanceux, on a quand même quelques organismes, quelques initiatives qui mettent quand même en lumière un peu notre culture, la musique, la danse, les arts, mais quand même, ces genres d'initiatives-là où on va inviter des personnes expertes quand même dans leur domaine pour nous partager leur expertise, ça, c'est quand même assez nouveau et super important. On va parler un peu de ça justement. Fait qu'aujourd'hui, ce que j'ai voulu faire justement, c'était un peu de faire un lien. On a eu 5 autres conférences un peu plus tôt. Puis c'est ce que j'ai voulu faire, c'est un peu de rapper ça dans un bon français, rapper ça ensemble et voir quels sont les fils conducteurs un peu de tous ces éléments-là. Et c'est sûr qu'on se rend à l'évidence qu'on parle, en bout de ligne, tous ces éléments-là sont intimement liés à l'identité finalement, qui est l'identité, une construction qui est complexe. Ce n'est pas une construction qui se fait à un moment donné dans le temps puis qui est figée dans le temps. On a quand même des bases de notre identité, mais après ça, elle est quand même assez fluide, justement parce qu'on interagit les uns avec les autres, puis ça enrichit justement, puis ça transforme quand même notre identité. Donc, dans une trajectoire, par exemple, d'immigration, ben c'est sûr qu'on traverse des choses, puis ça nous transforme. Fait que le titre un peu de la conférence, c'est ça, Traversée et appartenance. Donc, c'est ça, je voulais parler. Malheureusement, justement, là, je pense que c'est ça, Mitsué avait parlé un peu. Moi, je suis une élue municipale, c'est quand même assez inusité qu'on fasse la politique dans le pays d'accueil. C'est pas quelque chose de très courant. Mais justement, moi, c'est une année électorale. Fait qu'on est en pleine campagne électorale. Fait que j'étais en porte-à-porte aujourd'hui parce que la campagne électorale, s'il y en a des gens qui nous écoutent au Brésil, quand même, la campagne électorale, ici, c'est pas comme au Brésil, on ne fait pas de grands rassemblements. On va vraiment aller voir les gens chez eux pour parler un peu de notre programme. Alors, malheureusement, je n'ai pas eu l'occasion d'écouter ces conférences, mais je suis certaine qu'elles ont eu vraiment de grande qualité. J'ai déjà eu l'occasion d'écouter, d'entendre la conférence de Nathalie, fait que je sais qu'elle parle un peu de notre rapport au territoire, puis de comment nos mémoires affectives, elles peuvent s'exprimer justement par notre lien au territoire, puis comment est-ce que nous, on peut développer des liens d'appartenance à d'autres références qu'on ne connaissait pas avant. Et après ça, ben, transformer ça en art. Fait que je sais que Nathalie a parlé un peu de ça. Après ça, il y a eu, je pense, Marie-Ève et Marcelo qui ont parlé de perspectives politiques. Puis j'imagine, malheureusement, je n'ai pas pu écouter, mais j'imagine qu'on a parlé pas mal de l'influence des marques que le colonialisme nous a laissées. Malheureusement, quand même, des marques, des fois, qui ont fait des dégâts un peu. C'est difficile à rattraper. Luciana qui a parlé de littérature et migration, elle-même étant, de ce que j'ai compris, une autrice. Puis là, elle a raconté l'expérience. En tout cas, moi, je vous invite à écouter tout ça en différé. Moi aussi, j'aimerais ça écouter. Après ça, Mathieu qui nous a parlé de la langue, du patrimoine de transmission, de la langue portugaise. Puis on va parler tantôt pourquoi ça, c'est intimement lié aussi à notre identité, pourquoi c'est aussi important. Il y a eu là, à la fin, Erivan qui nous a parlé de musique, inclusion, de création, de partage. Alors tout ça, c'est intimement lié à l'identité. Je pense que nous tous, là, quand on passe justement par une trajectoire d'immigration, peu importe les raisons qui nous ont menés à faire ça, à immigrer, je pense que nous tous, là, à la base, nous avons déjà une certaine curiosité, je pense, de base, et je pense que c'est quelque chose aussi qui nous rallie aujourd'hui. Je pense qu'on est assez curieux pour un dimanche, à passer devant les écrans toute la journée dans dimanche pour écouter ces choses-là. On est assez curieux. Puis justement, comme j'avais dit, l'identité est un mosaïque, là, finalement, qui est tout le temps en mouvement, puis qui a une collection de souvenirs, de langues, de traditions, rencontres, de transformations. Et alors, j'ai entendu, j'ai vu un peu, quand je lisais un peu les synopsis les synopsis de chaque conférence, j'ai vu 3 choses qui ressortent pas mal, qui sont aussi à la base de notre identité, ce sont les racines, les traversées, le pont. Fait que les racines, c'est ce que nous, on porte normalement, exactement ce qu'on a dit, la mémoire affective, la culture, la langue, c'est ce qu'on porte en nous, qui est une composante de notre identité. Les traversées, ben, ce sont les défis et les réinventions. Tu sais, nous, on est connus, les Brésiliens, on est connus par être un peuple très créatif, très débrouillard aussi. Puis c'est probablement lié au fait de l'environnement dans lequel on est exposé à un environnement qui est vraiment hostile, puis qui n'est pas très protecteur, pas très stable. Et là, on vient habiter au Québec, là où tout est très, très, très stable et très... il y a des contre-coups à ça aussi, on va pouvoir en parler tantôt. Mais ce qui arrive, c'est que nous, on développe de compétences qui nous aident vraiment à bien s'adapter quand même à la société d'accueil. Je pense qu'on a vu même aujourd'hui, on a vu des Brésiliens qui rayonnent dans leur domaine. Puis, je pense que ça vient beaucoup de toutes ces compétences-là qu'on développe à cause de l'environnement dans lequel on vit. Et bon, là, on traverse des choses quand on arrive ici, puis là, on peut aller chercher dans cette boîte à outils-là, à ces compétences-là pour nous adapter. Et après ça, le pont. Fait que, par exemple, là, quand on parlait justement des racines, puis que là, on parle de mémoire affective, si je reviens encore à la conférence de Nathalie, c'est un peu ça aussi. Après, quand elle produit une œuvre d'art, à partir de ça, elle est en train de faire un pont entre ces deux mondes-là, finalement. auxquelles on est exposé. Ce qui fait en sorte que nous, on a souvent une identité qui est très multiple, qui est très complexe, qui est due à cette trajectoire-là qui n'est pas linéaire. Normalement, on a des parcours qui sont atypiques. Je vais parler de mon parcours tantôt. Et puis, justement, cette identité multiple-là, ben, la grande richesse derrière cette identité-là, c'est justement l'effet que ça élargit les perspectives à partir du moment où on peut voir le monde dans plusieurs perspectives, qu'on est entouré de personnes qui sont différentes de nous. Quand on est entouré de personnes qui sont d'une collectivité qui est très homogène, de personnes autour de nous qui ont à peu près le même vécu, ce qui fait en sorte que il va nous manquer de points de vue. C'est sûr qu'il va y avoir une pauvreté de points de vue, finalement. Puis c'est beaucoup plus difficile après ça de développer une empathie pour quelqu'un qui vit de quelque chose de complètement différent de nous. Alors que quand on a un parcours qui est assez atypique, qu'on vit plusieurs choses et puis qu'on vit dans un autre pays avec d'autres repères, d'autres codes sociaux et tout ça, bien, c'est sûr que ça ouvre les perspectives et ça diminue les angles morts. Puis, une chose qui est aussi importante, je pense, pour nous, tu sais, quand on vient d'un pays en développement, on a souvent une image, une projection des pays développés qui est en rapport quasiment d'un complexe d'infériorité qu'on alimente chez nous, ce qui donne des fois, ça peut avoir un risque quand on immigre dans un pays en développement, de vouloir quand même s'effacer et d'être quasiment absorbé par la culture d'accueil, ce qui est en danger. Fait que je pense que c'est quand même quelque chose qu'on doit se le dire. Parce que c'est important, tant pour nous, qui immigrons, qui est pour la société d'accueil, qu'on puisse garder tous les éléments de notre identité. Justement, c'est ça qui devient une richesse même pour la société d'accueil. Parce que nous, quand on est capable de s'intégrer sans être assimilé, ben c'est justement, on devient des personnes assez solides, justement, pour pouvoir partager de belles choses et aussi en même temps qu'on reçoit aussi d'autres repères, puis qu'on intègre d'autres repères, d'autres façons de penser, d'habiter, de voir le monde, bien, on peut partager aussi à travers nos vécus, notre culture, notre façon de voir. On peut enrichir aussi la culture de la société d'accueil. Fait qu'il y a comme tant du côté individuel, personnel, c'est important de le garder. Même, par exemple, on peut parler de résistance et dignité quand on parle d'intégration sans assimilation pour certaines cultures qui peuvent vraiment disparaître, qui sont minoritaires, qui sont opprimées. Ben, c'est une façon de résistance et dignité de dire nous, on existe, on a quelque chose à dire, on en lègue aussi à laisser. Alors, ce sont ces éléments-là qu'il faut toujours avoir en tête. Donc là, je vous partage, j'imagine que vous êtes quand même un peu curieux. Je me suis dit que c'est quand même intéressant. Les gens souvent posent des questions, fait que c'est quand même intéressant de partager un peu mon parcours. Je ne vais pas vous parler tout mon parcours, je vais quand même me tenir un peu sur comment je suis arrivée en politique, mais c'est plutôt la politique qui est arrivée à moi. Moi, j'ai un parcours, j'ai été physiothérapeute au Brésil. J'ai travaillé quand même 9 ans en physiothérapie au Brésil, toujours souvent, beaucoup plus souvent avec personnes âgées. J'ai travaillé en pédiatrie, en neuropédiatrie et après ça, avec personnes âgées, les deux bouts de la vie. En physiothérapie. Après ça, comme infirmière aussi, j'ai travaillé beaucoup avec Alzheimer et aussi en gestion. J'étais gestionnaire dans une unité Alzheimer. J'étais beaucoup dans le domaine de la santé, beaucoup dans le caring, mais aussi beaucoup dans une perspective de santé, bien-être collectif des gens. Et comment est-ce que, bon, ici, durant 12 ans, j'ai travaillé dans le système de la santé comme infirmière, après ça comme gestionnaire. À un moment donné, je voulais quitter le système de la santé. J'avais commencé une maîtrise. Le sujet de la maîtrise était comment l'environnement physique humain il peut avoir un impact important dans le bien-être, la santé mentale des gens. dans un contexte Alzheimer. C'était beaucoup ça mon objet d'étude. Et j'avais voulu rencontrer conseillère municipale pour les Brésiliens qui peuvent écouter plus tard conseillère municipale, c'est vereadora. Puis ici, on a une proximité avec nos vereadores, nos conseillers municipaux. Fait que là, j'ai demandé une rencontre pour demander s'il y avait un partenariat à faire avec la ville pour faire un centre de jour pour les personnes Alzheimer avec une approche moins médicalisée, mais plus humaine et plus alternative à la médicalisation pour diminuer les troubles de comportement liés à la démence. Bon, là, je l'ai rencontrée, elle a adoré le projet, j'étais toute contente en pensant, ben là, ça y est, on va voir enfin un partenariat. Et finalement, ce qu'elle a fait, ben, j'adore ton projet, il est vraiment magnifique, mais vous savez, vous pouvez faire ça à l'échelle de la ville. J'étais comme, de quoi qu'elle parle? Puis après ça, ben, elle dit, ben, écoutez, justement, c'est ce qu'on fait, l'aménagement du territoire, tu sais, on planifie, on aménage notre territoire en fonction, justement, on pense au bien-être des gens, là, justement, quand on fait ça. Fait qu'il y a tout à fait un lien avec ton objet d'étude et tout ça. Puis, ben, justement, moi, j'ai une invitation à te faire d'une façon elle dit, c'est la première fois qu'on se rend compte qu'on peut parler, puis tu vas peut-être me trouver un peu folle, mais moi, je crois qu'il se passe quelque chose, puis c'est pas pour rien. Je te verrai à faire ça. Viens avec nous dans notre parti. C'est un parti progressiste et tout ça. Fait que ça me rejoignait. Et bon, c'était pas... Moi, j'ai pas accepté au départ, c'est sûr. Je disais, ben c'est merveilleux. Ça me flatte beaucoup, mais c'est pas moi, là. Je peux pas faire ça. J'ai jamais fait de la politique et tout ça. Et après ça, après quelques conversations...
J'imagine que pour toi aussi, comme Brésilienne, voir la politique, on a un stigma de la politique au Brésil. Fait que faire la politique, c'est quelque chose qu'on pense pas qu'on est capable.
Ben, effectivement, j'allais y revenir justement parce que, tu sais, ma première réaction, c'était non. Puis je pense que, tu sais, pour plusieurs raisons, j'ai été envahie par le syndrome de l'imposteur. Tu sais, c'est comme d'abord de penser, ben comment les gens, pourquoi les gens vont vouloir voter pour une femme immigrante comme pour les représenter? Tu sais, c'est comme, je suis pas certaine que les gens vont me faire confiance pour les présenter parce que je viens pas d'ici. Eh bien, tu sais, il manque des modèles aussi. Tu sais, c'était un conseil municipal très, très blanc, très homme d'affaires à Sherbrooke. Tu sais, c'était comme en 2021, c'était comme une vague qui est arrivée plus progressiste. C'était la première MRS femme, puis 3 personnes issues de la diversité. C'était quand même la première fois que ça arrivait dans l'histoire de Sherbrooke. C'est quand même une ville, la 6 plus grande ville du Québec, 200 000 habitants. On a vécu tout ça. Mais tout à fait, quand elle m'a parlé de politique, c'est sûr que nous, à cause de notre histoire politique du Brésil, puis aussi notre démocratie fragile, en souffrance, puis ben, tous les contextes qu'on connaît politiques du Brésil, fait en sorte que souvent, on est cynique par rapport à la politique, on ne croit plus, ou bien même on a une impression très négative des gens qui font la politique. Normalement, les gens ne sont pas là pour les bonnes raisons et tout ça. Fait qu'il y avait tous ces biais-là là, autour de ça qui a fait en sorte que j'ai dit « Oh, non, là, je suis contente, je me sentais honorée par l'invitation, mais je ne voulais pas. » Mais après ça, c'est comme j'ai dit, je peux revenir sur la curiosité. Tu sais, quand même, j'ai été curieuse quand même. Je dis quand même, c'est d'avoir une proximité, pouvoir présenter un projet. Après ça, à un tel point qu'elle m'invite pour me présenter avec eux, c'est quand même assez impressionnant. Fait que c'est sûr que ça a éveillé un peu ma curiosité. Puis je me suis intéressée à voir comment ça marchait, comment ça fonctionnait, les programmes du parti, puis c'était quoi. Puis ça me parlait beaucoup. C'était un programme progressiste, tu sais, avec défense de dossiers d'environnement, d'inclusion, justice sociale, etc. Puis ça me parlait, tu sais, fait que finalement, j'ai cheminé, puis j'ai accepté d'embarquer dans l'aventure. Et effectivement, j'ai réalisé quand même une certaine sérieuxité. Tu sais, c'est quand même beaucoup plus sérieux, la politique municipale au moins. Tu sais, moi, ce que je peux vous dire, j'ai quand même vécu 4 ans, j'ai fini mon premier mandat. Puis, par exemple, si c'est corrompu, j'ai jamais... Tu sais, moi, j'ai vécu une fois une insinuation du genre, tu sais, d'un promoteur immobilier qui a dit, vous savez, Madame Luce, avant, on réglait ça chez Datonic, c'est un restaurant ici. Fait que ça, c'était comme la seule chose la plus proche qui pourrait me donner des indices qu'il y a déjà eu, tu sais, de corruption. Mais à part ça, tu sais, il n'y en a pas, là, des choses qu'on a déjà entendu parler au Brésil. Fait qu'au municipal, il y a ça. Puis, ben, en tout cas, ça me rassurait beaucoup de voir que c'était quand même un environnement où je n'étais pas obligée de me défendre de ce genre de situation et que je pouvais vraiment être là pour faire avancer des dossiers pour le bien des gens et tout ça. Fait que là, ça rejoignait vraiment beaucoup la soignante en moi, là, tu sais, la physiothérapeute puis l'infirmière en disant, ben OK, je peux faire avancer les dossiers, effectivement, pour, en bout de ligne, avoir des projets qui vont faire bénéficier la population et, tu sais, et créer un minimum de bien-être. Donc c'est ça, un peu mon parcours un peu fou. C'est sûr que pour me représenter, durant tous ces parcours-là, quand on parle d'identité, j'ai eu beaucoup, un autre aspect aussi pour nous, une personne immigrante, c'est beaucoup, un des éléments, une des composantes super importantes pour l'intégration, c'est de se sentir accepté, de se sentir aimé. Tu sais, on fait beaucoup d'efforts pour être reconnu quand même. On s'entend, on part de plus loin, mais nous, on travaille très fort pour montrer que nous, on est capable et tout ça, puis pour se faire accepter, puis pour se faire aimer. Puis on s'entend qu'en politique, personne ne fait la politique pour se faire aimer. Si on fait ça, c'est pas une bonne idée. On peut voir bien que, tu sais, comment on traite nos élus, puis comment, tu sais, qu'on devient la cible de beaucoup de frustration, de haine aussi, un discours qui est... Et une période qu'on vit très polarisante, où le discours, les dialogues est très difficile justement entre la droite et la gauche. Au moindrement, tu défends par exemple, des dossiers plus progressistes, ben là, toi, c'est comme si toi, tu démonisais. Nous, par exemple, on défend des dossiers de pistes cyclables, puis là, les gens, tu sais, ils prétendent que nous, on démonise les automobiles. Tu sais, mais moi, je défends des dossiers de pistes cyclables, même étant principalement une automobiliste. Personnellement, moi, je me déplace principalement en auto. J'ai aussi un vélo. Fait que tantôt, je suis une cycliste, tantôt, je suis une automobiliste. Tu sais, c'est un discours polarisant, même là-dedans. Fait que là, c'est comme... C'est devenu comme ça. Fait que, tu sais, tout ça fait... ça ébranle un peu. Tu sais, moi, ça a brassé, puis je n'étais pas certaine de vouloir continuer. À plusieurs reprises, je disais, hey, mon Dieu, pourquoi je dois vivre ça? Tu sais? Ça sert à quoi finalement? Puis ça sert à, tu sais, et puis là, ça vient justement contredire un peu notre quête initiale, qui est de se faire aimer, se faire accepter, tu sais. On a l'impression que notre intégration est en train de s'écrouler, que personne t'aime, tout le monde te déteste, tu sais, les haters sur Facebook et tout ça, c'est, tu sais, sur le moral et tout ça, c'est très difficile. En tel point, ben, c'est ça. Fait que je n'étais même pas très sûre de vouloir continuer, mais en même temps, c'est super stimulant, puis on voit des projets avancer, puis tu sais, je suis une fille de projet, puis là, je vois, ah, OK, on est capable de réaliser des choses. Alors que des fois, quand on est dans une boîte plus structurée comme j'étais dans le système de la santé, c'est vraiment très serré, très carré, c'est pas très flexible, puis les choses avancent trop lentement. Donc, ça finit par être quand même assez stimulant. Puis, un autre aspect pour finir, par rapport à un lien identitaire avec mon parcours, c'est aussi le fait que tu sais, au départ, je vous avais dit que j'avais quand même la syndrome de l'imposteur très forte. Puis, c'était en exerçant, tu sais, la politique que j'ai réalisé ma pertinence. Puis, OK, finalement, tu sais, je vous avais aussi dit que, tu sais, avant, on avait un conseil municipal qui était assez homogène, tu sais, beaucoup d'hommes blancs d'affaires, québécois, pur laine. Puis c'est correct, tu sais, ça représente une partie de la population, mais pas toute la population, tu sais, quand même. Puis, c'était pas tant représentatif de la population de Sherbrooke, le conseil municipal d'avant. Puis là, quand tu arrives, puis tu sais, c'est vrai que c'est pas évident non plus parce que là, tu as d'autres perspectives. On parlait d'angle mort, on parlait, tu sais, on vient d'ailleurs, puis là, on voit plein de choses qui, des fois, les jeunes ici ne vont pas nécessairement voir. Puis finalement, c'est riche quand tu es capable d'influencer, tu sais, les collègues, puis de fomenter un peu l'empathie, puis de changer le point de vue pour apporter des éléments qui représentent la collectivité, parce qu'on est là pour représenter l'intérêt collectif, c'est pas les intérêts individuels, tu sais, c'est ça. Donc, il y a eu cet élément aussi d'avoir une certaine fierté d'être là, tu sais, de représenter. Je sens que les gens sont fiers d'avoir quelqu'un qui les représente un peu plus. Tu sais, les gens issus d'autres communautés. Mais il y a plein de Québécois pur laine ici qui disent ben, c'est toi qui me représente à l'hôtel de ville parce qu'il était naturel ou parce qu'il était ci, était ça, tu sais, parce que j'ai fait des choses que personne ne fait. Tu sais, à un moment donné, au conseil municipal, j'ai chanté d'ailleurs. J'ai chanté la chanson Sampa. C'est une chanson brésilienne. J'ai chanté un petit extrait parce que c'est une chanson qui parle du rapport au territoire. Puis il parle justement d'une personne qui venait au Brésil. On a tellement de multiples Brésils dans le Brésil. C'est quelqu'un qui venait du nord-est puis qui arrivait à la métropole de São Paulo puis qui était complètement... Tout lui était étrange, tous les repères étaient étranges, toute sa conception de cité, de municipalité était une autre. Puis il y avait tout un étrangement. Puis après ça, il a fini par aimer cet endroit-là qui était complètement étrange, mais qui a réussi à créer des liens d'appartenance et tout ça. Fait que là, j'ai chanté cet extrait-là pour expliquer pourquoi j'ai siégé à la commission de l'aménagement du territoire et en quoi je pensais quand on aménageait le territoire, tu sais. Puis j'ai trouvé que c'était super pertinent, mais là, ça a été un scandale, tu sais, il y a des gens qui... En tout cas, il y a eu vraiment toute une médiation, ça a été médiatisé de façon pas nécessairement positive, il y a eu tout un débat bizarre que je m'attendais juste pas, mais moi, j'ai fait une intervention qui venait du cœur, puis je trouvais que c'était sympa, puis je trouvais que les gens allaient aimer. Finalement, ça fait tout un scandale. Mais ça fait en sorte que, tu sais, ça brasse les conceptions et tout ça. OK, mais on est là pourquoi? Tu sais, un conseil municipal, c'est public, c'est pour les gens, c'est pour les citoyens. Puis c'est valide, là, pourquoi pas? Pourquoi qu'on ne peut pas chanter? Tu sais, pourquoi qu'on ne peut pas chanter un extrait d'une chanson pour parler des choses importantes? Tu sais, l'art, elle sert à ça aussi, tu sais. En tout cas, fait que des choses de même qui finalement, OK, fait que finalement, il y a une pertinence, tu sais, du fait que je sois là. Ça sert à quelque chose, fait que ça donne le goût quand même de continuer. Donc, tout ça, en parlant un peu de ces parcours un peu fous et intéressants là, ce que je voulais faire, je voulais revenir à tout ça. Je pense que c'est ça, aujourd'hui, on a eu vraiment des personnes de qualité, des experts, des gens qui, tu sais, connaisseurs et qui contribuent à, tu sais, à enrichir les savoirs dans la société d'accueil. Les identités, comme j'ai dit, elles sont mouvantes, mais justement, quand elles se croisent, puis elles se racontent, elles se partagent, ben c'est riche pour tout le monde. Et ce que vous faites dans votre initiative d'aujourd'hui, j'espère que ça ne soit pas la dernière. C'est vraiment important. Puis vraiment, il y a eu quand même quelques courageux là, en dimanche en ligne de faire ça. Peut-être ça serait un jour d'imaginer de faire quelque chose en présence, ça serait peut-être intéressant. De voir aussi, j'essayais aussi de regarder pour les publics, tu sais, comme c'est un public très varié. Je me demandais, est-ce que je parle en français ou je parle en portugais finalement? Est-ce que le public cible plus grand, finalement, si ce sont des Brésiliens, on pourrait bien parler portugais. Mais là, j'ai vu Marie-Ève Ferland-Fortier, fait que là, je me suis dit non, ça va être en français. Puis, fait que c'est ça, ce sont des questionnements que je pense que...
Et l'année prochaine aussi, on va avoir des interprètes. Fait que ça va être plus
bonne
facile d'utiliser
idée.
le contenu dans les 3 langues. Fait qu'on va avoir portugais, anglais et français. Puis la personne qui va choisir, on va donner l'option l'année prochaine.
Super bonne idée. Puis c'est ça. Fait que je pense qu'il faut continuer le dialogue. Je pense que, ben, bravo, Mitsue, pour l'initiative. Puis j'espère que ça sera juste la première
Moi aussi.
de plusieurs.
Oui, moi aussi. Puis je reste optimiste. Comme tu as dit, c'est beaucoup de travail. Puis parfois, on se sent comme débordé. J'étais comme, oh mon Dieu, est-ce que ça vaut la peine de continuer? Mais oui, ça vaut la peine. Puis Marie-Ève aussi, c'est une preuve de cette persistance-là parce qu'elle travaille avec nous comme bénévole. Elle est en début de carrière. Elle fait des relations internationales. Elle a présenté une conférence pour la première fois aujourd'hui. C'était sa toute première fois. Puis elle a fait du super beau travail avec son professeur de l'université PUC au Brésil. Fait que c'était tellement beau de voir, parce que c'est ça, comme tu avais dit, Fernanda, qu'on en voit qu'on a fait quelque chose qui a donné du résultat, que c'était un résultat concret. Fait que pour moi, c'était un beau exemple de cette situation-là. Quand j'ai vu Marie-Ève qui présente sa première conférence en ligne avec son professeur, puis ils ont présenté du contenu de la meilleure qualité, j'étais comme, écoute, bravo. Puis je suis fière d'avoir ouvert cet espace-là, puis donné l'occasion pour les gens qui sont plus expérimentés de montrer leur démarche, le parcours, mais aussi pour les gens qui commencent en carrière. Fait que, merci d'être là, Marie-Ève. C'est un dimanche, puis il fait beau dehors, mais tu es ici avec nous. Fait que merci beaucoup.
Merci à toi. Merci à toi pour la confiance.
Alors, Fernanda, pour toi, les prochaines étapes de ta candidature, ta campagne, ça marche comment? Comment est-ce qu'on fait pour t'aider?
Ah oui. Oui, j'ai utilisé la tribune pour recruter du monde de bénévoles pour ma campagne. Non, c'est ça. Fait que là, officiellement, la campagne débute le 19 septembre. Fait que le jeudi, le 18 septembre, c'est quand on fait l'opération pancartage. On sort la nuit pour mettre les pancartes partout. Puis il faut trouver les meilleurs spots. Fait que théoriquement, il fallait aller, mettons, à minuit, mais il y a toujours quelqu'un qui part avant. Fait qu'aussitôt qu'il y a un candidat qui pose sa pancarte, tout le monde sort pour trouver le meilleur spot. Puis, fait que c'est ça. Et puis, c'est ça qui mobilise beaucoup des bénévoles, effectivement. Puis, les campagnes, différemment aussi au Brésil, les campagnes ici se font avec du bénévolat. Les bénévolats, c'est très ancré dans la culture d'ici. C'est vraiment beau à voir. Je pense que ça fait partie aussi du fait que, tu sais, au Brésil, c'est plus dur de faire le bénévolat parce qu'on travaille comme des fous un peu. Puis, la vie est un peu plus dure. Mais ici, vraiment, les gens, tu sais, cette culture-là de bénévolat est là. Fait qu'il y a toute la campagne est basée par des bénévoles. Fait que là, il y a des bénévoles qui font des appels pour les gens, parce que comme les votes ici n'est pas obligatoire, les grands enjeux, c'est de faire sortir les gens qui t'appuient. Tu sais, il y a des gens qui t'appuient et disent, ben là, ouais, je t'appuie, mais s'il ne va pas voter, là, ben tu peux perdre. Tu as besoin que les gens qui t'appuient sortent voter. Ça, c'est un grand défi. Puis alors, le travail consiste beaucoup à ça. On met les pancartes. Il y a des bénévoles pour mettre des pancartes, il y a des bénévoles pour faire des appels, il y a des bénévoles pour nous accompagner en porte-à-porte, pour expliquer un peu justement notre programme. Une fois que, ben là, on identifie les gens qui disent, ben là, je vais vous appuyer. Ben après ça, il y a des bénévoles pour la journée du vote, c'est le 26 octobre, le vote par anticipation. Puis les 3 et les 2 novembre pour les votes, la journée de vote finale. Fait que les bénévoles, c'est aussi pour dire, ben là, écoutez, c'est une journée de vote, je passe vous rappeler que c'est une journée d'aller voter, tout ça. Fait que c'est sortir les gens pour aller voter. Et c'est ça. Puis les résultats, ils sortent déjà le 3 novembre. Puis aussi, ce qui est différent du Brésil, c'est qu'on débute le lendemain des élections. Tu sais, nous, on n'a pas, tu sais, c'est pas... il y a l'assermentation, que c'est comme une officialisation, c'est à peu près une semaine plus tard. Fait que, mettons, j'imagine, les élections, c'est le 2, fait que j'imagine le 8, déjà, on va être assermenté, puis on commence à siéger. Fait que, on chôme pas.
Ouais. il y a beaucoup de travail à venir. Puis si jamais tu as besoin de plus de bénévoles, tu sais où me trouver. Je suis disponible.
Ben, je t'ai dit tout de suite, tu peux venir.
Ouais.
Fait que je t'attends jeudi chez nous.
Ouais, c'est ça. Tu peux m'appeler et dire
Parfait.
je vais être contente de t'aider pour mettre des pancartes, je sais pas, mais tu peux compter sur moi.
Et moi, je pense vraiment là, qu'un événement comme celui d'aujourd'hui, je ne sais pas, je te laisse vraiment décider, c'est ton projet, c'est ton programme. Mais on pourrait éventuellement envisager de faire ça hybride, mettons. Tu sais, on fait ça en présentiel. Je pense que les gens sont plus portés aujourd'hui, après toutes ces années de pandémie, d'histoire d'écran, sont plus portés d'aller en présence. Puis tu sais, s'il y a... ben, en tout cas, je sais que comme ça permet d'être gratuit, mais sinon, tu sais, de charger peut-être les billets pour pouvoir acheter la bouffe. Puis là, les gens, tu sais, on dîne ensemble, on réseaute en même temps. Puis ça pourrait être pour une deuxième édition, là.
Ouais.
Tu sais, ça pourrait être ici à Sherbrooke, il y a le QG du quartier général de l'entrepreneuriat au centre-ville de Sherbrooke. C'est un endroit super intéressant. Tu sais, on peut faire là-bas, là, parce que vous êtes une OBNL, Casa da
Oui.
Cultura, c'est une OBNL. Mais est-ce que vous siégez à Sherbrooke ou à Montréal?
À Sherbrooke.
Fait que vous avez le droit même à la salle gratuite. Fait que...
Oui, c'est ça. Puis pour l'année prochaine, c'est ça l'idée, c'est d'avoir un événement présentiel ici, un à Québec, à Sherbrooke, Montréal, je ne sais pas. Puis avoir une personne aussi en Ontario, que ce soit à Toronto, Ottawa, puis une personne à Vancouver aussi pour coordonner cette initiative. Ça va être un défi de coordonner un peu les fuseaux horaires, mais je sais qu'on a un an pour préparer les prochaines étapes, fait qu'on va travailler là-dessus, moi, Marie-Ève, et les autres bénévoles aussi.
Ben, vous pouvez compter sur moi pour ce qui est de Sherbrooke. Je peux vous mettre en contact avec les bonnes personnes pour la place. Eux, en plus d'offrir l'endroit qui est vraiment top là, au centre-ville, super beau. C'est un nouveau bâtiment en plus, tout vitré, super beau, bien localisé. Fait que vous pouvez faire ça là-bas. Puis il y a aussi des gens qui peuvent vous accompagner justement dans le montage de l'événement, dans la divulgation avec d'autres organismes, tu sais, pour justement avoir plus de gens, tu sais. Ils ont tout un réseau d'organismes qui font ce genre d'initiatives, là. Fait que, ben, c'est juste me contacter. Toi aussi, tu connais mon numéro.
Super. Bon, merci beaucoup, Fernanda. Marie-Ève, as-tu des questions pour les gens qui nous écoutent sur Facebook aussi? Je vais regarder les commentaires, mais je pense qu'on n'a pas de questions pour l'instant.
Les gens doivent être fatigués quand même, hein, tout un dimanche.
Oui, j'ai commencé ma journée aujourd'hui, c'était 7h30 le matin. Fait que Marie-Ève aussi, elle était avec moi toute la journée. Alors, on va bien dormir ce soir.
C'est parfait.
Merci beaucoup.
Si vous n'avez pas de questions, je vous souhaite une belle soirée, bon repos.
Toi aussi, merci beaucoup,
Merci
Fernanda.
beaucoup.
Merci, Marie-Ève. Puis à l'année prochaine.
À la prochaine.
Bye bye.